Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax, or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H. This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example.
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for a space mission. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving. And thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out bnh.com.
Can I go back to work now?
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Depth of Field 2022. And I want to also thank Irving, who you just saw in that B&H commercial. Irving actually hired me 25 years ago at B&H Photo. That's incredible. Anyway, my name is David Brommer. I am the director of large-scale events here at B&H Photo, and I get to run amazing programs like Depth of Field, Optic, and later on this year, Optic West. That's right, you heard that right. We're going to be going west. We had big plans before the pandemic to go west and visit California for our Optic show, but it kind of got a little bit jumbled up with what was going on in the world. But it's going to resume. So this November, you guys are going to see us on the west. A little bit of a secret there for everybody. Okay, but you're here for Depth of Field 2022. And this is an amazing program. This is the actual 5th annual Depth of Field, even though that before we called it Depth of Field, we did 2 of them called the wedding event of the season here in New York City. So we've been doing it for over 7 years. Last year, 2021, was the first virtual Depth of Field, and we were hoping that it would be the last virtual Depth of Field. However, as things worked out, we decided that it would be safer to do Depth of Field once again virtually and come roaring back in 2023 live. So you're going to see an amazing live 2023 Depth of Field. But this year we're going to go virtual, but that's okay because it was a challenge. We know that there's a lot of content out there in the world for you guys to look at, but Depth of Field is very special. We're happy that you joined with us. We've curated some incredible speakers, and we took painstaking times over the past couple of months to actually produce amazing videos. Now, I just want to talk quickly about myself. I'm a photographer. I started as a yearbook photographer in my high school. I worked for studios. Then I started working for camera companies. I've done marketing. I did more weddings than I care to imagine. Weddings are very lucrative, but it's a lot of work. But one thing, I also ran a gallery and a studio, and I have a very 360-degree view to this. And I've created depth of field so that new photographers can be inspired with the tools they need, the lessons they need, and the actual gumption to get out there and be professional photographers. It's also for professional photographers that may have gotten a little bit soft in their older age and they need a little bit of reinvigoration. That's what depth of field is all about. We've assembled some amazing sponsors and want to give a big shout out to all the sponsors because the sponsors make it possible. This is a coordination between the camera companies, the creative companies, and B&H Photo giving it back to you guys. Okay, so behind the scenes at B&H Photo, depth of field, just want to give a huge shout out, even more than the sponsors, to the amazing team at B&H. There is a crack team of individuals who work day and night to perform and to produce something as complicated as depth of field. It is my honor and privilege to work with these individuals. You folks at B&H know who you are, and those who are outside of B&H just know that this is a dedicated company that has employees that are really in the game and they're ready to go and they're ready to work and create amazing programs and content for you guys so that you stick with us. Now, I want to talk to you guys about the website. The B&H website is an amazing website, but within the B&H website, you're here at B&H Depth of Field. So quickly, I want to just talk about the navigation, do a little bit of housekeeping for depth of field and what's going on. First off is the main stage program. You're watching this now. Now, I'm going to give you a quick hack. If you want, you can click on the YouTube icon in the bottom of the player window, and it will open up a window onto YouTube directly. On that window open in YouTube, there's going to be a very lively chat happening. We got B&H staffers moderating the chat, and feel free to check in and ask some questions. There's really a community forums in the YouTube chat. It's really quite amazing. Now that's going to open that up in another window. I recommend you always keep the live stream that you see right now open so you can see all the amazing programming. You'll see after a speaker speaks on the main stage, you may get a slide that says, join the speaker in the platinum room, silver room, or the B&H experts room sponsored by Paybu. And then that's where the Q&A will take place. Now, those are Zooms, and on the nav bar right on the top of the web page, you see some really important stuff. Overview shows you everything. But if you go to the trade show, click that button, and it will take you to a page with all the trade shows, and it will also have schedules. We have more content, not just here on the main stage. We've got some amazing speakers in the trade show. So take a look at that. We just published the trade show schedule. You'll want to look at that. Meanwhile, I mentioned something about the B&H Experts Room sponsored by Paybu. A very special shout out to Paybu. Paybu is our own special credit card. And with Paybu, you can use it to make your purchases at B&H and save the tax. This can be quite significant. Like right here in New York City, tax is 8.75%. But if you pay with the Paybu card, the tax is saved. So it's like getting an instant discount. It's pretty amazing. Also, Paybu offers some special financing. You're going to see some commercials right here on this channel as we progress over the next 2 days talking about Paybu. It'll explain it a little bit better. But Paybu is an amazing way to save some money. Speaking of saving money, you've got two options to save money during depth of field. First, you can click on that nav bar, the show specials, which will take you to an online B&H website with all the specials and great deals that are associated with depth of field. Right next to that, you'll also see another one that says the show book. Now, this is really cool. I definitely recommend click on the show book. The show book has pages of curated specials for you. In addition, it has articles, really great articles that will help you develop as a professional photographer. And there's also a word find. And I think there's a word jumble as well. So we got some puzzles for you. We got ways to save money. We got ways to not have to get gouged by that pesky tax. And that's all the ways that you can look at this amazing equipment that's going to be profiled and showcased during depth of field. Now, mind you, we don't just push equipment down your throat. We're only going to make suggestions on equipment that you need. So watch these presentations. If you're having trouble focusing, get a new camera with an iFollow focus. It'll change the whole game for you. Okay, there's some other things on that nav bar. There's the contest. It's called the Depth of Field Challenge. Now, during the next 2 days, right here, we're going to be announcing the Depth of Field Challenge winners. So for about a month, we've had the Depth of Field Challenge open. It was free to enter, and we got a lot of, thousands upon thousands of submissions. We went through it pre-judged. We had special judges pick the winners, and if you look at the schedule, you'll actually see all these announcements happening during the day. So feel free to check that out, and I wish everyone who entered good luck. We saw some amazing work, pretty impressive. Okay, also you'll see a button for webinars. Over the past couple of weeks, we've been hosting webinars from Nikon, Sony, and Canon. We recorded those webinars and we have them available for you to watch now. So you can just click on those webinars whenever you want and watch them. Some great topics. We had Joe McNally, Rocket, really amazing stuff that was going on in the webinars. And that was really fun. That was our lead up to Depth of Field. Okay, so last but not least, tomorrow night, the last thing that's happening at Depth of Field, we are honoring the women of photography. This is a professional women's photography panel. We did it last year, and I think we're going to continue it because women make up a very important part of our professional community in a field that was actually dominated really by men for many years. In wedding photography, event-based photography, bar mitzvah photography, we've really seen women explode. And women have unique challenges and they have unique provisions. So we'll talk about it, and I think this will be a pretty good discussion. It's all women on the panel. They're all professionals, and they're part of the speakers that were here at Depth of Field. Whew, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm in New York City. I'm talking fast. I'm so excited to show you guys the amazing videos that are happening. But first, I'm going to cut to a screen share, and I want to share with you folks the history of portrait photography. We're going to explore portraits and how important portrait photography is. And, just before I begin with this, I want to get very personal. Right next to me in my cabinet of curios, where I keep my books, my camera equipment. This is a photograph of this is from the 1860s, and this is Brommer. This is one of my ancestors. It's a Cardavis, and I just want to say that when you make a portrait, it is very important because you're preserving somebody for the history. So this print is about 150 years old, and it's pretty precious and pretty amazing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hearing the opening parts of Depth of Field. Let's get into some portraits and let's go exploring portraits. Are you ready? Okay, exploring portraits. From the first portrait to Depth of Field speaker portraits. Okay, I'm a firm believer that you have to know where you've been to know where you're going. So let's just go into a quick history of the portraits. Piero del Francesca is an Italian painter during the Renaissance, and he paints the Duke and Duchess of Urbino, which actually technically was misnamed. It's actually Federico Montefeltro and Battista Sforza. These portraits reside in the Uffizi Museum in Florence, and I've always been stunned when visiting the Uffizi and to check out these portraits. What's stunning about it is the use of the side profile, and evidently the side profile was emulating what you would find on a coin if you were a leader of a country. So the Renaissance, they wanted to project wealth. So having them on the lands that they are the dukes of, lords of, and having them in a side profile was requested of Piero del Francesca. And I like the fact that it's presented in diptych with both of them facing each other. I believe that this is one of the earliest and most stunning portraits ever painted. Moving on to painters, we have to speak about Rembrandt and the Dutch masters of the mid-1600s. This is actually a self-portrait of Rembrandt. Rembrandt actually did over 90 self-portrait paintings during his lifetime, and it tracks his age. He did become an old man. But what's so important about Rembrandt and how it relates to photography is that Rembrandt, much like the Q-tip, actually branded Rembrandt lighting. Yes, that's right. Rembrandt lighting is the light that the Dutch masters used, and we actually refer to it as a lighting technique in photography. It's usually distinguished by a soft side light at a 45-degree angle with a little bit of fill on the dark side, creating a nice angled portrait. that gives an even lighting up to the side of the face and then develops into shadows. Rembrandt lighting is a classic technique that's used, and I'm going to refer back to Rembrandt lighting when I show you some modern photography. Okay, the first portrait. Now let's get into photography itself. Let's stop talking painting. Let's get into first portrait. 1839 in Philadelphia, Robert Cornelius sets up his camera and does a daguerreotype. Now, a daguerreotype is a very slow process, and it takes up anywhere from 10 to 30 seconds, even more, to make the picture. So he stands in his frame and actually gets a great shot of himself. The first portrait, Robert Cornelius. It's just a few short years later, photography becomes, I don't want to say mainstream, but it expands tremendously. Matthew Brady is an advertising photographer based in New York City who, when the Civil War breaks out, stops working in his New York City studio and then goes to cover the American Civil War. He makes this carte de viste portrait of Abraham Lincoln. And I want to say that this is an incredibly significant image in our collectiveness as a country and our art form of photography, because this is the first time that we really get to see a president in photorealistic detail. We have always seen George Washington, early presidents, paintings of them, and paintings can be very subjective. One would argue that there is a certain honesty to photography, and one could also argue that there isn't an honesty to photography. Let's get into the next century, and let's go to Yusuf Karsh. This is known as one of the most famous photographs of the actual 20th century, the most famous portrait. So the story goes is that Yusuf Karsh, who was born in Europe and had moved to I believe Pennsylvania, he was in the Canadian Parliament where Winston Churchill was appealing to North America to join World War II and to get in on the war and help out England, which sounds very interesting. We're repeating history once again. Yusuf Karsh sets his camera up to do the portrait. Mr. Churchill is very antsy. He's angry. He's trying to convince another country to go help his country out in its darkest hour. And Yusuf Karsh steps up to him, removes the cigar from his mouth, gets behind his camera, and makes this portrait of Winston Churchill scowling. It's important because a portrait like this can rally the troops. It can show great strength, and it just shows the what Karsh can do. Now, this would be the 1945 cover of Life magazine. So this is, again, one of the greatest portraits of our last century. We're also going to discuss some of the women photographers that are in here, and one cannot speak of the portrait without talking about Dorothea Lange. Dorothea Lange worked for the government on the FSA project, and she photographed the Great Depression and traveled the country, capturing the horror of the Dust Bowl, the Depression, the migrant workers. This is Migrant Mother, and the name of the I don't have the name of the original Migrant Mother. I'm sorry about that. But this was photographed in 1936 at a pea farm in California. And in this one portrait, it encapsulates so much. It shows the angst of the Depression, the children with their heads away. I want to leave this photograph up on the screen for just a couple of seconds and stop talking so everyone can look at this and just capture the details that are going on. It can bring tears to your eyes, but it is a magnificent portrait. Post-war, we start to move into a happier time for the world in general. And I would like to introduce you to Arnold Newman, who is the father of environmental portraiture. This is Newman's great photograph of Igor Stravinsky in 1946. And Arnold Newman was the first one to start stepping back and working in the environments, or one of the first working in the environments of the subject to further inform the viewer about them. Of course, this image is absolutely stunning because of its composition, its boldness, its lighting. It has everything going for it, and we should all endeavor to do portraits of this magnitude. However, I just want to quote Mr. Newman. even if the subject is not known or is already forgotten, the photograph itself must still excite and interest the viewer. I chose that quote among Newman's many quotes because as photographers working in professional photography, you may not be photographing very famous people, but you got to excite and interest the viewer. You're working for a commoner or you're working for someone famous. We want to do it. Getting into famous photography, George Hurrell of the 1930s was the photographer that is most responsible for the Hollywood glam age, the golden age of Hollywood, the 30s. And George Hurrell, much like Rembrandt, we actually now say Hurrell Hollywood lighting. He's actually been able to trademark that. No, I believe he passed away in 2002, but now we can't trademark that. But notice his light. And I want you also to keep a close eye on this, because we're going to get a little bit back to this when we start to discuss a little bit more modern. But this is the Humphrey Bogart. And we all know that photographing with subjects wearing hats can be very difficult. George Hurrell masters this, but actually adds a signature lighting to it. And these were done with very bright hot lamps. Nowadays, we would be using super modern LED lights, but he was using very large hot lamps to achieve these looks. High contrast, beautiful detail. There are two very important photographers within the portrait world, because these two photographers managed to bridge the gap between portrait, fashion, and fine art. The first I'm going to mention is the legendary Irving Penn. This is a portrait of the great Dadaist Marcel Duchamp. Now, there's a couple of things going on here. First, it is the background is in this corner. The background is devoid of many details except for the scuffs of Irving Penn's his studio. The way the subject is posed and moved, Penn would always have famous famous people he was shooting in his studio get into a corner. So he had a repetitive style of this. He also had another style, and this was very high fashion. And it's pretty amazing work that he's doing here, because once again, we see the background disappear. Up until this point where Penn had been working, we were seeing very complicated backgrounds, but now we see super clean backgrounds. These would be ideal for use of catalogs and also in magazines. Now, the other photographer that works alongside Irving Penn, I'm going to get to in a moment, they kind of developed this clean background at the same time, and that would be Richard Avedon. We'll get to him in a second, but I want to throw a wild card out there. We can't talk about portraits unless we talk about Diane Arbus. Diane Arbus is a New York City photographer, and much has been written about her. There's been movies. Nicole Kidman played her in a movie. I highly recommend looking into Diane Arbus's work. I actually got caught drooling on myself at the Metropolitan Museum of Art for a Diane Arbus retrospective. But Diane Arbus, let's just talk about this portrait. This is a bartender from 1960s. She's got that pouffant hairdo. But when Diane goes into her apartment to photograph her, she finds that funny little toy dog and actually integrates that into the photograph. That wasn't there on that table. Diane Arbus put that in there. Diane Arbus is controlling the environment. She's adding a little bit of humor to it, a little bit of irony to it. Diane Arbus would go on to photograph in mentally ill hospitals. She would also cover, this is a group portrait of in Vineland, New Jersey, of mentally ill children on Halloween. So this is a stunning group portrait, because we've been showing so far the singular portrait, but I want to show Diane Arbus's group portrait so that we can really expand our horizons. Diane Arbus sought out the flaw, a telltale detail that reveals the crack between the way people wish to present themselves and how they are actually seen. Diane Arbus is a very psychological photographer. Incorporating psychology into your photography, I do believe, is a path forward. Now, you may want to be careful about that flaw, but sometimes that flaw can pay off. Think about the great model Cindy Crawford and her, what some would consider a flaw, but actually is a great, her mole was very famous. Okay, we talked before about Richard Avedon. This is the photographer, along with Irving Penn, that was able to bridge the gap between fashion, portrait, commercial, and fine art. Now, I highly recommend that you look through Richard Avedon's work if you're not familiar. He's an amazing portrait photographer. He likes to shoot this way with an 8x10 camera. This is a 3/4 portrait. And instead of choosing models that he shot with, I just wanted to profile two politicos. This is Kissinger, he shot in 75, and then in 1993, a Ronald Reagan. And notice the details and the lighting and just the quality of the shot. And he pays homage to his subjects. He doesn't judge his subjects. He allows them to speak very clearly and plainly. It's not hard being great occasionally. It's difficult to be good consistently. These are the words of Richard Avedon. Let me repeat this for everyone. It's not hard being great occasionally. It's difficult to be good consistently. I think that's incredible wisdom, and we should all hope to be great, but we should absolutely cover consistency and be good. Okay, another significant portrait. This is a portrait that can actually change the world. This is Steve McCurry's Afghan Girl, shot in 1984. What's going on is that Afghanistan is, as always, is a difficult country to stand on its own, and it has Russia once again invading. And Steve McCurry, on assignment for National Geographic, goes and photographs the Afghan girl. It's a stunning portrait. It draws you in. It was on the cover of National Geographic, many magazines, and talked about. And what this one photograph did was, without speaking, it allowed the Afghan girl to actually, her name is Sinbat Gould, to actually speak to you without saying any words. If they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, this one is worth 10,000. Steve McCurry. Now we're getting a little bit into contemporary time, and I want to talk to all of you who are in the WPPI, the Imaging USA, Professional Photographers of America will know the giant that is Monty Zucker. Monty Zucker is a portrait and wedding photographer, very prevalent in the late 70s, the 80s, the 90s, and the 2000s. And when you look at this photograph, this portrait of the two sisters that Monty Zucker shot, I want you to think back to Rembrandt. And look how Rembrandt, in the mid-16th century, affected a photograph 400 years later. Moving right along, we're going to get into the first slide that I'm showing that is from an actual speaker of depth of field. This is Mark Mann. We'll be speaking later on today, I think in the afternoon. Mark Mann photographed Peter Dinklage in 2019. And just take a moment and think about all the portraits you've just seen, and then go back to this one. The strong sense of style, the excellent lighting. Ooh. Going a little overtime for you folks. We're almost done with this presentation. Mark Mann, you're going to see an amazing presentation with him and see his process. And I wanted to include him because I believe that his style puts an indelible mark on where portrait photography is going. Now, I want to speak about myself. I told you a little bit earlier about myself, but I am a portrait photographer. That is what my specialty would be. This was shot in 1997 in Seattle. My goal was to emulate where Irving Penn and Richard Avedon was going, to remove the background, to put my subjects in an emotionally neutral context so that only the subject speaks to you. On the right, you're going to see a photograph of Sparks that I shot in 1996 in Seattle. This was a shoot that we came together and worked out. And then I want to show you, hard to believe, but almost 30 years later, this is Sparks. I brought him over to Mark Mann's studio for Mark Mann to give him the iconic rock star treatment that Sparks deserves. And just want to end this by saying that you want to make your mark in photography. And when you're working with another subject, you want to also collaborate with them, come together in that photograph, the way that Yusuf Karsh pissed off Churchill by pulling the cigar, the way that Sparks was being coached to be a curmudgeon guy as he's the mop boy from The Lusty Lady. He's playing out this role. This is advanced storytelling and where we want to go with portraiture. Okay, so everybody, I want you to strap your cameras on. I want you to take out your phones. I want you to take a picture of you watching Depth of Field, and please share it on Instagram with the hashtag BHDOF. Let's see everybody's shooting situation. I'm going to take a picture of my home studio here. And as pleased to announce to everybody the first announced winner of the Depth of Field Challenge. And this is the winner for Group Portrait. Right after this, we're going to be showing Chiabella James. So let's see.
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
Bioart? What's that?
Bioart is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, the camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at bnh.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Alpha.
They've called us the Hunters of Light.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to Depth of Field. We're sitting here with an amazing photographer that I discovered a couple of months ago when the movie Dune was being hyped. There are many facets to professional photography, yet this woman that's in front of us and is going to be showing you some amazing work has really carved her own niche. Please let me introduce to you folks Chiabella James. Chiabella James is a London and New York City-based photographer. She works in feature film, still cinematography, and she also is an editorial and performance photographer. Her work is quite extensive, and she has some amazing projects that she has worked alongside of. And we're going to be able to show you some of this work and also talk about what makes Chiabella tick and how to get into this amazing industry. Chiabella, welcome to Depth of Field. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Very excited.
I'm very excited. I saw you were doing a talk for a school that we work with that's very influential, the Main Media Workshops, and that's how you kind of came on my radar. And of course, I'm a giant Dune fan, and you were the still photographer on the set of Dune, Denis Villeneuve's recent Dune, not the David Lynch Dune, and you did the still. How did you get started in film?
I joke that it's the family business. My father was a very successful, very respected unit stills photographer. And so I was effectively born into it. I spent my childhood running around after him on set and learning from him without any real concept that what I was living was any different than anybody else. You know, people get into the film industry. I've never been out of it. So it's an interesting dynamic for me, and especially when people ask how to get in. I can certainly tell you how to stay in, but opening that door for me was a family connection.
Did you have a camera when you were following your dad around on set?
I did. I did. I had a very basic little Canon. I was film at the time. It was before the digital age, and I had my very basic little Canon DSLR, and I would run around after him, trying to sort of. I think from very early stage, I learned from him and I watched him and I absorbed that. But it was also, well, if you're shooting that, I'll go shoot that. There was a sense of rebellion in me against just copying him. So I think, you know, on a film set at a young age, there's only so many things that you're allowed to be doing. So I would find my ways to, you know, follow around, find little holes that he couldn't fit into that I could, and sort of found my own viewpoint that way.
And I assume that you traveled as well. There was a lot of locations outside.
Yeah, we were in school, so we basically spent every summer holiday wherever my father was on location. We would go and we would be on that location with him, which again sounds incredibly privileged, but it comes with its own challenges of, you know, while all my friends were at volleyball camp, I was in some remote part of the planet following around the circus that is a film crew. So it's been an interesting upbringing.
Can you care to share some of the films that you were scurrying?
Sure, yeah. I mean, it's, you know, it's all his legendary work on, I think I was about 12. He photographed Saving Private Ryan. So, but again, you know, as a 12-year-old, you don't really understand that you're on a Spielberg set. That doesn't kind of compute until you get a little older and you start to realize what you've been through. And again, I would find any job that I could. So I was handing around sandwiches and helping the craft service team at 12 years old. He photographed Schindler's List when I was about 8. Band of Brothers when I was 15 or 16. So I spent a lot of my life on World War II movie sets. That feels very familiar to me. You know, guns going off and being part of the special effects world, which is also a strange thing when you've grown up with that and now seeing the world that we're in that's very heavily CGI and green screen. Seeing that shift has been interesting as well. But yeah, my childhood was spent on film sets.
Yeah, that's an interview for another time. But I always wonder about when an actor is on location and that informs their character and the scene. And now when you're in essentially a green room with electrodes on you, it's like must be a whole new skill set. Could you imagine Humphrey Bogart walking onto a modern set?
Yeah, I think there are some actors who really do well with that scenario because it leaves more to their own imagination. But I feel for most actors, because I've witnessed what the practical location can do for performance, for the whole, you know, not just for stills. Obviously, for me, that practical visual allows me to present an image without it needing anything added into it or put into the background. But especially for an actor trying to get into that performance, I think being on those locations and being in those practical locations really gives them an essence of where they are and what they're performing. So I think it's important, and I hope post-pandemic doesn't mean that we lose that.
Well, Listen, this is slightly going off topic from our conversation, because I want to talk about you, but I think one of the amazing things about Denise, you said you pronounced it.
Denis, yeah, French. She's French Canadian, so it's Denis.
Is his use of location and CGI? CGI is a second thought. It seems like the location is first and foremost, and then the digital aspect of it comes in. So that's a conversation for another time.
But as you as a fan would know, especially in Dune, something like that, the desert is a character. It's more than just the location that they're in. It is their presence in the film. So yeah, I think absolutely in that essence, it's vital that you actually.
Blade Runner as well. It was it's another. These are sacred canons of a Gen Xer's film love to watch, and this this director happens to have done brilliant jobs with it. If the fans are happy and content, that's key. So, okay, just going back to performance, you got your start in still photography aside from on the sets with your legendary father. You also did performance photography. Tell us. I did.
I rejected film stills. When I came out of university, my father kind of dissuaded me from the freelance film world. For obvious parental reasons, you don't want your child to have to go through that freelance life. It's difficult. So they sort of dissuaded me away from it. And I didn't want to just follow in my father's footsteps. I still had that kind of rebellious, I'm going to do my own thing. And so I went a completely different route. I went the film production route, but my love of photography didn't go away. So I found different outlets for that I could not be dependent on for a living, because I felt like if I was dependent on it for a living, I would start to hate it, because then you have to take certain jobs. You're trying to pay the bills. And I never wanted to hate my camera. I never wanted to not pick up my camera. So I did it just for the love of it. And I did portraiture and editorial, and I would pick and choose what I photographed. And I fell into a group of friends who ran a dance company in Los Angeles. And by the nature of dancers and a photographer, those two worlds came together quite quickly. And I ended up photographing their dance company for about 6 years. And what I found in that was an innate ability, but also it gave me the training that I needed to capture moments, especially in high action, right? So when you're photographing a ballet performance and there's a jump, if you get the image before they're extended or after they're extended, it could be beautiful, but it's no good for them. It's absolutely, nope, never see the light of day. So you really had to nail that moment that even the choreography was perfect. So the timing of that really trained me for what would then eventually become a role on something like Mission Impossible, where, the motorcycle or the punch or that moment, that very specific split second where that moment is an ideal photograph. So that dance work really set me up to be able to prove my chops when the day came in action photography.
Sounds like Henri Cartier-Bresson still rings true, right? It's the decisive moment. Absolutely. What are you shooting with or what are you shooting with currently?
Born and bred a Canon girl, so I have never let go of my Canons. They are still my babies. They still go everywhere with me. So I have the Canon 5Ds, and they've been through battle with me. But this new day and age of silent photography, I started shooting with the Fujis, and they have served me very well. In fact, quite a lot of what you see on Dune was shot on the Fujis. So I have a balance between the two, depending on where, when, and how.
I'm sorry, were you shooting Fuji X system or G system?
Yes, X. The G system is too large for on-set photography. It's great for specials and when you have, a selection of images that is not so broad. But when you're shooting all day, every day on a film set, those files are too big and unnecessarily big. You don't need it for that. So it's not worth the time that they take.
So that's good to hear. I shoot with Fuji as well, and my webcam is an X Pro, and we talked about silence, and I remember in the past, I've been selling cameras for a long time, and back in the day, the blimp. A blimp was what was wrapped around your camera, because these old Nikon Canons with the mirror flopping up and down, they were loud. And let me tell you, Chiabella, as a portrait photographer, I actually like a loud camera, and just recently realized I don't care for these new silent ones when I'm working with a subject. You know, that sound of that pace, that cadence that happens with a camera shooting. Sometimes I find models react to that. However, on a film set where there's a full audio group, probably not appreciated having loud cameras. So,
and hence my mix of bodies and style systems. And I find that when I'm doing the specials and it's me and just a performer alone away from a set, I agree with you. That sound, the Canons come out, or even just putting the Fujis on mechanical shutter. You know, there is something about the energy between you and the person you're photographing that if they can't hear the shutter, there is something lost. They sort of find themselves confused, and they're going, are you even taking these images? Like, what's going on? So there is definitely something visceral about having that sound. But yes, if you're on a film set and there's dialogue, nope, there's no excuse for that sound anymore.
I think that's the tactile and emotional connection between subjects, photographers, this piece of equipment that we have that's trapping the light and allowing it all in there, a romance to it in some ways. But yeah, on the film set, so that must be a big advantage. The mirrorless cameras are
is a huge advantage. I mean, since they've come around, as I said, like the blimp, I do still have mine, but the weight of that when you're shooting 14 hours a day, 6 days a week, sometimes, to be carrying that blimp with that system in it, that's a lot. That's physically a lot. And so to have, and even the blimp, I've had moments with certain actors where they can still hear it. So to have the silent, I absolutely love it when the boom operator or the sound team come up to me and say, "What are you shooting?" I'm not going to hear you, am I? And I'm like, I'm shooting right now. And they love it. So that's helpful.
Let's get right into some of your work, this recent work with Dune, and what's pretty amazing about it. So you're, first off, a film still, how do you describe yourself professionally in the proper language? I always get confused when we talk film and digital and cinematography and the stills. How does that?
So I guess because I come from the old school, I was raised old school. My mentality is still very much old school. For me, when I say film stills, I'm talking about a movie film, because of course, what else would you be shooting on? Nowadays, there is that confusion that people think, "Oh, you're shooting on film?" No, I can't. I would love to, and I do on my own time, but to shoot film on a film set, it doesn't work with the system as it is these days. It's too slow. You don't have the abilities that you have with digital.
Okay, so to further clarify, is the still photographer on a feature film set?
Yes, exactly.
What is your charter? Tell us what your job is, from the posters to the candids.
I suppose if I had to put it in a really small nutshell, then the job description is to sell the movie. That's the first and foremost. There is another element of documentation, but even then, 90% of the time, that documentation, other than for filmmakers for their own personal use, that documentation is also used to sell the movie to the fans, to whoever it is that's at the receiving end of that. It is about selling the product. So at the end of the day, my job role is to sell the film in 2D.
Okay.
So to give you the story, to tease it to you, to tell you what's going on without revealing the plot, without giving you any endings, without giving anything away that wouldn't make you want to go and see it.
And who do you answer to on the film set?
That's a really tricky question. A lot of people. There are different people that you answer to for different things. So you answer to the studio marketing and advertising, because they're the ones using your images to put together a campaign. So you're answering to their needs, but you're also answering to the filmmakers whose vision you're selling. So you have to be able to incorporate both of those things into one. You're also answering to the people that you're photographing, right? So I have to be able to keep happy the people who I'm pointing the camera at. So there is a level of also answering to the cast, the filmmakers, even the crew around you who you're pointing a camera at. So those for me are the kind of the three main people that I answer to on a daily basis.
So when I look at these images, these Dune images, I mean, it's really pretty amazing because you've got the world's greatest stylist, you've got great locations, you've got amazing talent in front of you. It seems like pretty much it's a perfect storm to walk into. Tell us how your skill as a photographer takes those elements that anybody would die to work with. I mean, to have Zdanya styled in front of you in an amazing location would be incredible. But what do you strive to bring above what collectively is brought in front of your lens?
I think, and I don't necessarily set out to do this. It's not a sort of a strategy so much as an innate thing that has always been who I am and how I see what's in front of me. But for me, it's the moments. In the same way that if I have a camera out at a social gathering with friends, there are specific moments that make me go, oh, where's my camera? Let me grab my camera. I want to capture that moment. I want to remember that moment. And so I think I come at the whole process with that feeling. So the moments I'm seeing and going, God, I want to remember that, tend to be the same moments that people love to see. So that ability to find those images is really based on being a fan myself and knowing what I would want to see, what I would want to hold on to, what I would want to, frame and put up on a wall. So that's kind of the innate viewpoint of it. Within that, I guess there's this sort of unspoken list in the back of my head of knowing what those people that I'm answering to need. So if there is a moment in front of me where Zendaya is being styled, but, I can't see who's styling her or it's sort of too dark, then I'll just enjoy that moment for myself. If there's a moment where she's being styled and she's in a key costume and the costumer and the wardrobe designer are all there with her and it's all, on a set and everything's kind of coming together in an image, then I know that that's the moment to pick up my camera and capture that moment.
Okay, now when that happens, this is my biggest question. Do you have a moment of one-on-one where do you get to direct these actors in these film stills, or are you photographing what the director is kind of bringing together?
So in the general sense, no, you're functioning in as an observer, right? It's almost like photojournalism. However, there are some moments that are either just between me and whoever it is that I'm photographing. Might be that everyone else is distracted and there's a moment between us where they are posing for me, or there is something that they know I'm after that they'll give me. And those moments, those are me kind of going, I'll just do this, just let's come over to this doorway for a second. Those moments are minimal compared to the rest, which is very much seeking out imagery around what's happening around me.
So it kind of sounds like those one-on-one moments are organic at best. And if it happens,
absolutely. There are obviously versions of it where, the filmmakers, the marketing team, we know there's something specific we need. Like maybe there's a costume that's going to be revealed. Recently I photographed The Flash, and the 2 or 3 first looks for the film, we very specifically went and photographed the glyphs on the costume. So that was, we took them aside, we lit them, we very specifically set up those shots knowing that they would be used for that. So there are moments where it is very much about stills.
But you still have what's kind of neat is that you've got grip, and you've got everything kind of comes together. You've got a movie team to come together to light your scene.
And that's what I always say, some people talk about stills being a one-man team. And it is, in the sense of you don't really have a department. But when those moments happen, you have a film crew. You're part of a film crew. And so sometimes that film crew is focused on helping a stage be built because they need to be higher up. And that's everybody's focus. Sometimes we need a first look image, and everyone, filmmaker, actor, are all involved in this first look image. The film crew are then involved as well. So it is there. You are really part of the team in that sense.
Can you share your favorite moment on the Dune set?
Oh, do you know what? That project for me and that process was, I cannot say it enough. It was an absolute love fest. The team that came together, the head of departments across the board, are some of the loveliest human beings, as well as being the most creatively talented people I've ever come across. And to have so many people in one production fit that description, it really was a set that was full of respect. It was full of, creative genius. Obviously, we know that already. But there was no ego. It was really, and I pointed to Denis very specifically because, in my opinion, it starts from the top down. And that is the set he creates. That is the tone from day one. And if you're not going to be part of that, then you'll feel unwelcome here. It's really a special place to be. I didn't know that going in. I knew I wanted to photograph a Denis Villeneuve film because I have seen his films. So I knew I was excited in that sense. But, I've worked on plenty of films that have been difficult. And there is, stress and tension and a lot of egos in our industry. And there's a lot of that comes into play, even in between departments sometimes. And so I was prepared for that. I was just excited to photograph something beautiful. And I could never have preempted the experience as a whole. So to give you one moment from that production is really quite challenging, other than to say that from the first day on set, I was made to feel, even as a stills photographer who have a reputation for sort of being the outsider, it's like, oh, stills, what are you doing here? From day one, I was made to feel incredibly welcome and whatever I needed. I guess if I had to specify a moment, it's not necessarily my favorite moment in the whole production, but it serves the purpose of an example. We were on the rocks in Wadi Rum, similar to the ones in the image behind you. And there was a little sort of carved out section high up in the rock that they decided to film an intimate moment between Timothée Chalamet's character and Zendaya's. And so they took a handful of necessary crew, camera, sound, and they were all rigged into these harnesses to get them up the rock so that they could all be around this little tiny cove. There was absolutely no room for me, but I was there, and you could definitely, if you were paying attention, see me looking and trying to find my way in, begging and pleading. And it was made quite clear there isn't going to be space for you, and we don't want to worry about you maybe falling off a rock, or so could you just back away for now? And I the face from me is like, yeah, but that image. So of course I stepped away, and Denis, as I was walking away, went, I promise, we'll give you your own moment up here. Right. I was like, yeah, okay, cool. Okay. And they shot a few takes, they finished the scene. And as they all started to descend back down the rock, Denis turned around, and before Timothée and Zendaya could step off the rock, he caught my eye and he remembered, and he very loudly said, everybody freeze. I promised Chiabella she could come up here and shoot this. And so he absolutely made that happen. And it's that sense of, there is we don't have time for you. That's not important. None of that at all. So I guess that would be a good example of what it's like to work with him on that movie.
Very fortunate. It sounds like an amazing experience, and he sounds like a sweetheart. So that's pretty good. Okay, so thank you so much. You've answered so many of our questions already, but let's get into something. Essentially, you are a consummate professional within this world, and we've had other still photographers. We've had Dennis Kirkland spoke at the 2018 Depth of Field, and he worked on with Cameron on the set of Titanic. So it's like we have a bit of a tradition here at Depth of Field to get photographers of this level in. So let's talk about how somebody who's watching this interview, they may or may not be a Dune fan, and how they would recommend, how you would recommend they get into this industry and how they can become a professional within this field. And you may also want to talk about there is a union, the local 600, which is the
yeah. So I think, obviously, in order to get to a certain level in terms of the projects that you're working on, the profile of the projects that you work on, you do need to be in the union. And to get into the union, a lot of people feel like it's a catch-22 because you have to have the hours, but the hours only come if you're on the job. So it's tricky in that sense, but it is doable, and it does come, and it comes organically. And I was watching an interview with some actors the other day, some of the Oscar-nominated actors this year, and they were talking about how all of them at some point had hit this moment of feeling like it just was never going to happen. And I think the same feeling happens for photographers trying to get into the film industry and into stills. You reach this moment of just complete despair where you think it's just never going to happen. I cannot catch the break. If you can mentally get through that and not let that stop you and just keep going, it will come. I've had plenty of big spaces of time where the work hasn't come and the phone hasn't rang, and I've thought, I'm done. And the second you start to think, okay, maybe I'll give it up, it won't come again. You really have to sort of, you have to want it badly enough to stick it out. So my suggestion to people, and even though I had the door opened for me, in order to get into the room, it's networking. It's the people it is very much putting your face in front of other people, reaching out. I get photographers reaching out to me all the time. As much as I can with the time that I have, I try to respond to them because I get it. We've all been there. And I did the same thing. I reached out to every photographer whose work I admired, and I made relationships and connections. But that won't get you all the way. That might get you in the room. But in order to stay in the room, you really have to be able to prove your chops. And so my advice is to photograph music videos, photograph independent films, find a film school with students who are desperate for photographers who can't afford it, but they'll, happily give somebody the opportunity to photograph their film set. Because once you then do pay off in the networking and you are in the room, if you've got nothing to show, you've lost your moment. Versus you get in the room, you get that split second and you can show them, okay, maybe not a famous face or a high profile job, but a film set is a film set. So if I'm looking at your images of a film set, no matter how small, and I'm going, all right, you got that angle, you've sold me this tiny film, I want to go and see this little film I've never heard of, then I know you can do that on a big project. So my advice is always to get in small, build that portfolio. I also think there's something to be said for working on a set, not necessarily as a photographer. My biggest piece of advice to anybody who's trying to get into film, go and do a job as a runner. You meet every department, you understand every department and how they function, and you get to understand the set, which as then a stills photographer, you have to be aware of that whole process. You have to understand everything that's happening around you, what to photograph, what not to photograph. So for me, having done that production route first, I feel like I have a level of intel into what's happening around me that I wouldn't otherwise have. And I think that's vital.
If I could sum up your advice, which is excellent, when you said never give up, we had a photographer that we used to show here at B&H. He was a street photographer, New York City street photographer, Len Spire, and he would always sign his email signature, never, 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 never give up, Winston Churchill.
Yes, I have that on my desk.
What a great and intrepid quote that is, because it really is true. And then the other thing I would say is that it's an old a lottery ticket advertisement here in the States, and it's you have to be in it to win it. And what you said about getting into the as a runner, even the catering truck, whatever it is, just to get into the gravity of what the film production world is like.
I think you also, and I say this quite often, and it was the fear that I had when I was trying to avoid it, when I was photographing dance and editorial instead. The fear I had was of hating it. And I knew that if I started to hate it, I wouldn't be good at it anymore. And what I have learned and what I have found is that actually I can love and hate this job all at the same time, because I love it so innately. It's such a part of my DNA and who I am and what makes me happy, that even on the worst possible days, I don't want to be anywhere else. So I think if you can hate this job and still love it, you'll be fine.
And also, Chiabella, fear, come on. Fear is the mind killer.
Yeah, exactly. Fear is the mind killer. Well said.
Okay. All right. So this is really wonderful advice. And I just want to talk about your personal work a little bit. And, I noticed one thing. I've been studying you, and I truly do love your photography. Even, your work on with Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible and Dune. Yeah, I mean, I want to say that relatively easy to make me love that work. But obviously, like all of us, you were affected by COVID and our changing world. And you evidently documented it, and you're on a project. And you talked about your COVID relief portrait project.
Yeah, so especially being a unit stills photographer, which has already in the past come up against people saying, well, do we need it? Is it necessary? I think they've tried getting rid of unit stills before for budget cuts, and it didn't go well. So we made it through that shift. And then when COVID hit, a lot of us were wondering, are we going to be the first to go? Are we going to be the first thing that gets cut from having too many people on set or the budget? So I found myself for months really questioning whether my job was done, if I was going to have anything to come back to. Fortunately, it has survived. But at that point in time, I really had to kind of come to terms with that and look at, all right, so I've thrown all of my eggs in this basket. Who am I without that? And I'd very much come to a place of also, alongside that, the timing of it was quite relevant, that I had really started to feel this need to express myself as opposed to my client photography. And unit stills photographers, unfortunately, we sort of get pigeonholed as just unit stills photographers. And there's this assumption that because what we photograph is lit by a DP, designed by a set designer, that we don't have our own creative vision. And in actuality, I think it's a very different niche, and we're simply skilled at that challenge. But of course, we can do any other number of things. And I felt a real need to tap into that for myself. So when COVID hit, it was kind of all of those things came together for me. And, everybody kept saying, oh, you should go out and photograph the empty streets and this moment in time that's happening. And I just remember feeling like, that's not the kind of photographer that I am. That's far too depressing for me right now. I'm not in a place to look at that creatively. I just couldn't. I know a lot of photographers did an amazing job with that. I just couldn't. That's not how I view. And so it took a couple of months for me until I started a portrait series that sort of came about by accident, where I have this series now of people, all walks of life, all colors, all ages, all religions, all backgrounds, and putting on a mask of somebody else's mouth. And by actually wearing the mask, it distorts their face, but also makes you look at them slightly differently and realize the face still fits. So it's this series that has really tapped into how we're all so different, but we're really all still the same, and how we all wear masks, right? So this huge global debate about wearing a mask. It was very much a pun on the hashtag wear a mask. And it doesn't take an opinion. It's not a political photographic series. It's much more about identity, and how the conversation we should be having is the metaphorical mask that we wear, because we all wear that mask. Everybody wears some version of hiding their true selves, and why we do that, and the effect on mental health. So the series that I've started is going to be in a book, and I'm self-publishing it and using it to raise money to support a mental health organization in the UK that helps young people navigate their mental health. And it's called Masquerade, and I'm hoping to have it finished in the next 6 weeks. but it's been a real, to call it a passion project doesn't feel right. It's been eye-opening, heartwarming. The conversations I've had with the people that I've photographed have really shifted my perspective of identity and how we view each other and how we communicate with each other. So yeah, I'm finally tapping into a level of photography that for me is more important than just the image. It really has a purpose in the world, as opposed to photographing movies, which is for entertainment. So.
Well, we wish you tons of luck on this, and also we'll stay in touch. Our viewers can go to Chiabella's website and follow her on Instagram to keep up with this project as it moves along. It sounds really wonderful. And as far as COVID affecting all of us, our theme of last year's Depth of Field, which took place, of course, in 2021 after that 2020, was turning lemons into lemonade, and being able to process through this changed world that we have and come up with new ways to creatively. So that's pretty amazing stuff. And Chiabella, it was really wonderful having you here at Depth of Field and offering you the first full-time feature film still photographer that we've had just talk expressly about that. And I hope that our viewers can take your advice and get into this. And also, I just want to kind of thank you because I didn't know anyone that was on the Dune production crew. Dune was a very important film for me, and we followed it before the pandemic, and we were hoping to see it, and then it got, like so many things, the release date got pushed back, and I have to say it was really a great way to round out 2021, being able to go to the theater and see. I'm glad everybody was able to see that, and I hope a lot of people saw it in IMAX because it's a different experience. Funny that you say that. I had saw the James Bond movie, which was another movie that was held back due to pandemic, and I saw that in IMAX, but then saw Dune in a Dolby theater, which until you hear a Reverend Mother using the voice on you in Dolby sound in a Dolby Pro theater, it's like, take my photograph. You just can't. It really boomed through you. It was an amazing experience, and it was a midnight showing, and there wasn't many people in the theater, even though it was Manhattan, and we all just adored it. So great work. Thank you so much. And we look forward to keeping up with you and your work as you move forward in your career.
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Chiabella.
Welcome to Depth of Field. We're here at the TWA Hotel at JFK Airport. We have a very special guest for you that has arrived yesterday, Mike Colon, who is a Sony Artisan. He's also a celebrity wedding photographer and fashion photographer. He has an amazing career, some really great tips, and he flew in here for a photo shoot. So we're gonna go introduce you to Mike, And then we're gonna talk a little bit about Mike, his history, and share some tips for you guys. And then we're gonna take you behind the scenes to the photo shoot. So let's go find Mike. This is gonna be really cool because Mike is known as a wedding photographer, and he also does fashion. So he kind of lets fashion inform his wedding photography, and also the other way around. Some would say, like, what's wedding fashion? But he works for bridal magazines, he works for designers, and of course he works for the brides on their big day. So it's really a great 360-degree view that he has on the industry. This is like a regular day for Mike, flying into a location, doing the photo shoot, working with the stylist. Okay, hi everyone. We found Mike Colon's room in the TWA Hotel, and now we're sitting with Mike Colon. Welcome to Depth of Field.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, David.
It was a pleasure. Your flight was good. The room is nice.
Yeah, can't complain at all.
Got a big photo shoot planned?
Yes, I'm excited about it.
I can't wait to see the work.
Rooftop, pool.
In February?
Tarmac.
In New York City?
Yeah.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, I'm going to bring my beanie out there for sure.
Okay. Right on. Okay, so Depth of Field is all about empowering photographers, and you have had an amazing career. You're still in the middle of your career. You're a young guy. Tell us how you started in photography.
Okay. I started working for, well, I bought a camera, kind of impulse bought a camera, put it on my credit card. I was in the mall and just was kind of digging the gear. I'm kind of a gear junkie. So I bought a camera, and then I was like, man, I better learn how to use this. I have no idea what I'm doing. So I started taking classes in school, and that kind of one thing led to another. I started getting random photography jobs. I actually started working for a company called Yeri Photography. We shot school, like team sports. This big like senior class photos and football teams and things like that. I got a job with classic photography, which was like a senior portraits, like for sorority fraternity formals and senior class, or what's it called, like senior portraits. You know, you pose.
You did the poses?
Yeah, I
did you do
that.
proms?
No, but they're, I mean, kind of similar. You know, a backdrop and a line of people out, but they're less like prom, more like drunk college students trying to keep them in front of the backdrop.
Herding cats?
Yes, herding kids, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, and then wedding photography, when did that come around?
So a friend of mine introduced me to this wedding photographer in Orange County. His name was Jim Sisko. He was looking for kind of an associate photographer. And so I went and met with him. We kind of hit it off, and he was looking for someone that he could train and start referring overflow work to. Like if he was already booked for the date, he wanted to expand his team a bit. So I would pay him a commission, he would send me work. So so that's kind of how I got into it. Like one summer, he just took me on a bunch of jobs with him, like 10 or 15 weddings, opened my eyes and my mind to the world of weddings, showed me the ropes, like how how a photographer needs to work and the flow and everything, and what different events happen at a wedding. Honestly, before this summer, I think the only wedding I had seen was like a cake reception at my church. Like I had not seen like these extravagant events, so my mind was blown. You know, seeing like a bride spend $1,000 on a bouquet was just mind blowing to me.
Now you're in Southern California, in Orange County. It's affluent, so these weddings are pretty high powered.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Anaheim and kind of the west side, so my circle of friends, I never saw this stuff, but like, yeah, Orange County definitely has some money. That's why I ended up moving my business to Newport Beach and kind of going after more like high end jobs eventually. But weddings are crazy.
It reminds me, at a Depth of Field years ago, Andy Marcus came out and said that his father taught him to shoot. He would rather shoot one wedding for $100,000 than 10 weddings for $10,000.
Yeah,
I was always happy if I could get $1,000 for a wedding, but
exactly. Well, Andy said he hit me up at WPPI like back when I first raised my prices. I jumped up really high in price, and he comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, Mike, be careful what you're doing, because some of my best clients came in at a lower price, and then they could be $100,000 a year client, and they came in at like $5,000 wedding." And so he knows, like, not to limit yourself. But I was kind of doing the opposite. I was like going straight to the top to create a splash, And,
well, it worked.
It caught his attention. I was like, I'm just impressed that Andy knew my name, and he walked up to me and was talking to me. I was like, that's all that I cared about, Like something's working.
A 3-generation New York City wedding photographer. But
yeah.
Your career really supercharged when you started working for the magazine, Wedding Style?
Yeah, I mean, I was just, I did the whole grind thing. I worked a lot of weddings. I kind of worked my way up. I was on kind of like, I kept increasing my prices. Wedding Style magazine was huge for me, though. I think one of the best choices I ever made, and it was a little bit lucky. But I started advertising in different magazines in Orange County, and I always wanted to advertise in Grace Ramon Wedding Style. That was my favorite magazine. I looked at it, I admired it. It had the vibe that I liked. Big format, high quality paper, black and white photos, very like real weddings, a lot of real weddings, and very high end stuff. And so I was like, someday I want to put an ad in that magazine. Someday I hope I can afford to put an ad in that magazine. But of course, it was like, I don't know, $15,000 for a page, and I was, paying $3,200 at Modern Bride or whatever. So I was thinking I better maybe submit work. So that's kind of how I got in. I started submitting my work, submitting real weddings. And one day Grace called me up after I submitted this one wedding, and she was like, Mike, I never heard of you. I don't know why, because I like this wedding, I like this work, but I want to see more of your work. And that was kind of the beginning of it. And then she featured one of my weddings. I ended up like advertising on the next issue. And credit card, put it on my credit card. I'm like, this will eventually pay for itself. But that was my kickoff relationship with her. And then I ended up hiring a publicist who was actually her West Coast editor. So that was like kind of lucky. The publicist actually hit me up, Rita Hermes. She hit me up and was like, hey, Mike, I would love to have you as one of my clients. And I saw her credit in the magazine as West Coast editor. And this is like the magazine that I wanted to kind of put all my eggs into that basket. It was the one wedding magazine that I thought was exactly my target market.
It was very bold, hiring a publicist.
Yeah, and she wasn't cheap, and it was kind of like, it's like hiring someone to get you to submit more, and to also someone with connections, someone that what really like the connection I wanted was Grace Ramon, but she also connected me with like some of the top wedding planners, like Ava Carol Brown. I did a bunch of celebrity weddings with her. So like Rita just like had connections. She'd been around longer than me, and she knew the right people, and she liked my work, and it was like a good fit for me, and I was very fortunate.
You invested in getting your name out there and getting your work out there to attract clients.
Yeah.
And you did spend quite a bit of money on that.
Yeah, I did.
Is there a ratio that you would recommend a new photographer who's just starting?
That's a tough one. I think that I've always thought you have to spend money to make money, and like, or at least if you can justify, if you spend some money, like on say an ad or something, if you can make back at least some people say you have to make back 10 times your money or it's not worth. And I'm thinking like, if I can make back 1 times my money, if I can just get my money back from that ad, then my name got out there. Whatever people saw, whoever saw my name in that ad, that's a win. So I always thought like, if I book 1 wedding or 2 weddings, that'll pay for that. Mm-hmm. And so I kind of gauged everything on that. Like, I really thought that this was going to do well for me. I would say like, well, all I need to do is book 2 weddings I wouldn't have normally booked. It'll pay for it, and then
it's a good way to justify.
But you can keep doing. You can keep doing that, and get into trouble too. So, yeah, I don't know. I used to tell people like, put it on your credit card. Do like just like get in over your head and swim to the top. That was my philosophy. But that was kind of what I had to do. I had no money, so I would just use credit to do these things. But it ended up, working. I was making wise choices. Maybe not the wisest financial choice, but that was my only option.
You were
high interest rate credit cards.
You were building a foundation.
Yeah.
It was an investment.
It was.
I mean, the way people pay for a college investment.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Right?
Honestly, if I was to go back and do it over again, I think that the most valuable and actually the cheapest way was the network that I developed, and that was more like meeting the right photographers that I admired, people that I liked their work and they were successful, and investing in time with them, investing in buying them lunch, picking their brain, befriending them, like offering to help them out on a shoot or whatever, but I mean, a lot of photographers.
So they weren't your competition; they were your network.
I mean, those guys when I was hitting them up, they didn't consider me competition because I was lower price point. I was just starting out. I was just like hungry for information. So I would like Becker was one of the guys, and I took him to PF Chang's. He's like, I heard it was his favorite place to eat. He just wanted some lettuce wraps and some crab wontons, you know? And so I took him to PF Chang's, and the guy like was so generous with information, just taught me so much, inspired me. He was the guy who actually inspired me to pursue my style of photography versus I was shooting medium format, and he was like, you could shoot all 35. And I was like, what? I could shoot 35, you know? So, but then he would like refer me work, you know, like eventually through building that relationship, he trusted me enough where he can refer me work. Like he would refer me his overflow work. And then if I had a double book, you know, I would refer it back to him. So that's, I think, the best investment. Advertising is awesome. Nowadays, it's kind of different. Like I was doing magazines and stuff back then.
So I know we have our models in the wedding dresses showing up very soon. Just want to ask you, talking about equipment, you've been doing this for a while. So you've had medium format film cameras, 35 millimeter film cameras, digital cameras, and now you're a Sony Artisan, and you're using very good equipment with very good lenses.
The best, yeah.
Tell me how this has changed you and how you nail your shots with this high-end equipment from Sony.
I think Sony was a huge game changer for me. I think that mirrorless, Sony was kind of the one to pioneer mirrorless in our industry, and I think mirrorless was the next best thing since film went digital. It was the next like crazy thing in photography. Like nothing really was exciting or different until Sony came along again with the mirrorless stuff. And the mirrorless stuff, just like, I think the reason it's such a game changer for me was just the confidence it brings me, like when I can see what I'm going to get before I shoot.
It's kind of nice.
You know? Yeah.
Exposure compensation in real-time mirrorless is like a godsend.
Exactly. Like if it looks right in your viewfinder, you know the photo's going to look exactly like that. So it's just confidence builder, time saver, not to mention, obviously, like I think probably my favorite feature that the Sony offers is the incredible autofocus system, which like the eye autofocus, how it'll lock onto the closest eye. It'll pick the closest eye, lock onto it, and track it. So, you know, I no longer have to manhandle my focus selector, moving that thing all around the frame, missing shots, having my focus jump to the background. It just locks onto my subject's eye. Could be a runway model from the back of the runway all the way to the front. I can get creative with my composition, whatever I want, and I know every shot's gonna be sharp. And that was the game changer for me, honestly. Like when Sony just nailed the autofocus system, like that, it almost makes it too easy.
What's your favorite Sony lens? What's your go-to lens?
I'm in love with the 50-1.2. I also love the 85-1.4. Like those two lenses, those two primes are my favorite. I have so many favorites, but
you shoot wide open a lot.
I shoot, yeah. I love that, you know, just really buttery backgrounds, like shallow depth of field. I love pulling my subject off the background with depth of field. The name of the event.
There you go.
Yeah.
There was a reason for that.
Yeah, okay.
We thought about that. Okay, so my last question for you is going to be, you're a wedding photographer, and you also throw fashion in, and then wedding fashion. Just talk about what are the opportunities that these different types of permutations of wedding photography, because I'm used to just dealing with the family, the bride, and that's it. But now you're wedding fashion.
Yeah, I mean, wedding fashion is kind of like it's a fun place to be because you're kind of set up for success and set up for great portfolio. You have, you know, like stylist, model, hair, makeup, everything's right, everything works. Sometimes you get to really choose your location, time of day. Weddings are completely different. You just kind of, whatever's thrown at you, you have to nail,
Sure.
you know? So, yeah.
Who were you working for when it's fashion? The designer or a catalog, or are you shooting
So
a
it started
collection?
out with Wedding Style magazine. It started out shooting runway, and I was working for the magazine, and basically it is editorial work. And then through working every single high-end fashion gown designers shows, I obviously made connections, and I started shooting in BTS. Like I'd be backstage while everyone's getting ready and just like shooting a bunch of cool black and whites. That was one thing that was awesome with Wedding Style magazine. I was shooting runway from the pit like everybody else, and we were just getting bored. Like I was getting bored, Wedding Style was getting bored, kind of, it was all the same stuff and every photographer had it. So we stepped outside of that and started shooting more like off angle, black and white, low, high. I wouldn't sit in the pit. I could have front and center in the pit almost every show because of the connections the magazine had, but I chose to be off center, like getting the crowd in the background, like from a different angle. I chose to be backstage, even shooting towards the pit sometimes, and I would come up with these black and white images that were more interesting to me because I was so bored. I just didn't want to have the same shot as everyone else, And that led to a lot of these designers noticing me and hiring me to do their BTS stuff, which led to, you know, me getting campaign work, social media campaigns, magazine campaigns, working with the designers themselves, you know, working with these gown designers.
Good thinking. Thinking on your feet fast, doing something the other photographers aren't doing, getting a different angle.
Yeah, just trying to do something
Black
that you
and
haven't
white.
seen before, for sure.
All right, right on. Okay, so we got our model coming up, but I know that you're going to talk to us a little bit about being behind the lens.
For sure, yeah. So I can get right into that.
I did that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mike Cologne, Sony Artisan, and a professional wedding photographer and wedding fashion photographer. Thanks.
David.
See you later in the show.
I like how you say my name too.
I like that.
Cologne.
Yeah, I like that. I have an Italian wife. She told me how to speak,
Nice.
speak smoothly. Okay, thanks so much.
All right. We were out there all day on this awesome photo shoot with our model Mimi. We got like all through the hotel. We were on the tarmac with a cool TWA like retro airplane. We did some shots inside. I got to shoot in the cockpit, which I wasn't supposed to, but I took down the little rope and signed. Got to shoot in there. We even got the help of a couple of the bellboys to like be in the shots and model for us. I had them like checking out the model and helping her off the airplane. It was a lot of fun. Those guys were super cool. We got to shoot like in the lobby. I was just really looking for good light, and when I didn't have good light, I was looking for, or I was creating light with a reflector or with a fill video light. But yeah, it was a good time, and I have a little presentation for you. I'm going to talk about my shooting philosophy and just go into a lot of details about how I shoot, what I'm thinking, and what it's like to be behind the lens for me. All right, so let's get right into it. My shooting philosophy is 3 things. Real is better than perfect, raw is better than polished, and unique is better than repeatable. So let me explain what I'm talking about. So real is better than perfect, that's the first one. I'm a big fan of reality. I just think that it's more interesting. I'm not a super big fan of fantasy, of creating, posing, all those things. For example, like I like reality TV over like, a fiction show. I like documentaries usually, or movies that are more realistic as opposed to like fantasy or science fiction. That's just kind of who I am. I like real. I think that there's enough interesting things in the real world to focus on. So in my work, this is just my opinion, my taste, I personally like my work to have this kind of real feel. And you can get into perfectionism. I'm also kind of a perfectionist, and so I find myself a lot of times struggling. It's kind of like this inner struggle, this battle between perfectionism and like letting it be real, letting it be what it is. And this comes down to like all kinds of stuff. It comes down to what lens I'm using. It comes down to my camera settings. It comes down to like directing and maybe coaching the model. It comes down to how I'm posing them. But I'm leaning towards, in most of the situations, I'm leaning towards real over perfect. One of the things that kind of backs up my theory on why that I actually believe that real is better than perfect. When I first started wedding photography, I was shooting film, and I was shooting medium format, and I was shooting 35 millimeter. The medium format stuff was more posed. It was like the camera was slow, it was manual focus, so I had to slow down and stop the action and set it up. Sometimes I'd have a backdrop, sometimes I'd have lighting, and I'd do these portraits of the bride and groom. And then the 35 millimeter stuff was all candid. It was just like a lot of black and white, a lot of dance floor stuff, a lot of just candid. Even during the ceremony, I'd grab it with a long lens and get more like paparazzi looking, photojournalistic type images. And when I'd get the film back from the lab, the medium format stuff I would set aside. It was almost like I didn't care about it. Like I already knew what I was gonna get. I wasn't super excited to open up the package and see what shots I got. I already knew. I posed it, I knew it. I've manually focused and shot the image. So that stuff wasn't as exciting to me. what I was excited for was the 35 millimeter. It was like Christmas. I couldn't wait to see those. I couldn't wait to see the real moments that I captured, to see the magic that just maybe I got lucky, maybe I got this amazing image, or that image that I was going for that I thought I captured, I wanted to see if I actually captured it. And so I just leaned towards that. And then eventually I went all 35 millimeter because I liked shooting more real moments, more photojournalistic. I wasn't into like all the crazy poses, all the fancy poses. I was just into kind of capturing reality and letting the story unfold and just documenting. So that's just my taste. That's what I love. And so that's kind of part of my shooting philosophy. Real is better than perfect. So like today when I was shooting, you would see me, coaching her on some of the poses and having her do retake after retake. And you could do that in a fashion shoot. You could even do that with your model, with your bride, at a wedding. Obviously at a wedding, you got to move quick, right? So you don't have as much time. But with Mimi, I just noticed like sometimes I would direct her, or sometimes I would pose her, and it would just look or feel kind of posed or directed. And so I would do a retake, and I might tell her something different. I might, instead of telling her, move your leg this way, I would say, hey, this is what I'm going for. I'm looking for shape in your body. I'm looking for an S-curve in the dress. I want to break up these straight lines of this doorway that's framing you, like the elevator, for example. The doorway that's very straight. I wanted to get the gold doors closing and the straight door framing her, but I wanted her body to break up those lines and to create an S-curve through the lines. So I would give her that idea. Give her, like, kind of tip her off on what I'm going for. Instead of telling her how to move her body, I would just say, this is what I'm going for. I want to S-curve with your body. So let the gown flow this way. And then what I noticed is like it kind of fell together naturally. She would do that. But the other thing is when it comes to like getting something more authentic and real, it's better, I found it's better to, instead of micromanaging their pose, it's so much better to give them an idea, to put something in their head, make them an actor, and let them let their body do what it will with the idea in their head. Let their face say what it will with the idea they have in their head. You can't really like pose a face, right? You can pose a body, but sometimes it looks rigid in pose. You can't even pose a face. So it's better to, in my mind, give them an idea, a thought, a scenario, something to think about that directs them towards what you're going for visually. So the next one is raw is better than polished. And this is kind of along the same lines. When I think of raw, I think about like my editing, my post-processing. So when I'm editing a photo, I try not to do too much to it. I try not to put too strong of a filter on it. I try not to make it look too stylized or artsy, like too far from reality. I try to keep the skin tones pretty natural. Sometimes I'll add grain because I feel like grain gives it a little bit of that gritty kind of film look, which takes it out of a time zone because film is used today and it was used a long time ago. So raw, when I think of a raw image, I think it could have some film grain to it. I try to really just keep it true to what it was and eliminate any distractions. But I'm not trying to add in, like if I'm gonna Photoshop, I might take out something, like take out an exit sign that's glowing red in the background. Or take out something on the floor, an outlet or something that's in the shot. But I'm not going to like over stylize the image, like add too much contrast or smooth out things where it looks photoshopped. I want to keep it authentic and raw. I would rather there be flaws in the image, almost like I would rather there be a flaw in the image just to prove that the image is real. Just like let there be a flaw, let there be a scar. Like why would you remove something that is already there and it's permanent? Like maybe I would take off a blemish, but I would leave a freckle, right? A freckle is like part of the raw image. A blemish is temporary, I could take that off. So I'm thinking keeping it more raw. And almost, it's the idea of embracing what is, not trying to create something that's different, just like allowing it to be beautiful as it is. That's when I think about raw. Raw is better than polished. So the next one is unique is better than repeatable. When I say unique, it is what it sounds like. It's just trying to create an image that I haven't seen before, something that is unique, that is hard to repeat, that is, hasn't been done before. I think about like when I direct a subject or try to pose them too much, my work starts looking like repetitious. Like it starts looking like the same photographer shot these images with different people. And I really don't like that. I don't want to look through all of my shoots from the past year and all of them to look the same. And that's really easy to fall into. We get comfortable, we start doing the same things, and it's really hard to be so creative that we are like, every different shoot coming up with all these new poses and all these new things to do. It's really hard, especially when you're shooting a lot. So what I found is by stepping back and letting, like not posing, like not directing, not interjecting too much, being a little bit more hands-off. Of course, getting in there when I need to set myself up, but just the more hands-off I am, the better I find the results. Unique is better than repeatable. So I think of a repeatable image as something that I've contrived or I've posed or I've directed. I think of like a unique image as something that just happened and I was there to capture it. And I think that's what I fell in love with when I first started photography was the idea of capturing a moment in time. Now, if I was to create that moment in time and then take a picture of it, then that's repeatable. I can create that again and again and again and again. But if I was just there, something was happening and I captured it, to me, that's like a moment in time that's unique, that no one else can have. And I think that's the special thing about being a photographer. It's like you get to preserve a moment in time that nobody else can. You were the only one there, You were the one that was lucky enough to be there, and you capture that moment, and it's yours forever. It's kind of cool. It's one of the coolest things about photography. So unique is what I'm going for. Another way to make sure your work is unique is just to simply find more of an exclusive location. Like we're at the TWA hotel, and you would think that like a hotel like this wouldn't just give you access to everything, but they did. They just let us shoot. I mean, we have B&H involved and Sony involved and things like that, but you would just be shocked at what people will say. They'll say yes sometimes when you may not have asked because you're afraid they'd say no. Like we asked the bellboys if they would want to be in the shots and if they would even sign model releases, and they were down. They just wanted to do it. They were so into it. So like you never know until you ask, and to be able to like find a location like, for example, the cockpit of the airplane, that probably most photographers wouldn't shoot in or wouldn't think it was allowed. We were able to get in there and take some really cool shots that were very unique. She was in this like retro airplane cockpit, and those I'm really excited to see those. One of the things that I like, these are tips on how to kind of keep your stuff believable and authentic. One of them is shooting reactive versus proactive. So when I say that, I got that from Dennis Reggie. He's one of the guys that I studied, an awesome photographer. He's a photographer for like the Kennedy's weddings and just done so many high-end weddings with people with like a lot of taste, sophistication. So I learned this from him, and I actually kind of adopted it as into my language and into my ideas when I'm shooting. But reactive versus proactive is like you're reacting to what's happening in the shot versus making things happen in the shot. Some people say like, you don't take a photo, you make a photo. But I'm kind of the other camp. I'm like Dennis Reggie. I like to just react. I like to sit back and find things. And that even translates into like what we did today, like fashion photography, or like a model bride where I have the opportunity and the time to direct, but I'm still trying to react to what I see and lining things up and letting her move and just trying to kind of react to my environment and finding new little locations. Like we found like a luggage train car thing, and we put her over there, and then she jumped on the front of it and was like driving it, and then we like, I saw some lights as we were passing by, and I was like, oh, those look kind of cool flaring behind her dress, and so we photographed her in front of the lights. And so I'm trying to react to my environment, to things that I think are cool and look good. Sometimes I'm recreating, like I see her walk by something, and I'm like, that was cool. So can you walk by that again? So in a way, I'm proactive there, but it's still reactive. I'm reacting to something I saw that I liked. I'm getting ideas that way. The main thing that I try to go with is stand back and react and just absorb and let the finger go when you see something you like, versus stepping in and posing and contriving. I feel like that just ends up looking a little stale. So the other thing, another tip is subtle and effortless. So when I'm in there and I have to kind of pose or direct, I try to keep the poses very subtle. I don't want them looking too contorted or posy. You know, I don't want them to look like a model. I prefer them to look like just a regular person that happens to be pretty, you know. I think that subtle is kind of like confident, and subtle is just like, I am what I am, and I'm beautiful on my own. I don't have to make myself beautiful, and I think that's attractive. I think that that's, you know, something I try to work into my shoots. Just be subtle and let the poses be like effortless. Confident and comfortable. I think the model should be confident, or your bride should be confident. Whoever you're photographing in front of your lens, it's your job to make them feel comfortable, which also makes them feel confident, to build them up. Like with Mimi today, I remember specifically saying, Mimi, you look gorgeous, or you look beautiful today. I say that because it's true, but I also say it because she needs to hear it. That builds her confidence, that makes her feel better about herself. I mean, she doesn't have a mirror in front of her. She can't see herself all day long. I'm her mirror. So it's my job to build her confidence. I think the best photographers make people feel comfortable in front of the lens. Like as a photographer, have you ever had someone taking your picture and they're just like, smile, you know? And you're just like, make me smile. I don't want a fake smile. Make me smile. It's like your job, I think, to make people feel confident and comfortable. One of the ways I do that is to show images on the back of the camera. So if I nail a shot, I really like it, I think she looks amazing in it, or I think it's really cool, to build her confidence in what she's doing as my partner in the shoot, I'll show the back of the camera. And of course, I'll try to pick a shot that I think she would like, you know, but I'll show it to her, and hopefully she loves it and it makes her like super confident. It could backfire maybe if she doesn't like the shot, but yeah, try to pick a shot that you think she would like. One more thing to keep in mind when I'm shooting to make my images believable and authentic is just less evidence of me in the shoot. That could pertain to lighting. So like if I had a giant strobe hitting her from the side that there's no window around or anything, it just looks like artificial light hitting her, I think that brings more attention to me, the photographer, and less attention to my subject. So if I'm hitting someone with any kind of artificial light, like I'm introducing light into the scene, I'm trying to position it near a window so that it looks like it could come from the window. I'm also trying to make it very subtle. Like today I used a lot of modeling light instead of the strobe. I don't think I even used the strobe once. The modeling light kicked in enough because I just wanted that, I wanted to overpower the ambient light in the room that was putting a weird color on her face. But any more than that was too much. So I just wanted enough to overpower that light to give her good, clean skin tones, but not so much where it looked like the lighting was so obvious, like you blasted her with some artificial light. Again, that brings attention to the photographer, to the setup, and less attention to her, the subject. I like to go for genuine emotion. So instead of telling the bride to smile, I might have to say a joke or to make her laugh, or, you know, I can tell her to laugh, but laughing looks like a genuine smile. If I tell her to smile, I don't know, like models are good at it, so you can kind of tell any model to, or most models to smile and it'll look natural, but they're just good at it. But with your real brides, man, you better have some jokes up your sleeve, some dad jokes or photographer jokes or whatever. Genuine emotion, like just try to like, well, the best genuine emotion is when people are interacting with each other. You get a bride and groom together, let them interact, like let them forget about you, back off, let them forget about you. Go with that. I like using a telephoto lens for that. Like sitting back until they forget about me. A lot of times when I'm doing an engagement session, I'll be on a beach, I'll sit them in a good spot, set myself up for success, and I'll back way the heck up and wait until something cool happens. And I'll be just clicking away, and they'll eventually forget about me and they'll start doing something. If they don't and they can't get over it, I might throw some ideas at them to get them to laugh. Hey, whisper something in her ear, you know, like, what are you know, just things that kind of break the ice. But I'm going for genuine emotion. When the subject is unaware of the camera, I think those are the most genuine images. And so sometimes, like, models are really good at almost pretending no one, like they could be looking into a lens, but they're looking through the lens. Like kind of like how right now I'm looking through the lens at you. If, I don't know, there's a different look. It's like a model could look through the lens, whereas someone that's uncomfortable in front of the camera just sees the lens and it's like a reflection of themselves. So there's like two different types of looking into a lens. So you can have a very camera unaware look if they're looking into the lens, if, I don't know, they can forget about the lens for a minute and look through the lens at you or at the photographer. The idea is to not make it look like they're thinking about the camera or the photographer or themselves. They're just living. That's the idea. So I'm really going for that like camera unaware look. The next one was unique, new, fresh. Now here's some tips to keep things unique and new and fresh. What everyone else is doing, do something different. I talked a little bit about that in the interview, just talking about how when I shoot for Grace Sermon and shoot the runway stuff, everyone was in the pit shooting down the runway, and I'm like, I got to do something different. All these shots have been done before, they're being done right now. They all look the same. So I got off camera, I went backstage, I shot towards the pit. I'd use all the lighting from the pit as my backlight and got some really cool dramatic looking images. Everyone's shooting color, I might be shooting black and white. I'm just looking for what everyone else is doing, and I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm intentionally avoiding any images that feel or seem cliche. I just, if I could think of that image, it's been done too many times before. Like if you're shooting in a certain location and you've seen a bunch of images online that look a certain way, don't do any of those. Don't go online to get ideas of what to do. Go online to get ideas of what not to do. Go there to see what's out there and what's the main thing that's being done, and then take a different perspective. You have to do something different. It's so important. Another tip is to be kind of random. Sometimes it's just good to be random. Just let the model be random, or you be random, or anything that comes to mind. Be funny, silly, random. Sometimes it's cheesy and it looks dumb, but sometimes it actually leads to something else that looks cool. Sometimes it sparks another idea. Just don't be afraid to be random. Don't be afraid to throw ideas out there. Let your subject throw some ideas out there. Let your assistant standing next to you throw some ideas out there. Ask, just be inviting for ideas, new things, and let the model know that she's the boss. Or let your bride know she can be herself, and you're going to capture it. Getting into the clean, simple. I'm a big fan of just clean and simple images. Neutral colors, fewer colors. Most of my work, I don't know if you can put together a collection of my work and look at it on a grid with a bunch of thumbnails, you'll notice that there's fewer colors than probably if you just Googled something else. I feel like I intentionally gravitate towards fewer colors. Neutrals, muted colors, soft skin tones, earth tones, just more mutal and subtle colors. That's just me. It's my taste, my opinion. It's just cleaner and simpler. It's it's not as busy. I feel like there's enough competition. The subject has enough competition, especially for wedding photographers. There's so much going on in the background. If I can isolate my subject and even the colors that I choose as a background, or what I choose to compose, what I choose to zoom in on, or if I have negative space, which angle I'm at. Am I picking a clean background with negative space, or am I pointing it with a bunch of clutter or a bunch of random colors that maybe would even clash with my subject? I'm paying attention to these things. I'm really intentional about which colors I shoot. Shallow depth of field is a big one. I like shooting wide open. I like really shallow depth of field. I just like it because it tends to simplify my image. It tends to pull my subject out, my subject's sharp, the background just kind of blurs away. And any distractions, any things that's in the background that might pull your attention away from the subject just kind of blends together. It all blurs together. So I'm a big fan of shallow depth. Obviously, there's sometimes where you need more sharpness, or you want to show the scene, you want to show the background, stop down for that. But for the most part, I would say 80 to 90% of my work is really shallow depth of field. Clean lines is another big one, looking for lines. Like today, for example, I remember shooting in front of the flight schedules that were, in that red carpet area with the windows in the background and the airplane in the background. And I remember I was trying to figure out how to get that oval sign, where that should be. Should it be above her head? Should it be cutting through her hair? Should it be cutting through her neck or her body? I was just playing with it, but I was looking at those lines, and I wanted to make sure those lines were not going to be distracting, cutting somewhere they shouldn't cut. I'm looking at all the lines of the floor. I'm trying to get symmetry, because anything that's not symmetrical or anything that looks kind of off or cuts through a weird place is a distracting line. I want a clean, simple line, and I want the leading lines are important too. Where those leading lines are leading. So clean lines are super important. In the hallway was a perfect example of that. I was being very specific about the leading lines and how those lines led to the model. I remember there was this little halo effect because there was a bright spot behind her head that kind of framed her neck area, and I was playing around until I found something that felt natural and felt cool. It looked like a little halo around her, and there's even the shadow that kind of framed her even more. and then there's all these leading lines. So I was figuring out where those looked the most comfortable and natural and had the most impact. And so I was having to be very specific. I remember having her walk, and she was kind of walking back and forth, and like a model would walk sometimes to show the hips and everything. And I had her more walk in a straight line, so I can keep the composition so specific to make sure those lines look very clean and in the right spot. This all kind of plays into like that clean, simple thing. And the last one is like soft light. I think soft light, low contrast, is a little cleaner and simpler for my taste. I feel like I typically, if I'm going to use any kind of artificial lighting, it's usually not very specular. It's usually a large softbox. Something, the larger and closer I get to my subject, to me, the more natural and the more like subtle, soft, and clean everything looks. Hard light creates shadows. Shadows create contrast. Contrast sometimes looks busy or distracting. So clean and simple. Okay, so technically sound would be the next one. My subject, I want it to be sharp. I want my subject to be sharp. And if you're shooting wide open apertures, shallow depth of field for that clean look, then you want to make sure you nailed it on the eyes. That means the closest eye to the camera should be sharp. Yeah, you just have to make sure that you're in focus. I think that if you're out of focus, it's technically wrong, especially if you back focus, like say you're focused on the ears. I mean, I've published images and shared my work where there was a mistake because I love the image so much. Again, it comes down to the real versus perfect thing. So sometimes you opt for an imperfect image or a technically unsound image because you just love it so much. But if you can obviously bring something technical together, like something like an amazing moment, a real moment, and the eyes are sharp, that's way better. So subject is sharp, details in the highlights in the gown or anything white preserved. Like you don't want to be blowing out the gown. I remember when I was at a Gary Fong workshop, and I was so proud of this portfolio. I gave him my portfolio to look at, and he was flipping through it, and he handed it back. He's like, Mike, you know, like your work would be really good. Like this would be a really good album if you didn't blow out all your highlights. And I was like horrified, right? I just remember like, I didn't even know, I didn't even realize. And so if you're a new photographer, that's one of the things you could look at. Look at the highlights in the dresses. Are they just pure white, like a white blob? Or do you see the detail? Do you see the lace? Do you see every little detail of that dress? And start paying attention to that. You want your images to be technically sound. Like he was like, you captured all these great moments, but technically, you know, you're lacking there. Another one is accurate skin tones. I think making sure skin tones look good is, man, that's one of the challenges of being a portrait and wedding photographer. You're in so many different lighting situations, trying to get good light. Just try to get daylight, some neutral daylight balanced light on your subject as the main light source. And again, if it could be big and soft, even better. But accurate skin tones are huge. Attractive light on the face. And you're not always gonna get this, and again, real over perfect, but if you can, you know, if you have any kind of control over it, try to get the angle at the light at the right angle to make it attractive on the face. One quick tip would be Rembrandt style lighting, like you're shooting with the light maybe at 45 or even a little past 45, and you're on the more shaded side, but the light is catching both eyes, and you have like a little triangle of light here, where the shadow of the nose meets the shadow from the cheek. That's a very flattering light. If you're in hard light, you can even use that. If you're in like sunlight or direct light, you can use that light. Soft light is even better, because then you don't have to deal with it as much. It's just that the light is at this angle. It's flattering. The more you get to the side, the more interesting it is, kind of split lighting. The more you get to the front, the more flattering and soft it is. So there's a balance, and sometimes you backlight them. Sometimes you try to find, you know, like an area where you can get some light coming in the front, and they're strongly backlit, and that makes it a little more dramatic. But the idea is your lighting is attractive on their face. It's not just like horrible, like creating weird hard shadows. Again, there's always the exception, real over perfect. I have a lot of images where there's like raccoon eyes on the model, and you know, it's maybe not the most attractive lighting for them, but the vibe of the image is so cool. So when I was shooting in the cockpit of the airplane, I remember David was in there crammed in the corner on the side with this giant light. We couldn't fit the whole softbox in there, so I had him bring like the reflector in there, which is more of a diffuser, is a white diffuser, and I had him pull the light as far away from the diffuser as he can. He didn't have much space, but just to create some soft light, and I kept having to like try to get that angle of light to look good on her face, and he was I couldn't have him in the frame, so he was kind of like, we had him stuck on the side, but we did the best we can. And I was paying attention to the light on her face. I wanted to make sure it was, good white daylight on her face, because there were so many weird other lights in there. But I also want to make sure the angle of light was right on her face that looked attractive. So a lot of times, especially as a wedding photographer, or if you're on location, fashion photographer, whatever, you're dealing with backgrounds, you're dealing with distractions in the background. We had, like, for example, at the pool when we were shooting, there was a bunch of people in the pool, and we were like, I don't have time to look at each one of them, make sure they're going to go with the whole theme of my shoot. So it's better to get them out of the shot. Plus, I like simple, clean images. I think they're more impactful. I wanted the model just with the pool behind her, right? And then I was also looking at things on the ground. I was like, okay, well, there's this sign on the ground. There's a TWA logo in the pool, and like I had her right in front of it. I wanted her standing on it with bare feet, but then we couldn't get the dress wet. It was a silk dress, and we didn't want to destroy it. It was like $8,000. So we moved her in front of it, but then when I moved her in front of it, I could see the TWA logo sticking out the sides of her dress. And I was like, okay, that's distracting. So I moved her down to the side. But then I had to move a bunch of chairs and everything, and people's shoes and towels and everything. So getting the clutter out, right? And then when I was shooting, I just remember there's people here, and then if I went over to this angle, there'd be people over here. So it's just managing. Sometimes you've got to move fast. It's cold outside. The model wants to get back where she can get warm. So you have to move fast, but you still got to pay attention to everything. You got to pay attention to distractions. And to me, like, there was a lot of clutter in that. I'm probably gonna have to Photoshop some stuff. I'm gonna have to crop in on some of the images. But that's fine. Like, it is what it is. You can't always get everything perfect, but the closest you can get to perfect in camera saves you a lot of time later, and it could just make a great image versus like an image that's unusable. The next thing I want to talk about is mood and vibe. I tend to, we talked a little bit about lighting and the direction of lighting. I think mood and vibe comes a lot from lighting, directional light. So I think of a moody image or a vibey image. It has a little more directional light, maybe from the side. Maybe the subject is looking this way and the light's coming from this way, and you got a lot of shadows on the other side. So like there'd be, the main light source, which again, I like it usually large and soft, and then maybe some darker shadows. So moody would be more contrasty, a little more shadows. I still try to keep the contrast down a little bit. I might even like make the blacks not so black, like almost like just a bump up from black, just to keep that soft vibe and then not too much contrast, but there's dark shadows, there's less detail there, and then you have like light coming from the side. That's very moody. Again, my edit might be like a flat, kind of soft edit on it. Bring the highlights down a little bit, bring the shadows up a little bit, and it's still got that contrast. Like maybe the blacks are crushed, but then you still bring them up enough where it brings everything into more of like a neutral palette and not so contrasty. A lot of times I'll add a warm filter. So I think of a moody, vibey image as like more warmth to it. I guess you could also go the other direction, go cool to it. So there might be slightly more color put into that image. Again, it's one color. It's like I'm either going warm or cool. But I feel like warmth feels to me like adding some red and taking out some blue. Just a little bit of warmth definitely makes it feel more moody to me. So this hotel actually has a definite mood. I mean, they have music blaring all over the place from like kind of like older, what is it, the 60s or something, 60s vibe going on in this place. Everything is kind of themed, right? So there's definitely a mood to this place, and that goes from the music all the way to like the furniture and the colors and the decor. Like this place has a very strong red theme. Everything's red. It's bright red. And white, like a lot of white, like the walls are white and the carpet's red. So that's a mood and a vibe in and of itself. Like for me, I think of my images, and if I want to kind of like bring all of this what TWA has to offer, bring it into kind of my style or what I think of it as a cool image. I still might kind of mute things just a little bit, maybe bring the reds, just desaturate a hair. Not a lot, I still want to keep it as much true to what I saw, but I try to take away a little of the contrast, maybe a little of the punchiness, a little bit of the saturation, just to kind of bring it all into that kind of clean, smooth color palette. Lastly, like the model's expression or your client's expression, whether it's like very serious or maybe even sad, or like all of these things could kind of lend itself to that mood or vibe, like what they're thinking, get them thinking about something. So lastly, stands the test of time. And I think this is something that I've kind of like tried to make my work be since I first started. It was like, and I remember saying this way back like 20 years ago when I first started, I said, I want my work from today to be cool in 20 years or 30 years. I want someone to look at it and be like, man, that's still cool. Or someone to look at their wedding album and be like, and their kids are saying, man, that's still cool. I would hire that photographer. I want someday, and it's coming soon. I'm actually I'm doing some of these. They're coming up where I'm shooting weddings of children of weddings I shot. It's pretty cool. But not just because their parents like me, but hopefully they like the work too. Like the work stood the test of time. It's timeless. It's cool today and yesterday and today. And I think that's easy to do. I mean, it's easy when you're being more of a documentary style photographer, a photojournalist. Like, things are gonna be dated because of the outfits, because of the cars or whatever's in the shot that kind of dates it. But things could still be cool and timeless if they're captured in a more honest way and not put like stylized so much where it lends itself to a certain genre of photographer, a certain like time frame of photographers. Every photographer was doing that back in the day, like that gets kind of cheesy and brides want something new. But if you're shooting everything more honest, like the skin tones are good, everything's pretty true to how you saw it, and you're being a documentary photographer, all your work's unique, the moment is what's cool. Capturing a moment, that's what's cool, and that's what's gonna stand the test of time. I like to try to make images that I take look old immediately, and I think maybe that kind of lends itself to like, oh, it'll be cool forever. If it looks cool now and it looks old, then when it's actually old, it'll still look cool. I do that with like, maybe adding the film grain, or it could be, a certain style of lens, or trying to avoid certain things in my images, like a car, for example. Like, I don't want that car in my shot because that car specifically says today, like a Tesla or something. I don't know. Like, I just don't want that in my shot. I'd rather have an old car in my shot because now that shot could have been taken today or 50 years ago. So I would opt for a background that looks old, like city backdrops that are older. Like older cities. Like bricks and just cobblestone streets or whatever. I would choose that over something more new or dated. Again, muted colors, I think, lends itself to this. Like getting the colors just all simple and muted, I think lends itself to standing the test of time. And then nature's easy. Like if you bring someone in nature, trees, fields, things like that, it's kind of timeless. And outfits can change everything. I try to like get people away from, any dated logos, things like that, where it would like kind of date things. Yeah, I don't know. If they're wearing Converse, I'm wearing Converse. Converse have been around forever. I don't know, like people still wear them. So I feel like you can wear Converse, yeah, because you don't know how old Converse are. But yeah, I'm trying to stay away from anything that's super dated and trying to like aim or select what I'm shooting as my backdrop, and even like how I'm directing my client to dress and things like that to be a little more timeless, a little less dated. It reminded me of today when the model was putting on the headband, or the stylist was actually asking me if she should wear the headband. So I was thinking like, well, I don't know. Like I'd have to see it first, and I didn't want to mess up her hair. But I knew I liked her hair. I knew that hair, the style that we had, very natural, just kind of beachy down. I knew that was kind of timeless, and I would probably like that for a long time. So I wanted to see when they put the headband on if I thought that was going to date it or just kind of be annoying in any way. And when they put it on, I was like, I kind of like the hair better. I didn't know. I wasn't like super opinionated about it, but I just opted for the time. I opted for something I knew I would like, which was without the headband. And I said, bring the headband along. We'll put it on, and we never did, I don't think. But yeah, I knew I liked the hair, and I knew the hair, simple hair styles are something that's timeless. So it's tempting sometimes to like look at the trends and say, oh, I have to do this, or I have to make my work look like this in order to get hired. And I think it's important just to really stick to what you like, stick to like what turns you on, why you became a photographer, what moves you. Obviously, like, you can't control everything at a wedding. You can't control like what people are wearing at the wedding. And like, say the bride picks a pink dress, for example. You can't really avoid that, or you don't want to make it black and white. That's going to look like mud, So you shoot it. It's your client. You take care of them. You make sure that like what they like is also captured. It's their wedding. It's their album. It's their keepsakes. It's what they're going to see. They got to deal with that later when they're explaining it to their kids. But as far as like, me and what I like I try to bring even the pink dress into like at least the right background and try to make that pink dress pop and make it look right for what it is. And I have nothing against pink dress. That was just an example. But you get the idea. Like, you can't control everything, but all you really can do is stay true to who you are as an artist and what you like. You can't be chasing different trends, and you can't be like super upset when a bride isn't wearing what you like. You just go with the flow, document the best. You can only do the best you can. But again, I try to make things as timeless as possible. Thanks again. I really appreciate you tuning in. You can find me or hit me up on Instagram. It's @MikeCologne. Send me an instant message. I'd love to hear from you and hear your thoughts. If there's any place to leave comments, leave comments. I will read those and try to respond. Thanks again, and thanks to Sony and B&H for putting this event on. Really appreciate it, and take care.
Hey everyone, you guys hear me? Hey everyone, hope you're having an awesome time at Depth of Field. Really sorry about that technical issue we had right when we started off during my presentation. Remember though, the live stream, you can always just scrub back and watch that again. Also, we'll be doing it again tomorrow. Hey, so we've got a great speaker that's lined up next. He's a friend of B&H. We sort of grew with Peter Hurley. Back when I was doing the event space in the B&H Superstore, Peter Hurley was just starting off on the headshots and the headshot crew, and we had him coming in. His enthusiasm, his clear on-point messages, and also the fact that he revolutionized the headshot was all done years ago, and we've had Peter Hurley joining us at many Depth of Field since. Peter Hurley is an amazing individual who is really innovating our industry. Peter Hurley is launching Shabangersville, a metaverse headshot photography community. He's also doing photographic NFTs. Peter Hurley really is ahead of the times. Now, the one thing about having Peter Hurley here so frequently at Depth of Field is that Peter Hurley's messaging is really all about the headshot. That's what he's known for. He's got the headshot crew. He's really specialized in that, and also yacht racing, but we won't go into that. Now, the challenge was Canon said, please sponsor Peter Hurley for Depth of Field. I said, of course, we love Peter Hurley, but what are we going to talk about that we haven't already talked about? So we did something pretty cool. We actually challenged Peter Hurley to do something like this. Anyone can make a headshot with top-of-the-line equipment and beautiful lights, cameras, good-looking models, and whatnot. So we did the challenge. We got Peter Hurley to make equipment with the basic stuff, like the stuff you start out with when you first begin your photography career. And then we asked him to make headshots with the heavy-duty gear that Peter works with, the R5 and the Westcott Flexlight kits. So we could see actually how Peter Hurley handles a basic camera or an advanced camera, basic lights and advanced lights. This is going to be really fun. So check this out. We sent Brent from the marketing department over to Peter Hurley's studio with a little surprise. Let's roll it.
Good. I'm Brent from B&H. David Brommer sent me over. Was this box for you?
Brommer sent this?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
Nope.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
Oh my gosh, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait, I'll take a bite. Come on in, come on.
Cool.
See what Brommer's got up his sleeve. Up! Yeah, of course. He's a squawker, so he had to write to me. I knew it. He just had to write something. What is this? What is this? Okay, hey Peter. So you think you can make a great headshot with entry-level gear? I did not say that, did I? Of course I can, but I didn't. Listen to him. What can you do? Well, let's see what you've got in this box for Canon's new entry-level mirrorless camera, the M50, with a kit zoom lens and a couple of $99 Generate lights. Much like Sparta in New York City, we hold the messenger responsible for the message. Really? Oh, so you can shoot Brent's headshot.
Wait, what?
You're in. You're my subject.
Okay.
Wait, cool. he had to give me a challenge. That was the situation.
Thanks so much, Peter.
Let's see you Shabang a basic headshot. All right. So what's he got in here? He said he's got an M50. He's serious. Brand new M50. Shabangin'. All right, I like that. I like that. And this sucker, a Generate. What do you mean? He said I had two lights. He only gave me one. How am I supposed to? Oh, he's gonna even make it more challenging. Great, I got one light.
We're doing one light.
All right, let's see what we can do. Well, here we go. Canon an M50. Got to make something happen with this bad boy. All right, this is exciting stuff. All right, we got a body. We got it's a little tiny little sucker. All right, nice little lens here. Let's see. Looks like it's a 15 to 45. That's interesting. And interesting little sensor. I have never shot this camera, so this is going to be interesting. Let's turn this bad boy on, figure out how it all works. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Okay, so you unlock the lens to start shooting. That's kind of cool. 15 to 45. So I usually, this is a crop sensor, so I'm going to probably shoot a headshot at 45. Brent, where are you? Come on, man. Let's see. Let me look at your features. And then we got this light, you know. So we got one light, which we can fiddle with, but you know what? I just want to see how this sucker plays with you with natural light. Let's just play around with some natural light. I can talk directly to the camera, right?
Yeah, totally.
All right, guys. So this is the deal. I've never shot this thing. I'm excited to shoot it. It's an awesome little camera as far as I could tell from here. But we're going to see how it performs. So I'm going to go aperture ISO shutter speed. Since we got this one light, I know that's not going to really give the look to what I want to do. I will shoot it, and I'll show you how to do it with one light. We'll try that, and then we'll use, you know, my standard lighting that I usually use in a minute. But we got such awesome natural light coming in the studio. One of my quotes is never underestimate the power of natural light. I started as a natural light shooter. I'm going to shoot Brent in natural light with this thing and see how it goes. I put it on manual and it automatically put some settings in here that look really good. It's got auto ISO on, so it's definitely figuring all that out, which makes life really easy. But I'm gonna say he's not gonna move much as a human. So shutter speed, since I'm gonna hand hold this, I'm usually on a tripod. I'm gonna hand hold that. I'm gonna be about 1/125th of a second, which is what it's actually at right now. It's at f6.3, so I want to see if I can open that up. Let's stay at 1/125th, and 6.3 is actually where it is at 45 millimeters, which I just went all the way as long as I could because I want to make sure the compression's right for its face, and I like shooting at 92 millimeters on a full frame, around 92, 85 to 105 on a full frame. So I'm going to max this sucker out so I don't get too much distortion of the face, and we're going to look at that. So we're going to be f6.3, and then it's on auto ISO, so I can keep it there. The good thing is that it's got the electronic viewfinder behind. I mean, I'm looking at it, and it's setting me up for the exposure, so it makes it really easy. I can keep it, I'm just going to keep it on auto ISO. I think it's looking good, and if it doesn't and I want to fine tune it, then I'll fine tune the ISO because I can't go wider on the aperture. I'm at 6.3. Which is funny enough, that used to be my nickname because I always shot at 6.3. People called me 6.3, so it's interesting that that's where we're at. 1/125th is pretty good. So if you're photographing humans and I photograph people standing, I'm usually on a tripod. I used to shoot 1/60th of a second, you're gonna get blur. 1/80th of a second, you're gonna get some blur. 1/100th, you start to dial it in, right? On a tripod, 1/100th of a second, you can get away with. This human can still move a little bit. 1/125th, I think you're pretty good. Since I'm hand holding, the camera's not very heavy, it's a really light little one. Hand holding at 1/125th, I think I'm good, so I'm gonna keep it there. And then I'm just gonna work with the lowest ISO that makes that all fit into range. Really simple, you guys can do this at home, and I'm gonna show you natural light. We're gonna put one of my V-flats up and see what we can do with you.
Cool.
All right, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. All right, man, here we go. Are you mentally prepared?
As I can be.
All right, good. First things first, I'm gonna take a gander on you. This jacket, I like the jacket, but I just want to close it a little bit. Stand up straight, lean back slightly. Yeah, stand up real straight like that. I like that collar. You're gonna jam your forehead forward towards me like that. When I shoot you, don't worry about it for now. And then we'll take a look and we'll see what we get here. Guys, I started my career on a white background. This is a white V-flat. This is exactly how I started my career. I was sitting on on a windowsill with the light behind me. We've got a nice bounce from we've got north light with a nice bounce from a building over there that just happens to be 18% gray. It does, right? That's awesome. Isn't that cool? So we got beautiful light on Brent right now, and we've got a Canon M50 that is at 45 millimeters on their kit lens, and it's at 1/125th of a second, f6.3. I've got it on an auto ISO just to see what it does, and I will tell you what that number is. I guessed it was going to be around 400 with this light, but I believe when I pointed it in your general direction, it put it at 640. So I like shooting at about the collarbone height with the camera height, so it's actually perfect for me with his height for me to sit, which is more comfortable for me. Usually I'm on a tripod, but we're gonna handhold for now. And you're gonna stand up straight, you're gonna lean back slightly, you're gonna jam your chin out and down, but don't lean your shoulders forward. Lean your shoulders back, slouch your shoulders a little bit, get that chin out, yeah, and down, right there. Hold that. Corners of the mouth will go towards the earlobe, so I have a hint of a smile would be nice. I'll take it. Good. And I took a shot, and we will look at it. And that's not half bad. I would say that because I took it and I know my work, I would say I could open up that, I could probably open up a little bit to get the skin tone to come up a little bit. So I'll go to what's the ISO rating on this? It is, yeah, it is at 400 now. So I actually do want to go 640. So I'm going to go 640 on the ISO on my own. And I'm going to take another shot. I want the exposure perfect. The camera's actually doing a bunch of stuff for me, which is great. I had it on auto ISO. It was helping me 1/125th of a second because I'm hand holding and he's not moving much. We're not worried about shutter speed. f6.3 is the widest it can go at 45 millimeters. I think the longest lens is great. I think the distance between me and Brent is perfect because I'm not too far from him. I'm not encroaching on his space. We're good like that. And the camera's on auto white balance. It's got this fancy schmancy focus on the eye thing that I love. That's just like been insane for me because I'm wearing these. You'll see me flip them up like this. And the camera's actually doing a lot of work for me right now. So let me see, I went to 640. Now that's gonna change depending upon the cloud. There's not a cloud in the sky, so we should have pretty consistent light actually. Hold that, jam your forehead out, chin down. That's it, less misery would be nice. There you go, good. So a couple shots there, it opened up a little bit for me. And now I've got a little bit more exposure. It's more in the liking of what I do. I think the auto white balance is probably gonna give us a good starting point, but I usually work in my computer and bring the raw. I always shoot raw, guys. I set this on raw. The only things that I changed on here was I changed it to raw. The one thing that I would like to do is maybe put a grid on. I like to shoot with the grid. I'm not gonna do it now, but I did change it to a raw setting from a JPEG, and I like to work in raw because then I can really have control over my color once we get over to my computer. We're probably gonna shoot, maybe we can try shooting to see if this bad boy will shoot tethered as well. Sure. So I always start shooting my subjects straight on the way that I am with Brent. The other thing I like to do is check out different angles of their face. So go nose a little bit this way. Hold that. Look back at me though. Don't turn your body though. You can turn the body straight to me. Turn straight to me. Just your nose. Yeah, but your eyes to me. Yeah, there you go. Good. Let's see that side of you. That's not so bad. Can you give me some brow pressure? A little bit of brow pressure? Yeah, like that. Now, keep the body straight to me, lean back slightly, jam that forehead out, like that. Now go nose this way. Follow my hand. There you go, tilt that head a little bit. Yeah, there you go, hold that, and I'll move them over. And so now what I'm doing is I'm moving around. So what you wanna do when you're photographing a headshot of somebody, you wanna be the expert. Brent, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't see your face right now. No. I know what his face looks like. You got to be the expert. You got to tell people things to do. Hold that smile. Take that. There you go. Yeah, that's nice. There you go. I want him to have a good time in there. I might joke with him a little bit. You have to use your personality to joke with them. This actually is getting me really nice shots. I love the white background, the cleanliness of it, and the light's really flat and even. You could build a whole business around this. I always say, never underestimate the power of natural light. Here it is right here. You guys, I'm so excited that I started the first 4 years of my career doing exactly what you're seeing right now. So to show it 20 years later or whatever it's been, with this system and making sure that this could actually be a commercially viable headshot for Brent, and you can make a living at doing something just like this. But since Brommer gave me a challenge and he gave me the Generate and he only gave me one, we're gonna mess with that too. What do we got to lose? Let's fool around and see what we can get. And then we're gonna bring in the way I currently shoot, and we'll show you that as well. All right, guys, so I shot Brent in the natural light, which was pretty simple, pretty easy, and you should definitely try that. Find a big window, get a beautiful day, get some light in there, and if you're shooting southern facing and you get direct sunlight, put a white sheet over it to diffuse it a little bit. You'll get beautiful light, and if you have some foam core, some V-flats to put around, you even get a really nice bounce. But I was told that I have to use this Generate operation, and I was supposed to have two of them, but I only have one of them. So we're in my studio, we're on my white cyc, we're gonna use the white wall as our background. Now, if you know anything about photography, which I did not know this, but it took me a long time to learn, there's this thing called the inverse square law. So the closer I get the light to him, the more it's gonna create shadows on the other side of his face. It's also gonna soften it up a little bit. This doesn't have any diffusion on it, so it's probably a pretty harsh light. And it's small, and I'm taking a headshot, so I wanna get that thing really up in there. Now, when that happens, I'm gonna expose for this light the exposure on his face, so that the highlight, I expose for highlights on faces. What's the back wall gonna do? Even though it's white, guess what? I guarantee that sucker's gonna go gray because I'm not gonna light it separately. However, we might get a little bit of a light gray because I'm gonna cheat a little bit. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do what I usually like to do, and I don't know the color temperature on this bad boy, so we might get some contamination of light. But I'm gonna mix the natural light coming in the beautiful windows with this thing, and we're gonna see if we can get a nice headshot out of it, and in a really inexpensive way with a great camera from Canon and a Generate $99 light. So let's give it a shot. So let's look at power first. We obviously got the genetics of this guy, so we're all good there. And if I pop this sucker to full power, it looks very harsh to me. I would definitely like to diffuse it, which means instead of me diffusing, he's a little shiny too. What's going on with you? You know, it's okay. It's all right. I also want to mix it with the natural light. So what I'm finding is that the color balance is different. I see a greenish hue coming from the natural light and a cooler tone, and I see this is a very kind of, it's cool, but it's magenta compared to the window. The window's very green, but I'm gonna get the light closer. The closer I get it, the softer it'll be. Now, the closer I get it, the more powerful it's gonna be. So I've got a little dimmer on here that I'm gonna try and mix. I'm gonna give him a nice kick on his cheek from the window light, and I'm gonna soften this light up a little bit, and I might change the height of it as well. So what I'm looking at, let me just put this camera down for a second. What I'm looking at is I'm looking at what it's gonna do for the shadowing on this side of the nose. So I'm gonna bring this a little bit, I've got a little nifty little tether tools operation on here, so I can manipulate the light, and I can put it almost anywhere I want. And I'm gonna try that. So I usually would put my key like on this angle and something like this. I usually also key left. However, the right side of you might be a righty facially. Go nose this way, tilt the head this way. That's very nice, that's attractive. Go this way. That's a very handsome spot for you. That doesn't help us if I'm keyed this way, because you want the nose to go towards the key. Like, go nose towards the key. You're not bad over there either. I can work with both the angles. He might be ambifacial, guys. We're gonna find out. I made that up. There's a quote I love for lighting. You'll hear me say it over and over and over again. It's from Walt Whitman. Point your nose always towards the sunshine, let the shadows fall behind you. So the nose should go towards the key, which is actually giving him a nice kick from the daylight coming in. But this is the ratio between the two sources is what I'm worried about. So I'm gonna bring this down, and I'm gonna try and keep you just like that. Now look at me with your eyes. Yeah, just like that, stay right there. So the ratio between these two is pretty good. I want the kick on the cheek from the natural light to have some juice, And I want to soften this up. So the closer I get it, the softer it will be. Tilt your head slightly this way, follow me. Yeah, like that, a little bit less, right there. That helps the kick run up your, right there, hold it right there. Right like that. Now I know from shooting him previously in the natural light, he was closer to light, that I'm gonna have to be higher than 640 ISO on this. So we can try the same settings, but I'm gonna beef it up a little bit. I think I'm gonna go, let's try 1000 ISO. Yeah, that's where I wanna be. All right, hold that right there. Chin down slightly. Good, hold that right there. Let me try this. Hint of a smile, hint of a smile. Chin down, forehead out a little bit. Yep, good. Just without moving your feet, get your knees together. Good, good. I just say stuff to people to make them laugh, just to get a little rise out of them. Need a little rise out of your subjects, people. All right, so we've got a issue that came up, which is exactly what I said. There's more magenta coming out of this light than there is out of the daylight. So if you look at that, the background went gray, the magenta's there. We'd have to do a little work on this in Capture One potentially to get it to work, but the ratios are good. You see the ratios? Yeah. Ratios are really good. So I think we're onto something. I mean, we're pretty good, guys. I'm pretty happy with that. That's not too shabby, right?
No, not at all.
That's not too shabby. Let's try one where your nose goes towards the daylight, and maybe we can lose it a little bit. I like the kick on the cheek better. It's just still, there's no color temperature available for me on this. So what I would probably do is I'd probably gel this. I'd actually put a green gel over it to get rid of the magenta. It's so heavily magenta compared to the daylight. So it's very, tilt head this way a little bit. That's it. And there's no control over that. So keep your wits about you. And hit your bang. You have one hair that's fussy. There you go, good. Try and stand up very straight. Jam your 4 out to me. Turn your hips slightly towards the Canadian border. Good, and nose that way a little bit. And then tilt the head this way a little bit. Eyes to me. Squint your eyes and then give me a little brow pressure. Little brow pressure, hint of a smile. There you go. Closed mouth, tiny smile. There you go, good. Guys, the thing about this that's amazing, this eye detect is picking up everything I need. I actually want your body to go toward the windows. Turn your body toward the windows, but too much, half the distance. Don't overstand up straight. Lean back slightly, chin down. We got something here. Hold that. Keep that smile. I need a hint of a smile. You don't want this for your personal brand. You're going to throw this on LinkedIn. You don't want to look miserable. There you go. Good. Good. All right. Good. I think we got some good ones there, guys. So I'm working with the one light. I'm mixing the natural light. And we've got a color shift that we can take care of. There's a program that you can put it into, which I could put into Capture One and start to fiddle with that. But if you want to isolate it, you got to get it into Photoshop. I'm not big on over retouching my images. Be careful. I know you guys are messing around too much with it. You're making people look plastic and unhuman, and stop it. Stop doing that. I don't want to see it, right? So all we're going to do is work on color with him, maybe clean him up a little bit, but I don't think he needs much, and we're on our way. And we've got probably a wonderful file, which we're going to look at in my computer right now. Guys, so now what we're gonna do, this is so cool. So we got the M50, we shot it with the Generate light. We're gonna utilize the setup that I actually shoot, which is the Canon EOS R5 with a Westcott Peter Hurley, believe it or not, Cineflex kit it's called. So this is my Cineflex kit behind me. We're gonna bring it out. This is actually the Pro DMX kit that I've got here, which we now have one called a Studio Cine kit, which is the new one, which comes in the same configuration with 2 1x3s and 1 1x2. So I like doing a triangle setup. So I do a triangle setup. It's actually beauty light. I usually use that for women, and I shoot men's lighting. I do a key, a fill, and a kick. So I'm conflicted as to whether I should shoot Brent with the key, fill, kick, or if I should shoot him with the triangle. I think we had pretty flat light. Maybe I try to emulate the same shot with, well, the daylight one actually would be this triangle. So we're gonna do this. This is when I moved into a studio, I didn't have any lights, so I set up this triangle configuration. I figured this out way back when I started shooting it. I moved into my first studio in 2004 and I didn't have a window. So I went from a natural light shooter to no windows. So it was a mess. So I had to figure this out, and I basically wanted the light to be like a window was behind me, but they had to be in front of me. So I condensed them as close as possible. I started out with a square, and then I thought, I like the triangle configuration. It gets rid of one whole light. I need one less light, and I like the catch light better with the triangle, although my catch lights are a little funky, but they're cool. And but the light on the face is really important. And it really is a game of inches with light. So I'm gonna get Brent in there and I'm gonna fine tune it. We're gonna take a shot and we're gonna compare the EOS R5, which is my baby over here. I just love it. Ever since I've had it, I've been like, I haven't put it down. I'm gonna shoot with Canon's 85 1.2 DS lens. That's a defocus smoothing lens. It's a beautiful lens, really nice. And like I said before, I like people to shoot in a range of 85 to 105 on a full frame sensor. So actually that 45 looked pretty good on the M50 though, but that's a crop sensor. So you can shoot, at a shorter focal length, obviously for that, and that kit lens performed really well. But now we're going Mac Daddy on you. We're going EOS R5, 85 1.2 DS, and with a Peter Hurley Cineflex kit from Westcott, we're gonna be in business. I'm gonna power these guys up, show you what I got, and adjust the settings a little bit and do a build, and then take some shots of Brent looking good in my light. So I will I'm gonna keep them where they are. I like to be Kelvin temperature. I also have a bicolor setting on this. As you'll notice with the generator, we didn't have the ability to adjust it, so it came out really magenta and reddish. So we have the ability to adjust these. There is some natural light in the room, which I'm gonna have more juice in these lights so I can overpower the natural light, although I don't mind natural light coming in because since these are bicolor, I can match it. And daylight around 5600 matches the window light pretty darn well. So I'm gonna go 5600 on this one, and I'm also going to be at around, we were at 20, so I'm gonna go, the bottom light, using inverse square law, should be a little bit further from his face. So I'm at 20 on this one. I'm gonna go 20 on this one, just so you guys know exactly what I'm doing. 20 on this one, 30 on the bottom, a little more juice coming up. You gotta be careful of uplight, and 20 on this one at 5600. They're all at 5600 on the color. So that's pretty much the configuration. Now you may notice that this triangle is not quite it's not an isosceles triangle. This I call tent lighting, when the triangle's like a actual triangle. And to me, I really don't like it. I can't stand it. It doesn't get the light in the eyes, and it doesn't get light in this area. It's just not, it doesn't work for me at all. What I found was I really need to play with this top light to get light in the eyes, and that's done through feathering and condensing this triangle as tight as possible. So that's really the way I do it. If you look at my technique, which is amazing and really works and has made me very successful over the years, and I coach globally through the Headshot Crew, and I have this recipe that I give everybody, and there's tons of photographers globally shooting this because this recipe it just works real well, and you're gonna see it with Brent. So Brent, bring your good looks over here and let's see what we got. All right, guys, here we go. Wait, look what I got here now. Oh my gosh, I'm going EOS R5 85 1.2 Flex kit set up in my standard triangle, which is a staple in my work. I do it every single day. So stay right there, stand up straight, do the lean back thing. You already got the chin out. See, he's learning. Humans have the capacity to learn. He's one of them. It's good. Hold that smile, I'll take it. There you go, good, very nice. So I have decided, so these lights are set up in configuration of the triangle, and the power settings are 20% on the two on top and 30% on the one on the bottom, which I looked, and it looks like I've got the exposure and everything right. So just to give you my settings, I'm going 1/160th of a second this time. I'm at f4 on this lens. Due to the depth of field, the way I like the depth of field. Now this sucker can go 1.2 and really get that shallow depth of field and get things going, but I like it at f4, and I'm at ISO 200 if you guys need to know. I also like shooting on a tripod. I'm on my trusty CT3472LV. This is the Mark II version. It's awesome. If you ever need a tripod and you want to make an investment, this is the one. I'm tethered into Capture One, so I'm using my tether cable from Tether Tools. I'm using an Arca Swiss PO ball, P1. I got the P1 ball head underneath here, which I love. I like having my hand on my ball head actually as I manipulate the camera around, and it's very smooth and works so well with this system. So that's my setup, guys. I can see that I'm shooting tethered. I see that I've got good exposure. I've actually got a great shot on the screen. I'll do a couple more just to see. Let's tilt your head. Let's go nose this way. We didn't do much nose that way. There you go, Brent. Now nose this way a little bit more. Follow my camera. Tilt the head this way a little. There you go. Hold that right there. Give me a hint of a smile. Good. Give me a look that's more beneficial for a headshot. No, beneficial. Don't make it worse. I mean, it's hard enough to get a good shot here. Come on, hold that. Good, very nice. So guys, part of my thing is to make people laugh, so I say dumb stuff, but you need to create that rapport. Now, we've been hanging out, I've been shooting him a bit. He's pretty loose, a lot less apprehensive than when we first started, right? Yeah. Turn your body this way a little bit. There you go, step a smidge that way. Turn the body even more. Now freeze the body and go nose back to me this way. Tilt the head this way. You do some creative cropping. Now, if you notice, sometimes you will see my lights in the frame. There is a program that my retoucher uses to just make them disappear from the frame. Nose this way a little bit. Nose that way a little bit. Do you know what it's called? Yeah, you do. That's nice. Give me a little bit of brow pressure. So right in here, yep. And the tiniest hint of a smile. That's great. Little more. There you go. Good. Perfect. Shabang. That's it. There you go, man. I love that shot. Looking good. And the color. Now we got color stuff going on, guys. We still have the ambient coming in, and I'm pretty low powered on these, so I don't think there's much effect there. However, we did trend red and magenta with the other light. With this light, things look really great, and that is the Peter Hurley Cineflex kit from Westcott that I designed this for specifically for my work. It's also used for a lot of video stuff and stuff, but this is my staple. I travel all over the globe with my kit and run around. When I travel with the travel kit. This is the studio kit, which comes with two 1x3s and a 1x2. This is actually the Pro DMX kit. The new studio kit is less expensive than this kit actually, and it's the same configuration. Two 1x3s, one 1x2 on the bottom. I do have hard diffusion panels on them, which I really like. And this is what I shoot for all my corporate jobs. I use this configuration. Now I'm gonna show you something else. I'm gonna go into what I would consider my men's lighting, or we're gonna use the Flex kit to create a look similar to what we did before, but with my men's lighting. So maybe I won't do a kick 'em, but it is a key, a fill, and a kick. So we might put that in as a kick, but let's just do a key and a fill. So I'll key him, I'm gonna key him left. Let's key you left. I usually like my key on the left. Do you guys know why? 60% of human beings, according to my stats, are more attractive on their left side. However, I think you're a righty because there's a hair part theory too. So I shot about 40,000 people, I think, at this stage. I'm almost probably somewhere between 40 and 50,000 people. So I do use my, my knowledge in that to come up with this cockamamie stuff. These ideas of mine. Nose towards this key? Yeah, let's try that. I think you look good on both sides, even though the hair part theory's in effect. Go nose that way. Yeah, you look good on both sides. Maybe I'll key you both ways. Let's try this though. We're gonna do a little bit of a fill and keep the key light where it is. Go nose toward the key, stay right there. I'm actually gonna do one light. We're gonna go back to using a little bit of natural light in here, and a little bit of a kick. So let's try this. Jam that forehead out and down. There you go, good. Keep the brow pressure, tilt the head this way, nose back to me. You need that hint of the smile so you don't look like such a meanie. There you go, good, that's it, hold that. Let's try this. Now, I did open up a little bit because I only have one light and it looks very similar to the other shot. I can actually go 1/100th of a second. That's it, hold that. Keep that hint of the smile. Work the nose toward that key light and tilt the top of your head towards the Statue of Liberty. It's the other way. You don't know where it is. There you go, 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 there you go. Good, all right, good. Now we're getting some good stuff and we have a very similar look to I actually did the one light like the generate shot that we did. So it's very similar to what you see and we can compare the two that way. I think we're pretty good, guys. I think Brent's got some good headshots that he can use for his LinkedIn or dating. No, are you married?
Engaged.
He's engaged. He doesn't need him for the dating profile, but he could have had he needed that. He would have been good. But there's others. Whenever you guys get asked for a headshot, you should have one. You should have a good one. And actually, you guys should be taking them. So if you want to learn more about that, hit me up at the Headshot Crew. I'll teach you how to do this. This is a piece of cake. And I have a lot of photographers globally making a lot of money taking headshots. You should add it to what you're doing and add it to your repertoire. And you can do it with very minimal gear, as we've shown you today. The Canon M50s performed really well. The other light we had some color stuff with. The natural light was gorgeous. The Flex and the R5 is my move, and it just was phenomenal. All right, guys, so what I'm doing is, this is the first shot that I took of Brent, and I brought it in. It's from the M50. It looks really good on the screen. I shot it raw. It was a little underexposed for my first exposure, so I brought the exposure up over here to 0.75 in Lightroom, and then all I like to do, I don't like to overcook it. I know you guys are overcooking. You're shooting raw. You got to shoot raw, and then you want to work with white balance and tint, so temperature and tint. So my white balance, I put it at 5208, and I thought that looked pretty good. I brought the magenta back into it. I felt like it needed some. I feel like it could use a little bit more tweaking, but I wanted some more saturation out of it. So I went up to +16, and I think this is starting to look like where I want it. For a natural light headshot, really beautiful, easily, the color rendition on the jacket and the clothing. I'm really concerned about skin with headshots, but everything looks good. I do everything by eye on a calibrated monitor. So this monitor, I just calibrated it like yesterday, and I usually use Capture One, but the M50 wasn't showing up in Capture One, so we used the files, the raw files. We brought them into Lightroom and they showed up. So that's probably a timing issue because the camera's new and Capture One will get to it. But I'm gonna show you the EOS R5 in Capture One. So if we look at some of these other files, I'll do it from scratch. You can see that the setting on here is different. They came in, the raw file, Canon put a 50/50 on it on the temperature, +15 on the tint, and then everything else was zeroed out. I want you to keep stuff zeroed out. The minute that you start to fiddle with all these sliders, you're doing what I consider overcooking. So let's find a nice one that works. That one's pretty cool. That's awesome. That's great. I like that one a lot. Which one do you like better if we're going to work on one? That one? That one's cool, right?
Yeah, that one's cool.
That one's cool. Which one do you like better, that one or that one?
Let's do the first one.
Let's do this one. Okay, so we're looking at the file. He looks a little, he doesn't look as colorful in that shot as he is here. If you're working on color, you should work with the person that's in the room with you. He's here now. If he walked out the door, I'm guessing on what he looks like. But I've got natural light, I've got a window, I've got his skin, I can see everything. And I can see he's warmer right now than what this shot looks like. So I'm gonna go for warmth first. I actually go for exposure first and then go for the color, because what's gonna happen is the exposure is gonna change the color dramatically. I think the exposure is pretty good. I'm looking at my numbers, RGB, and the histogram, which I don't even know what they do or read. I'm not one of those people. I'm not very technical. I built my whole career on pressing the button and getting the job done and doing it all on a calibrated monitor, looking at it with my eye. So I don't know all the technical mojo stuff, but I'm extremely successful the way I do it, so I'm not messing with it. So I'm going to bring some warmth into it first, and then I'm going to look at so it's looking pretty warm, and now I feel like it looks green still, so I feel like we need more magenta. That's more like him. We're starting to get to his skin tone, but now it looks like I could expose it just a tiny smidge more, just to get those highlights to pop a little bit more, just barely. I don't want to overdo it. It's good to work on a raw file, guys, because you can do this if you're not playing the game. If you're a professional, you work raw. You shoot raw, you work raw. You have more leeway with your files. 0.25 is, let me see. 0.25 was too much, so 0.2. Let's see that. That looks pretty good. That looks great to me. So now I feel like it looks like him. It's exposed properly. I've got some highlight in it. I see the highlights on the forehead and on the cheeks where I want them. But I don't think that's your color. As I look at it, I think the color balance looks good in terms of what I'm seeing on the jacket and according to the skin tone. But I want people to look like them on their best day. And I'm also looking at him now, and he's more saturated than this shot on my screen. So I will just crank saturation up until I see a problem. Now he looks super orange. That's a problem. He still looks too orange. So I'm going to find a happy medium. Now he looks colorful. I'm also looking at the red in the jacket. He looks colorful, but he looks too warm. He still looks orange. So I went too high on the color temperature. So I'm going to bring that down a little bit. And now he looks a little bit magenta. I'm going to bring that down a little bit. And now it looks a little bit better. But I still want a little bit more pop of that. I'm looking at his lips, and I still think he's a little bit too warm, believe it or not, which is something in there looks more like it. I'm going to go a little bit less magenta. You got some yellowness coming in under the eyes. This is very fussy, guys. Like you move it a schmillimeter, and it makes a big difference. But that looks more like you when I'm looking at you. He trends red in his skin, so I don't need to take that away. Now, I also know that if I see some color thing happening on here that I'm not quite sure of, I can go into Photoshop and tweak it, and that's what my retoucher does. So quality of the file looks amazing on this M50. Looks really good. I mean, I'm not getting separation of each like individual eyelash or pore as much as I will on the EOS R5, but I'm getting really good detail for a entry level camera that has a lot of juice and can do a lot of stuff. I think that's a fantastic. Is that the best headshot that you've ever had?
Possibly, yes.
Well, we might take it a better one, but this is really, really good. I actually love that, and I think it'll run with whatever we're doing. So we're going to keep that there. We're going to look at the Genere ones and just see what we've got here and see if we can make those. Now you can see the color looks a little funny. Let's find a good one to work on. Let's do that one.
Okay.
That's too vacant. That's too big of a smile. I like that one. You got like a little murky, squinchy thing going on. Let's do this one though. I think this one's. I like that one. I like that. Let's do that one.
Okay.
Let's work on that one. I like this one, but I can see. So he's got some highlights that are flying out. I got that light as close to his skin as possible to get that to pop, but I think the highlights are too hot. So since it's a raw file, I've got some leeway here. I'm going to bring the exposure down just a touch, and that's going to bring some color into it. So as I bring it down a touch, I bring some color into it. Now I got some color, but it looks funky. I could see the difference between the daylight and the Genere. So I think I'm going to saturate it from here, and I'm not going to touch the color balance until I can figure out, because I'm going to use the color balance on his face. Actually, I'm going to warm him up a little bit. I think he can go a little bit warmer. That's better. And then maybe the exposure can come down just a schmillimeter. Guys, your exposure is super important. It's going to change the look of your shot. Now the overall thing is too warm and it's a little green, so we'll go a little bit magenta. Actually, we're going to saturate a little bit. These are the only things I really touch. I will take some
redness out in a curve or something like that. I'm going to show you my workflow in Capture One so you see a little bit more in terms of what I do. I do have some presets there that I use, so it's obviously going to sing a little bit more. I'm also looking at that the white wall is gray, so if it's got a lot of green in it right now, and now it looks more gray to me. So I think what I'm going to do, because we couldn't adjust the color temperature of the generator, is take that red out in isolated in Photoshop. So I'm going to leave it a little bit red. I'm going off the skin on the side. I'm going for a neutral background, which looks pretty good to me. I'm also in Adobe Color, which I could also try different. I like Adobe Standard too. It's a little flatter. So I'm going to go Adobe Standard on that in Lightroom. I mean, you can see if I bop through this, the subtleties of the difference. Portrait, Standard, Vivid is probably going to it gives it too much punch. I think the Standard's really nice. So I'm going to do something like that. And then I've made it Standard so I can actually saturate it a touch more. And it actually gave me, it helped me. It helped me make this look a little bit better. I still have to isolate some red and take it out. But we're going to go with that. So that's the way it's going to look. And that's what we got with the M50 and the Generate, which I actually like the natural light a little bit better. But the file looks great. The shot could be used. He's a little shiny because it's a little harsh because we didn't have much diffusion on that, even though I got him really super close to it. But, you know, looking at that, yeah. or where's the other one we worked on? This one, you know, I think it just gives you more of a, it's really crisp. The black point's really nice on it. It's beautiful. All right, let's go into Capture One. Let's look at Capture One. Let's look at the R5, and then we can compare a little bit. So I'm going to jump over here, and you can see here's the last shot I took at him, which is very similar lighting to what you saw on the other one. But as you can see, when I zoom into this, you've got a lot of frickin' detail. So it's a lot more detail. It's got a lot of juice in the digital file. He's got some redness in him. I actually want to look at this, and I put a little curve on it. So that's the way Canon, the Canon file came into the computer. You have to understand that there's a guy in Japan sitting there, and he decides the way the file should look for everybody to do it very well. But I'm a professional. I want to be in charge of that. So I want to shoot it raw so I can put my take on it. And the guy in Japan isn't sitting with you know, Brent next to him, right? So I'm going off his skin tone. And then there's a calibration of this that I use actually X-Rite, which is great. So you got to have your screen calibrate. You guys got to calibrate. So they have calibration that they say is one way or another. Then there's a guy in developing the Flex kit that says, okay, 5600 is this. There's a guy in Denmark that says, hey, the RSR5 is supposed to look like this. And then he's got his color calibration and stuff like that. None of it really is going to be uniform. So you have to do it by your eye on a calibrated monitor and do what you like. And that's the most important thing. So I really taught myself to do it. So I took this file from looking like that into something like this. Now there is still some red in the face. So let me just show you what I did. Let's look at the setting on this. So I did more than, I'm going to leave the exposure at 0. I'm at 4600 and I'm at negative 1.5 on the tint. I'm 25 on the saturation. There's nothing else on this thing. Let me look at the color wheels and see if I did any color. No, the color's all no color. And the only other thing that I know that I do in Capture One is I go to the red, and sometimes I'll pull it down. It looked like I pulled it down a little bit. Let's just get rid of this and let's look at it. I want to show you something. Let's get this before and after out of here. See how I just took the reds out. Look at his face. See how it just did that? That's too much. But let's do it a little bit. Take it out, and then I don't have to isolate it as much in Photoshop. And this is starting to look pretty darn good. And just a little bit of a dip there. And then I'd go into Photoshop and maybe get a little bit more out. You can see a little bit in his forehead and stuff. But the match on this is great. So something like that. And I'm actually going to go 4700. And I'm going to go -2 on the magenta. We're going to bring a little bit of green into it. And we're going to do something like that. And that is the way I would do it. And then my retoucher would go in and isolate the red from here in Photoshop. But I think that looks pretty good. What do you think?
Yeah, that's great.
It's a pretty close rendition of what I'm seeing in real life. And I like that shot. So let's look at this. This is to match the one light that we did, the Flex Kit against the Gen-Ray. So let's just put them next to each other so that you guys can get a sense of that. Something like that, and then we go like that. Mm-hmm. All right, guys, so here we go. We got both shots on the screen. The one in Capture One is the EOS R5. The one over here is the Gen-Ray with the M50. I mean, it's not a ridiculously huge, phenomenally crazy difference if your primary place for putting this is LinkedIn.
Yeah, basically.
Or wherever you're going to use it. You want it to be as juicy as possible, I'm sure, and as high res as possible. But on LinkedIn, you're going to get a pretty good look on either one of these. Mm-hmm. Right? Obviously, the light is much softer out of the Flex Kit. The color's much more closer to your skin tone than the Gen-Ray, but you're talking about a much bigger expense in terms of the gear. You guys, I always bought gear as I made money as a professional photographer, and I invested back into myself. So you guys can do that. You can work with what you've got. Like the natural light's free. You could start there. Like you saw the natural light shot looks amazing. You guys can do it, and you can do it at a very high level with Canon gear, and you can do it at a starter level with Canon gear. So don't be afraid to give it a shot. All right, you can always message me if you have any questions about your headshot photography. Hit me up on Instagram, Peter_Hurley.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17mm, 24mm, 45mm.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H. Fred Smith here told us that B&H Photo helped change his life. Fred, tell us your story.
I was a fitness instructor in Atlanta, and I transferred to New York, March 13, 2020, right as the city went under lockdown.
Oof, that's rough timing.
All the studios shut down. But with B&H's help, I started Workout with Fred. It's an online fitness platform with cycling classes and off-the-bike classes taught by me.
Talk about lemons to lemonade.
As I started looking for equipment, everybody I spoke to was pointing me to B&H. I needed a camera, a lens, microphone, capture card, audio interface.
Whoa, Fred, we're running out of room here.
Well, here's the thing. That setup is really complicated, and that's where B&H came in. I felt like every expert I spoke to had been in my shoes before, whether I was on the chat or I called. Anytime I had a question, they had a solution. I was like, I wish I'd called you earlier.
We're always here for you, Fred. Say, where do you film all this?
Let me show you. My living room is essentially a recording studio. Everything in here, except for the couch and the TV, are laid out so that I can do my recording.
Amazing. What's next for you, Fred?
One of the things I wanted to do for years was start a video podcast. So I started something called Join the Convo. We discuss important topics in a safe space.
Fred, you're a real mensch. Thank you for sharing your B&H story with us. If you're thinking of starting a virtual business like Fred, check out bnh.com.
Alpha.
They've called us the Hunters of Light.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax, or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
We here at Depth of Field really want to broaden the scope of what we show, who we showcase, and the energy of our actual show. In general, we want you to step away from Depth of Field with really a 360-degree view. That being said, for many years, I was Facebook friends with photographer Jessica Hines. And actually, for those of you that really pursue speakers and instigators within photography, you'll notice that certain people you'll be friends with. And if you click on the See Mutual Friends, you'll see some of the same names in there. A.D. Coleman, just a number of photographers that are in a sort of a Facebook circle. One of them is Jessica Hines. I've been admiring her work and discussions for many times over the years, but never actually knew her. But all of a sudden, I discovered this project that she had recently completed and a book called My Brother's War. And I reached out to her and said, this actually fits into Depth of Field in an amazing way, because it is a deeply personal project that is very informative and is at the really at ground zero for a photographer's development. Because not only does it deal with important subject matter on a personal level, it also shows the scope of being out there and telling our stories and getting the attention of the Washington Post and other very large media outlets on this book project that Jessica Hines just recently finished. Jessica Hines is a photographer, and she's also a teacher at Georgia Southern University, where she teaches photography and art appreciation. So I'd like everybody to welcome Jessica Hines to Depth of Field. And Jess, on behalf of everyone here, welcome to Depth of Field.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here. Thank you for asking me, and I'm ready to go.
Okay. Well, if you could tell us a little bit about yourself, that would be great. You have many projects and much work. If you could share some of your motivation for that.
Sure. Well, I think off the top of my head, I think I was probably born an artist. I think that happens. I think you can become one, whether you were or not. But I think I started off that way. My father was an artist, and so I kind of grew up with that environment. And he took lots and lots of photographs, which you'll see some of in a minute. That inspired me, I think, to become a photographer too, because the magic of those pictures was overwhelming to me. So it was like a little magic box, that I couldn't wait to see what the pictures looked like. And so, I eventually, went to school and studied art and photography, and can't stop making it. I keeps me alive, keeps me going. I am so happy when I'm making photographs, frankly, even if they're not good. Just the process of making them. Sometimes I enjoy that so much that it's good to just do it.
So I think there's a lot of providence in having you come speak, because we talked about this a couple of months ago, but according to current events right now, the world is at war again.
Yeah.
And I think that makes a very poignant touch back to your work. Especially the book, My Brother's War. Can you tell us a little bit about it was the history of the project and how that worked out?
Sure. It's kind of strange how it all came to be. But I had a friend who was a political scientist, and just over dinners, over time, he became aware of the fact that my brother had been in Vietnam, and he was teaching a class on the politics of the war in Vietnam. And so he asked me one day if he could borrow some of my letters. I thought, ooh, I haven't read those in a long time. And frankly, my story is one of trying to forget my past a lot. There's a lot of trauma in it. And I literally put the box that I inherited and moved from one place to another in the back of a closet, and so I had to read the letters, and that's really what got it started. He wanted to allow his students actually to read the letters so that they could feel more connected to a real soldier. And it kind of went from there. His encouragement kind of got me started. And once I started reading the letters too, it was a good thing. I was afraid of it, but I could hear my brother's voice again, and it was like he was alive, and I was that little child again, and I could hear my parents, and that whole world came to life again. There were some good things, there. So yeah, that's how it began.
For our viewers, My Brother's War is about Jess's brother who served in Vietnam and did survive the war initially, and then later on did commit suicide. And so I found in the Washington Post article, it was very poignant, where you pointed out that the numbers shown for the casualties in Vietnam don't reflect the post-traumatic stress that follows. Also, the Agent Orange and the nasty chemicals that were used and are everybody that was there was subject to.
Right.
Can you elaborate a little bit more? You went through the letters, which I would assume you're saying is a very cathartic experience.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell us a little bit the next steps and how you put this project together?
Well, every night I'd come home and read some of the letters, and it was this marvelous trip to the past, and that voice of my brother came back, and I was happy. I was actually happy through a lot of it, although, sometimes mortified, when I read certain things in the letters. But suddenly I finished the letters. I realized there are no more. The voice stops. Here it is again. And then, it was another really bad feeling. So it was the middle of the night. I remember getting up from the chair and going over to the box that I had of his belongings and starting to really search through there to try to find other things, something else. And I discovered that night that he had fallen in love with someone who planned to get married. And there were these little love notes. Here I am by myself.
in the middle of the night, finding these notes like, I love you, I love you. Oh my gosh, I never knew any of this, So it was a lot of revelations and things that were just happening out of the blue, unexpected. The story's not about Vietnam. Vietnam just happens to be the background. It's the backdrop of where the story took place. It's just a chance of time and place. And so my story has to be this because that's what happened. That's what happened in my life. So, this story could play out anywhere in any time because it's universal. It's a war story, and it doesn't matter which war it is. And so he was my big brother. You can see how small. I'm standing on a step and I'm still a fraction, that my family, I was the surprise child, but big brother and little sister is sort of how we referred to each other, for a long time. And by the way, this picture was made in Mexico, of all things. I took a workshop with Maggie Stieber for Day of the Dead, Oaxaca. And one morning I was out walking, wonder where ideas come from. Out of the nowhere came this idea of we were going to the cemetery, and I thought, oh, there'll be flowers there. And I'd been doing some things with flowers anyway. And I took letters then, and I brought snapshots and photographs where I continued to make pictures to help me finish the stories, where I got the idea to how I finished it. But this is the only picture I have of us when we were older. And I went to Colorado to visit him where he was living. And it was his idea that I come visit. And my high school buddy, best friend, came too, and she took the snapshot of us. And it remains the only photo I have of us when we were a bit more grown. And so this is the book cover. You can see here it's a bit lighter. This was sort of my design in the beginning. I was the designated family photographer as my father became too old and sick, I think, to continue taking all the pictures. He took the one on the left of Gary, and I made the one on the right. Same spot, same backyard, many years apart. Here he is after the war, and he told me, he called up one time and he said, you're not going to remember me because I look really, you're not going to remember. He said, you won't recognize me because I just really look different. And he described that he had long hair. And but this picture because the disabled American veteran, this was the notification letter that said that he had something called a service-connected nervous condition. And there was the post-traumatic stress, or what we now say PTSD, which to me is just a meaningless acronym. I refuse to use it, but that's what they called it at the time. And so, but disabled American veteran, it could be any veteran anywhere in the world throughout time, past, present, future, same thing. Serendipitous things happened when I was photographing, and I did not know this consciously, but as I was setting this up with mirrors and light and out in a sand pile in the yard, a skull formed. And I didn't even know it until I looked at the negatives and I thought, whoa, look at that. Strange goings on. And he wrote, every day is just like the next. They come and go.
How long was he in country for?
2 years. Another thing that happened too is that I was open just to these serendipitous happenings. You might think a still life that wouldn't happen, but it does. And I would go outside too, where other things could happen. And the wind blew this letter, and at one point it became like a tent. I have another version of it where it looks like a tent. And I thought, oh, look at that. That's even better. And so here you see him in Vietnam as a soldier, and the letters, which there are 40 pages of letters that are in the book. And I went to Vietnam not once, but twice. Once just wasn't enough. And I went the following year. And little did I know here what was really brewing was an enormous storm, a thunderstorm. It looked so innocent to me. At least I didn't think it was, anything to worry about. But this was July, as it looked when I arrived. Very desolate, very empty. And so was the airport. I asked my driver to take me to the Chulai airport, and I think maybe they were refurbishing it, because as I understand it, it's a functioning airport now, but at the time it wasn't. And for years you couldn't even find it on the map. There wasn't anything there, but it was completely empty. And I think all of this just really mirrored my psychological state of this just sort of void, emptiness. And I was alone for the most part. Actually, on this trip, I did have a friend who came with me. I was very happy that he was willing to just accompany me that day on my first trip to Chulai. But this car, the only car there, that's my driver. At one point, the driver drove away. it was the next year, I think. And I was completely alone. I thought, now my driver just left. And it was a good 2.5 hour drive, I think, from where I was staying. I thought, well, now what am I going to do? I might be being abandoned here. But he was finding shade. But here you see the storm forming. Again, the emptiness. It's just sort of, again, that void. All of that, including the storm, seemed to just be an embodiment of my own feelings. So there are, as I said, many pages of letters, which I don't have in the PDF here, but you can see I took them back to the place where they were written. For some reason, I felt like I just wanted to do that. And then when we made the book, I scanned them so they could be read. And then I have a chapter called The Imaginings, where I wondered what happened. And I did find out, because now we have the internet, we can look up things that we couldn't do when I was a child or a teenager or anything. But I had these photographs for years, and I wondered, what are these of? I couldn't ask anybody. And I found a timeline on his Army Company's website, and I found out what all of these were. And I also went to 2 of Gary's reunions. One was in Ocean City, Maryland, and another one in Savannah, actually. And he took supplies out to the front lines. So I don't know what he saw. He may have witnessed some things that I'll never know. But these are his photographs. Oh, and I put my thumb in a lot of these, and I consider that a bit of a self-portrait, including the front of the book with the shadow, excuse me, of my hand.
I love that you incorporated your thumb and hand into the photo.
It's a reminder of the storyteller, and that there's somebody taking these pictures. You know how photographs of all the forms of art that we have, they seem seamless sometimes, as if they just made themselves, as if they just happen to exist that way, right? And they're not. That's what makes them so dangerous, really, I think, is that they are constructed and made. Then in the box, I discovered where Gary's was buried, but I also discovered where he died. And I went to that house. I rented a car and flew there by myself, and rented this car and drove there, and just wanted to see it. You can see March 8th right there. I didn't know where my mother was buried either, if that is any indication of all the traumas. But I found out that my mother and my brother are buried together. It's in a military cemetery. And so her name is on one side of the stone and his is on the other. And I had to sit there for a while. I stayed until it was time to go, until it closed. But the challenge was, how do you make a photograph that's not just a cliche picture of a gravestone, right? So he died by a gunshot. And so he was a very good shot. This is his target practice. And these were little holes as seen through a passport to Vietnam that he had. And I like just the shapes and the way they related to his dog tag. And there's the girlfriend surprise. These were a more upbeat note. I think I like the goldfish symbol of prosperity and good fortune. And it's combined with Gary's letter and my father's childhood drawing. And I'd never been to the Vietnam Memorial Wall before. And I write in the book about the fact that there are so many more people who died from that war that their names aren't there. And so when I was there, I taped a note and I put my brother's name on there. So it was at least his name was there for the day. So here they are arriving in Vietnam, and here they are now going to visit the wall. It's a powerful monument. Once I had a conversation with Gary about the letters that he sent, and he said that he had been reading them and he felt really awful about the fact that he had talked about bombing sometimes, and the problem then was that there were no phone calls ever. You couldn't do that. And the only way you could communicate was through letters. And it took about 2 weeks for a letter to even get to you. So he really didn't even know what happened. He says, "Oh, I've got to go because I hear mortars landing on the beach." Oh my gosh, my poor parents, and worrying about what would happen. And so you can see that he's addressing that issue here on a card. And just a quick peek at interesting stationery that the government provided back then, Vietnam. He signed his name in Vietnamese there. He was learning to speak the language, and of course he had someone he wanted to marry, and I think that was a big part of it. Plus, I think he was just interested in other people and cultures and language, and he ordered a flag, an American flag. He wanted my mom to find some American flags. He gave the specific size and everything. And he said he wanted one for himself and he wanted one to give to his friend. And then I have a Vietnamese flag that she must have given him. And so I did go to these reunions. I was so lucky because usually for me, I would find, oh, that reunion took place 3 years ago and you missed it. But this time it was in the future and I had time to buy a ticket and I could go. So I did, and it was a wonderful experience. People talked to me and described pictures. I brought photographs with me. So they told me about what some of the things were that had been a big mystery to me. And another interesting thing that happened was that when you start scanning and enlarging these photographs, these snapshots that you've seen all of your life as small, suddenly you see things in the rooms and it becomes like another universe to explore. So that was interesting. But I tell a story in the book about visiting a Vietnam veteran and what happened. This is kind of a surprise. And I have a picture here of Gary's friends, and he wrote the names down. And I went to every extreme possible to try to locate these people. I got a wrong number one time, and the person said, "Well, that's so interesting that I'll try to help you find that person," and I actually did find some of his friends. And in another case, one of them had died like 3 months prior to my calling, after 35 years or something. Well, I went to a reunion and this man came up and introduced himself, and I was so blown away. And he brought his photo album too, and I had mine. And it turns out we had different versions of the same scene. And he took a lot of the photographs that I have had all my life, or nearly all my life, since I was 8 years old. So amazing that suddenly this man, I would see him. Oh, by the way, that picture is not in the book. This is just something I interspersed here just to show. And this was about post-traumatic stress. I thought that posture and the explosion, sort of a refusal to acknowledge your environment and your own mind. It's like something he's imagining behind him, but it's a deadpan face, right? A lot of people who have this invisible affliction are reluctant to talk about their experiences. They don't want to talk about it, and they shut down, and it's invisible. It's one of those things like depression, I think, and anxiety, things that are called mental illnesses. There really aren't any mental illnesses. They're illnesses because the body and mind are one, and we can blame Descartes for that separation. But it's one of those diseases where you can get blamed for it. Shame on you. But people who suffer from this affliction, they actually have a brain damage. So I pray for your spirit. The title comes from a little writing from his girlfriend. And I went anywhere to try to get these things translated. I would see a store or something and go in. Can you tell me what this says? So they told me that it loosely translated what I found was I pray for your spirit. And I wonder what the girlfriend knew. What had he revealed to her? What did she know that I will never know, I'm sure. Very unlikely. But I think Gary was interested in his new role as a soldier. And so he went into the old photo booths that, we all had, and you put a quarter in, you get 4 pictures. And so he was exploring his new identity. And so this is an early picture. And I made it, that's a shrine in Vietnam in the background, home of a rice farmer I visited. And there's symbols here that people wouldn't know about. For example, I purchased this bowl in Vietnam, in Hoi An. It was something that had been submerged in the sea. And so was this little vessel. I wanted to make a picture about trauma. And I thought, how can I do that? How can I make a photo about trauma when there's nothing visual happening in front of me? So I'm going to have to create something. So I thought, a water tornado. I'll make a water tornado. And I had gone to so many extremes. I wanted to know so much, and there was nothing. So I went on eBay, for example, and I would look up, I typed in Chu Lai, and believe it or not, up come maps. And someone had made a DVD of their time in Chu Lai around the same time that my brother was there, so I could see pictures. But there's a map that's an actual map of wartime back here in Vietnam, and a letter that he wrote on a day that he was very upset. He wrote, "It's Mother's Dad." It was Mother's Day, and this was about a battle. But I stirred that. I must have, I don't know how many photos I had to take to get that to work out just right. But here's one of those serendipitous things where the wind blew. I must have taken, 100 photos of this or more. And suddenly the wind blew and the shape of a plant blew that echoed the shape of that spoon. And that ended up being the right one. I did not plan the halo. Another coincidence, serendipitous event. I used mirrors. I know where it came from. I had mirrors. Sometimes I reflect light up into scenes. And as the sun moved across the sky as I was out photographing, finally it hit it and bounced over right to where I was, but to scale. I thought, oh my God, it's a halo. So I was just, so excited that happened. But again, it's just being ready to accept the unexpected, I suppose. And these are where I managed to get information. I started to say this, but I utilized something called Find a Neighbor online. I believed I had the name and address of one of Gary's friends, and I was just sure of it. His name was unusual enough. It was the unusual names that I could find those people. And so he wouldn't answer the phone. It just rang and rang and rang. And a couple of months would go by and I'd try it again. It's like, it's not picking up. what else can I do? I've got his address. So I looked it up and this find a neighbor. So I called someone on his street, just said, I think your neighbor is someone who was a friend of the family. And I'm wondering if you could deliver this message. And they did. And I reached him and I found out all kinds of interesting things that, and this is what the box looked like. That's pretty much everything I had. And these were his Army issued glasses. Notice they were cracked, beginning to crack. But over some years, because I said like years passed, I had them in a clear container and in my studio. And one day I was just walking by. This was just recently. It was like right before I went to France. And I thought, look at the glasses, they're disintegrating. Oh, I'll have to make another photograph. And so I set it up on the same map and pretty much the same location and lit it the same way. But they're just disintegrating. And it it speaks of time, the nature of time. And there's the mysterious girlfriend. I have these pictures of families. In fact, I collect photographs from the past, especially if I find a little group that, I respond to, and they become sort of my surrogate family. So I lived in foster homes a lot when I was growing up. And so, I don't know, photographs became important. I took pictures of my family, with me. And so now I've sort of adopted these other people and I wonder about their lives and, could any of them, almost assuredly not, but I imagine them as maybe one of them could have been Gary's girlfriend. And this is the letter he wrote the night before he went to Vietnam. That's the envelope. And here I've arrived 40 years later. And notice the date, November 3rd. He arrived on my birthday, November 4th. And here he is wearing a Vietnamese outfit because his girlfriend, I think, must have given him that. He just liked people. I'm sure he didn't want to go and kill anybody, or have anything to do with it. So I still have this. I have this outfit. And that's the letter written. Tomorrow morning, I leave for Vietnam. And I arrived 40 years later. I began to play with interspersing the letters in the work. This is long before the book was in the works at all, really. And I didn't know that I would actually be able to print his letters. So I incorporated photographs I took there and the letter. This was a sad one near to the end of his life when things were not going well. And he was suffering from depression. And I blurred out parts of the letter just as a foggy mind might perceive the world. And somehow this one called for inversion to darkness. But the letter could still be read. Oh, I found out what that was. All my life I had that photograph and it was a booby trap, part of a booby trap. So I don't know how he came to have that, but that's what his comrades at the reunion told me. And then the cherry blossoms were important to me. I planted that tree. I'm looking at it right now out of my window. I planted this cherry tree, a Yoshino cherry tree. And that's a symbol. It was a symbol in Japan of the kamikaze, really, who gave up on the idea that, it was the base. Well, they just thought that basically everything it's sort of futile. They're going to die. And the cherry blossom became kind of a symbol of that because it blooms in this just wonderful glory. The flowers are extraordinary, beautiful. And then all at once, they all just start to fall and drop. And what I was trying to do, though, in this chat last chapter was to consider memory and the fact that the photographs are memory triggers, but I wanted to have a healing aspect to this. And every war is lived twice, once on the battlefield and once in memory, right? And Viet Nguyen wrote that. That's a quote from him that I actually have in the book. Wonderful writer, but it's true. And so I was trying to make healing pictures here, and you can see that I've incorporated these spring Georgia azaleas and flowers and cherry blossoms. That's inside of a Chinook. I started the flowers many years prior to going to Mexico. This was also cherry blossoms. So the idea was already seeded in my mind years prior to that trip. And I liked the editing process here. It was fun to do this, where, you start to match up subject matter that works together along with color palette. And there he is with the fallen cherry blossoms. And this last picture, when I made this, I knew I had the last picture in the book. And the funny thing is there is a story with this one. And I tried to reach his best friend for 9 years, really. I never give up. That's the thing. Don't give up, folks. Don't give up. Just keep going, keep going, keep going. Because sometimes, eventually, something's going to happen. And I Googled up a different word one night, and I thought, I have found him, and I am going to call in the morning. I have no idea what I'm going to say to this man, but I'm calling him in the morning. And I did. And he was pretty well floored. And he told me about a vision that he had about 10 years, he said, after Gary died. He was going to bed, and he said he went into his room, and suddenly he had this vision of his roof, the ceiling opening up, and that he could see the stars. And suddenly there was this beam of light, and my brother appeared to him in this light. And he was very serious. He said it was not a friendly visit. It wasn't a happy visit. It was a serious visit. He said that my brother told him that he needed to change his ways, or his life was not going to turn out well. And he wanted him to start to live a better life. And so this man told me that he listened, and he did. And he said that, and then Gary just started to recede, and the light dimmed, and the ceiling closed back up. And I just never thought I would get that story when I called somebody. What a story. So I thought, well, I have to make a photograph of this. And, my nature is to photograph so many times. I'll take, a lot of images to get to the one. There's so many failures. I'm not showing you all the failures, the pictures I have. All photographers have a lot of failures. But you know what? This is one of 2 pictures I can think of in my entire life that the very first one I took was it. This was it. I snapped that. And you know what? I went to Google Earth at this point because I couldn't go back to Vietnam again a third time. So I went to Google Earth at night. You can do that. And I went to Chu Lai. So that's the sky at Chu Lai. And I put this little photo of him, and I used this reflective material, and I made it. And that was that first shot. That was it. All the others were not as good for whatever reason. But I knew that would be the final picture in the book. And then I had to go back and make the others that I knew needed to fit to tell the story. So there he is, sort of receding a little bit back, a little further, back into the universe. Maybe that's where we were before we were born, and maybe that's where we go when we leave this form that we're all in. But that's what that's about. So I thought it was the good ending. And then I do want to thank my benefactors, because this book was published with the generous support of the Gilman and Gonzalez Falla Arts Foundation. Sandra Gilman, who passed away in May of last year, and her husband, her dear husband, Celso, Gonzalez Valle funded my book, and I am forever grateful. So that they helped make this a reality.
So I want to share the link to look at the book and hopefully purchase the book. Please share that. And really, thank you so much for coming and sharing your stories and your photography and your very unique way of looking at photography with the Depth of Field audience. It's really been a wonderful talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Much appreciated and very honored, and so nice to meet you face to face here.
Well, sort of face to face.
Different than Facebook.
from New York City to Georgia. Yes, indeed, it's been great. Okay, so thank you so much again, and we look forward to seeing what's next.
This is a real B&H customer story. Jack and Barbara, professional wildlife photographers and B&H customers for 30 years, live in remote Alaska. Hey, what's the population there?
About 50 to 52 people and bears.
We're definitely not in New York anymore.
It's just quiet here. It's beautiful. The wildlife photography out here is amazing.
While they could order equipment from any number of sites, they don't.
Anytime we need anything, B&H is our go-to. We can send an email. We have used the chat feature, and of course the phone if our phones are working.
If the phones are working.
Hi, Jack. What can I help you with?
I needed a tripod, and it had to be light, it had to be sturdy, so I talked with somebody at B&H. I think his name is Charles, and he pointed me toward a certain tripod and liked it so much that I bought a second one.
Nice one, Charles.
When it comes to getting gear, things were shipped quickly, packed well, made it through the harrowing journey, going from plane to smaller plane to somebody's hand, thrown to somebody else, put in the back of a truck, and arrives unscathed.
That's quite the schlep. It must be incredible when it gets there.
Oh, it's like Christmas. I mean, honestly, it's better than Christmas.
Yeah, it's my birthday.
B&H has everything that we need. I mean, when have we ever looked for something and it wasn't available?
Well, there was bananas.
Yeah, right.
Bananas indeed. Wherever you live, B&H is ready to help. Chat, email, and if your phones are working, give us a call. This is a brief history of B&H, everyone's favorite photo and video store. The year was 1973. The Mets went to the World Series. The first cell phone call was made. And Bleamy and Herman opened a specialty photography shop at 17 Warren Street, New York City. They had a simple philosophy.
Be honest, treat people right, and they will come back.
Thanks, Irving. Also, free candy. And it worked. Over the next 20 years, we expanded and moved to West 17th Street, then 34th Street and 9th Avenue, and added more products. Lighting, binoculars, telescopes, audio, video, tripods, computers, printers, mobile, televisions, projectors, drones, and even more free candy. Now it's 3 stories and over 400,000 products and over 1,000 employees. We take millions of orders online and ship to 179 countries and counting. You can talk to us in person, on the phone,
B&H, how can I help you?
or online. Check out our checkout baskets. Also check out our checkout numbers. Also check out the flare on Marae's vest. And everyone's favorite part, our conveyor belt.
The benefit of the conveyor belt is you don't have to worry about the product or schlep it around anymore until checkout.
Nice. These are the owners. They still come to work every day. They're around here somewhere. Anyway, this is Jeanette. Oh, sorry, she's busy. This is our warehouse. This is Yakov and Levy fighting over lighting kits. B&H is not a chain. B&H is open every day, except Saturdays, of course. Now you know almost the whole story. We are B&H.
This is a beautiful winter day here in New York City. We're standing in front of Gramercy Park in a really lovely neighborhood of Manhattan. Now, I'm really excited for what's about to come next, because I'm going to be walking over to Duane Michals' apartment, and we're going to be interviewing the modern father of conceptual photography. This is really a big deal, and you might be able to tell I'm a little bit nervous. It's real fast. I'm going to tell you a quick story about something that really inspired me when I was young. Okay. My father took me to see a movie called The Hunger in like 1983, 84, and I was very young. The opening of The Hunger had this band called Bauhaus doing an opening number while David Bowie, Susan Sarandon, and Catherine Deneuve played out their parts. The opening band really gripped me, and I had to research a little bit more. That band was called Bauhaus, and Bauhaus has an album called In the Flat Field. And on the album cover for In the Flat Field is this really cool black and white photo of a guy like playing a trumpet, and it was a really interesting grainy photo, very conceptual. Later on, I would of course love The Police, and the Police Synchronicity album cover was also shot by Duane Michals. So he did In the Flat Field and Synchronicity. This is a landmark photographer who was one of the first photographers to start drawing and writing on his images, on his photographs. How this applies to depth of field is that it just goes to show you that here's a guy who took unorthodox methods, really pioneered an art form, and it landed him 4 Life covers, numerous Vogue covers, album covers, an amazing history, and a contemporary photographer who has changed our art form. So let's go over and meet Duane Michals, and we're going to share this amazing photographer with all of the B&H and the Depth of Field family. Let's go take a look.
I started out being a boy, then I went to high school, and then I ran away from home, and then I went to the Army, and then I ran away from the Army, and then I came to New York where I stayed. And I made it all up as I went along. I make you up, you know, you don't really exist. You are a figment of my imagination. I'm not a traditional photographer, although I've done everything you'd want to do as a photographer. I really have had a very rich career. I've worked both sides of the tracks, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. I haven't worked in 60 years. That's as good as it gets. I like adventures. I like doing what I've never done before. I always say I shoot first and ask questions later, and I like to surprise myself. I like doing everything. I never like to do the same thing twice. I had fun doing fashion. You know, you get paid a lot of money to make beautiful women look beautiful. Wow, there's a hard job. And I did a book on Egypt for a French publisher. You know, Life magazine, Synchronicity, Carly Simon. I did Houses for House and Gardens. There's a surprise. I mean, really, totally everything. I can't even mention it. I mean, I forget. There's so many. I call myself an expressionist, and what I mean by that is, it's not how well do I express myself. And sometimes you have to write. Sometimes you have to take a picture. Sometimes you have to tell a little story. It's all about the story. I'm not a snap shooter. I mean, I've done annual reports for New York Times 2 or 3 times. And I mean, I've done that kind of stuff. But for my own taste, I'm very verbal. I get paid by the word, right? You're counting. You know, I make it up as I go along. I love the imagination. After the Army, I came to New York, and I wanted to do something in publishing. Photography was not on my horizon. To make a long story short, I was working at Time Inc. doing advertising, and I discovered you could go to Russia, and I borrowed a camera, and I saved up, it was $1,000, and I went. And if I had never gone to Russia, I borrowed Tom Lacey's Arca C3, and I wouldn't take a light meter. And if I had never gone to Russia, I'd never been a photographer. I figured I'm going to Russia, I should take pictures. I got back from Russia, and I sent the films to the guy around the corner, and I bought a $15 enlarger, and my kitchen was like this, so it was, and my prints were like Dead Sea Scrolls. So one night, in my entire history of Duane, insert my name here, I never, I don't have parties. I am a party. And so I had a party. And somebody said, "Can I bring a friend?" I said, "Sure." So they brought this friend. And I guess he was so bored, he was unrolling my Dead Sea Scroll photographs. And he said, "These are good. I have a studio. I never use it on weekends. Big skylight. I'll give you a key." And always being a person who was very quick to grab every opportunity came my way, I said, "Great." And I wouldn't use a light meter because I had my thing. I thought if I had a light meter, it would intimidate me and I'd have to be good. I'd have to be professional. But if I didn't have a light meter, I had the status of being an amateur. When I got the Argus C3 from Tom, now deceased, may he rest in peace, it rhymed. I like to rhyme. So what happened was, he said, when you're outside, you put the thing on 16 and you put the other thing on 500. When you're outside but it's cloudy, leave it on 16, but you put it on 60. Or if it's not too cloudy, put it on 120. When you go inside, go by the window, you go the other way, put the thing on 28, and to put the thing on top on 30, or if it's really dark. That's what I did. So I used that formula. Then with the skylight, and it worked with my friends. So I had this celebrity who will not be mentioned, and it was so dark. It was like one of those middle afternoon storms when you know. But I was still trusty. Well, I screwed up. I was humiliated. And my great friend, Danny Enton, may he rest in peace. I said that already. Don't repeat yourself. And he was, Danny was pissed with me. He said, "Look, you can't be a pretend photographer. If you're going to take pictures, at least, get the right exposure." And he's the one who taught me how to expose film, and he dragged me into the dark room kicking and screaming. And before I knew it, he ran out kicking and screaming, "Get away from me." When I became a photographer, there were things I want. Well, example, I did a early sequence, a series of photographs. It's the decisive moment with the moment before and the moment after. And so I wonder what happens when you die. Now, if you're a traditional photographer, you'll photograph corpses, you'll photograph ladies wearing black dresses crying, you'll photograph cemeteries, hearses. I wasn't interested in, I want to know what happens when you die. And I think this is my Duane suit. This is a 1932 model. You can get spare parts. These are new ears. My ears were too small. And you can get knees, And so I asked myself, what happens when you die? I don't know, but I imagine I leave my Duane suit behind and I go, there's no heaven or hell, but I go downtown. Who knows? And so dreams, we dream all the time. I photographed Magritte asleep. Well, that's what Magritte looks like I'd like to know what kind of dreams did Magritte have. Can you imagine? Most people's dreams are more interesting in their lives. So that whole part of your life, what you can't see, I'm interested in what something feels like more than what it looks like. If I see a woman crying, I think, grief. What does it feel like? So I had to reinvent. I always maintain you're either defined by the medium or you redefine the medium in terms of your needs. Most people are defined by the medium. I'm not Cartier-Bresson. Why should my photographs look like his? Thank God I'm not Ansel Adams. I'm telling you, I don't like Ansel Adams. No, he's okay. He's all right. But so people end up photographing somebody else's photograph. Photograph your own. Can I say? Like when I took the picture of my mother, father, and my brother. And I wrote underneath it, one day he said he was going to write me a letter, true story, but he never wrote the letter. And I used to wonder what was going to be in the letter. And then I thought, well, maybe some family mystery. Maybe we're going to share finally, But the letter never did arrive, and I never found that place where he hid his love. Well, the text, see, I call that a text. Captions always go with, writing always goes with photographs. But you pick up front page of the New York Times. It says Russian tanks enter Ukraine, and they're tanks. On December, I was the news editor of the high school paper. The first paragraph: who, what, why, when, and where. Russian tanks enter Ukraine on February, blah blah blah, and so that caption tells you what you can see. I simply tell you what you can't see. I make up little stories. If you think you figured it out, you haven't figured it out, because you should. First of all, you have to make mistakes. Do not try to be perfect. I started out with the Argus C3, which I borrowed, and that's where I learned about double exposing, because it gratuitously double exposed. And I thought, these are really good. And then I started doing, I love the mistakes of the camera. You learn more from your mistakes than you do from your successes. You can get trapped into success, and then you ad nauseum take the same picture over and over. Really, it's dangerous, especially if you're too young, too soon. And when you start turning your photographs into a product, I mean, like, as if you're a serious photographer, that's not the commercial part. Commercial people are very serious too for different reasons. But if you become famous for one thing, you know, it's too easy to get trapped into that. If the thing has no latitude, you know. True style is inherent. You don't go looking for it. You discover it after. It's like when I began to look at things, oh, I could see what I was doing. But while I was doing it, I didn't notice it. You see? So if you set out to have you know what a style would be? If you want to manufacture a style, it's very easy. Just get so close that you're only photographing eyelids, and you're the eyelid photographer. You know, oh, that's Greta Garbo's eyelid. I knew that. No, but I mean, there's a fake style you can come up with too. Photograph everybody way standing over here, you got a style. Everybody's off in the corner. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. There's one photograph which is the standard. I call that stand and stare. August Sander, Diane Arbus, that woman I don't like. I'm very verbal. And it's what you do. And you had to do that because they were long exposures that even, you know, hold your hand in place. But this is the geography of my face. I'm not this face. I used to have a better looking one, but I traded in for two old ones. But when everybody wants to look nice, you know, so if I showed you a picture of my mother and father, they were married after they were married 50 years, and they're standing. Oh, I can't take me anywhere. Anyway, so they're standing like this, and they've got their arm around, and they're smiling. They didn't even like each other. They hadn't in 40 years. You know, they could, you know. But the pictures, stand and stare is. It's just that's description of anatomy. Each person is a different person. So why do you take the same picture? The picture I might have taken of Jeremy Irons should not be the same kind of picture I took of Kim Novak. You know, nobody. You know, it's amazing to me. People expect they go to photograph somebody, and they wait for somebody to do something. Well, the model doesn't know what you want. First of all, he doesn't know what the light looks like. He doesn't know what's going on. Don't expect him to bring anything. Oh, I did a big project. I did a wonderful shooting with Robin Williams. And that was wonderful because he came in, he was very formal, and then he began to, nothing was said. I thought, wow, this is Robin, I'm funnier than he is. And then he's taking things out of his, you know, he had a funny stuff. And then he brought out a funny pair of shoes, and I said, gee, Mr. Williams, can I smell your shoes? And that broke him up, and then we were off to the heaven. This is an aside, but it makes sense. When I started out and I began to I love doing commercials. I am not a photo snob. So I'm at a shooting, and this young woman comes up, and she says, are you Duane? I said, yes. She said, what are you doing here? I said, well, I'm making a living. And she said to me, oh, I would never sell out. And I want to say, honey, you have nothing to sell. All those people who want, please get over it. The commercial world is much more difficult than the artsy-fartsy world. In the artsy-fartsy world, you know, you pee on a bed and you do piss bed work. You know, I mean, you know, you paint your girlfriend's orange or something. You do orange pictures, you know, blah, blah, blah. But you go and you got to do a job for somebody, and you can't mess around. They don't put up with mistakes. It's very hard to be a good commercial photographer, but it's worth the money. Light my cigar. Oh, you want to hear a little funny story? I had to go out to L.A. to meet. We worked, and it was so funny because I had never heard of the police. I had never heard of them, so I drove to A&M, and I heard this music. It sounded very nice. So when I met them, and they were all, hello, 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 and they said, and I said, I think I may. I said, do you have a hit? They said, yes. I said, I heard a very nice song. Did you write a song called "Do You Really Want to Hurt Me"? I'm telling Steen that I like Boy George. I didn't know the difference. I'm really, it was, but we got along very well. That was perfect, I used to think of myself as being cottage industry. I never had a studio. We would rent a studio if I needed one. And I didn't want to be an organization. I didn't want to have a staff of 7. I didn't want to pay, blah, blah, blah. I always wanted to carry a bag on my... I remember once I went to photograph the president of IBM, and I just had like a little bag, and I had my photo, where I bought my film bag. And the art director of a big agency wrote about whatever, and he said how when we went to visit, and there I was like with a plastic bag and my little bag, and he was embarrassed that I looked like I was an amateur. Boy, did I fool him. When I first came to New York, I wanted to be a designer, and Henry Wolf was the great art director at Harper's Bazaar, and he needed an assistant, so I invented a magazine. And this is my portfolio. Dune is a Swiss magazine, which is my favorite magazine. They do a whole issue on a single subject. So I invented a magazine called Contact, and the idea was contact with life, contact with theater, contact with literature, you know, contact with painting. So, and I did a whole issue on Russia. I'll show you a couple other covers. This is Contact on type, and this is Contact issue on Italy. So these were the three. So that was my portfolio. And when I showed that one to Henry Wolf, he said, well, who took the pictures? I said, I did. He said, well, you should be a photographer. And he wouldn't hire me. But then he went to Show Magazine, and he gave me, I think, 7 photographs in the first issue. I went to see Louis Silverstein at the New York Times, showing him. He said, who took the pictures? And he wouldn't hire me. And then he gave me the annual report to do something. And this is another, it's an art direction magazine. See, 1960, that's when I was trying to get a job. And then I made this portfolio. Can you imagine? Here's what I always told students to do. Get a red box. There's a beautiful Japanese red lacquer box. Put your pictures in red box and tie the box with like a rope or some kind of. Now the art director comes in the office. They don't do this anymore. There are 20 portfolios, all black portfolios. I'll bet you any money's going to pick up that red box. So this was my black box. There used to be an atomic bomb in here, in a black box. But see, watch this. Oh, I'm the art director. I don't want to look at those. Oh, black box. What's in there? Oh, how do I get into this box? What am I supposed to do? Oh. Oh. So this was filled with these boxes. All Russian pictures. That's not Russian, but that's not Russian either. Anyway, forget it. But Russian pictures would come in the red box. What's in the blue box? Oh, maybe nudes. Who knows? Maybe I'll hit a lucky. All right, you all, nudes, but they all got away. So each box would be a different portfolio. And I love the idea. It said it was so heavy to carry around, but. And then I made a little miniature portfolio like this. And the pictures are all numbered. This was a very famous model. I forgot her name. Not so famous. This is in Russia. This is a waiter in there's a bunch of a gaggle of priests. This was in Spain. And here's me with my platoon in Germany. French circus, Cirque Vert. Bert Lahr from Esquire years ago. Huh. So this is one of the first pictures I wrote on. When the picture comes down, I'm not there. Oh, you're supposed to, never mind. Okay. And this is, and Things Are Queer. You see this guy? He has this little book. And here's the little book I used. This is David Hawkins. I had the picture. The picture's not in here anymore. Oh, there it is. When I was working in the country, I got very much involved in things Japanese, hokusai. I love it. And I thought, well, why are photographs always squares and rectangles? So why can't we do fan-shaped photographs? So I did. I did a whole book on them. And I wrote on it, but I want to show you this one which I really like. Oh, you see this? It's hard to see, but it's a rainstorm in the country. And then I wrote a little text that said, suddenly a summer shower I am watered like a flower. I don't regret being wet because I blossom for an hour. Boom, boom. Yeah.
This is a real B&H customer story. Steph Mandis came to B&H to take her photography to the next level. She's an artist by choice, pizza maker by birth, and B&H customer for life. Am I missing anything here?
Teacher, entrepreneur, product designer, and a photographer. And a restaurateur. I forgot that part.
Impressive. Steph, I gotta be honest, I don't know where to look first. Is that a microscope?
Yeah, that's my trinocular axiolab, and that's what I use to make bioart.
Bioart? What's that?
Bioart is where science and art meet.
Amazing. So what came first, camera or the microscope?
So first came the microscope, then the camera, and thankfully that's where B&H stepped in. When I first went to B&H trying to find a camera for my microscope, I thought it was a little oddball request, but turns out they've done this before and they knew exactly what I was looking for. What's great about working with people at B&H is that they use the gear that they're selling you.
So what are you looking at now?
Cheese, sauce, peppers, onions, olives, pizza toppings.
I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah, my family started a pizza restaurant in 1960.
Whoa, 60 years of pizza. What's the secret?
We used cheddar cheese.
Huh. Okay. So what's next for you, Steph?
I want to take this tiny thing that I've been looking at and blow it up using projectors. I just have to figure out what equipment I need.
I like where this is going.
So B&H, we're gonna talk again.
Steph, we're always here when you need us. And be sure to save me a slice. For your next project, head to the experts at bnh.com.
Oh yeah, I've definitely put him under the microscope. Cat fur looks crazy.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
This is a real B&H customer story.
Okay, we checked all 4 systems and keying was a go.
At B&H, we help folks find the products they need. Isn't that right, Irving?
Yes, definitely. We need to be ready for whatever the customer needs, especially when the items are rare.
So true. Could you give us an example, Irving?
We help millions of customers all over the world.
Come on, just one example?
Well, there was NASA.
NASA?
NASA. What's the big deal? We have for everyone, big and small.
So what did NASA need?
A unique Hasselblad lens for space mission. I guess no one else had it, but we did. But we often have what others don't.
Love it. What else can you tell us about this story?
That is the story.
Copy that, Irving. And thank you for sharing. For all your needs, big or small, check out bnh.com.
Can I go back to work now?
Fred Smith here told us that B&H Photo helped change his life. Fred, tell us your story.
I was a fitness instructor in Atlanta, and I transferred to New York, March 13, 2020, right as the city went under lockdown.
Oof, that's rough timing.
All the studios shut down. But with B&H's help, I started Workout with Fred. It's an online fitness platform with cycling classes and off-the-bike classes taught by me.
Talk about lemons to lemonade.
As I started looking for equipment, everybody I spoke to was pointing me to B&H. I needed a camera, a lens, microphone, capture card, audio interface.
Whoa, Fred, we're running out of room here.
Well, here's the thing. That setup is really complicated, and that's where B&H came in. I felt like every expert I spoke to had been in my shoes before, whether I was on the chat or I called. Anytime I had a question, they had a solution. solution. I was like, I wish I'd called you earlier.
We're always here for you, Fred. Say, where do you film all this?
Let me show you. My living room is essentially a recording studio. Everything in here, except for the couch and the TV, are laid out so that I can do my recording.
Amazing. What's next for you, Fred?
One of the things I wanted to do for years was start a video podcast. So I started something called Join the Convo. We discuss important topics in a safe space.
Fred, you're a real mensch. Thank you for sharing your B&H story with us. If you're thinking of starting a virtual business like Fred, check out bnh.com.
Hey mate, how you doing?
Hey Luke, good, how are you?
Good to see you. I'm very well, man. Welcome, come through.
Thank you. Let's do this. Hi, my name is Eivind. I'm a photographer from Norway, based here in London, and I am a fashion and portrait photographer. My work at the moment is quite cyberpunk-esque. There's lots of inspiration that comes from cosmic horror movies like Alien. I love horror movies and sci-fi, and it kind of infuses a lot of my work, basically. Today we will be going through 3 to 4 different lighting setups. The first lighting setup is playing with the power tubes and different settings, especially the hue loop, which is one of my favorite settings. And the hue loop basically just allows us to rotate the colors so that you can get lots of different options, which is really fun. The second setup that we will be doing today is playing with the projector attachments. With the projector attachments, we can create really specific shapes of light, which is going to be really exciting. And then thirdly, we will be introducing a smoke machine. With the smoke machine, we can create really specific pathways and interesting shapes and see how kind of like the light interacts with the smoke. Also, finally, I'm going to show you how I use lasers in my photography. I always preferred working with continuous lights. Every time I've worked with flash photography or like studio flashes and stuff, I felt like I didn't have enough control. I think what's important for me is I love seeing like the results instantly when I kind of make my adjustments. I like, whenever I use flash, I feel like I'm making adjustments and then I fire it and it just doesn't look the way that I want it to feel. So that's why I always prefer working with continuous lights, because it just feels more responsive for me. I have full control of all the colors that I want to work with. Because whenever I've been using gels and stuff, it's very limiting, and you can only like have either or you can combine maybe 2 gels to make a different color. But then with the power tubes, for example, you can just make that fine, like exact, like very specific color. So yeah, I think that's really important. And then also being able to just play with different setups. I want to become more into moving image as well. So for me as well, being able to just film the results instantly with my phone and stuff, I think is really important. So today we'll be shooting tethered. The guys from Tethered Tools have been really kind and sent me some kit from them, which we'll be using today. I always prefer shooting tethered when I'm working for a client, because then we're able to instantly look at the images on a computer, and then we can also just make adjustments to see if we need to change any of the color setups. And then today we'll also be using the Nanolink app, which is connected to all of the lights in the studio here today. So we're now in the studio with our lovely model, Olive, from Crumb Agency. And today we'll be going through, now I'll be going through the first setup. So you see we've got 4 different power tubes set up. So I've got 2 here in the back. They've got these little barn doors that kind of blocks the light so we don't get too much spillage onto Olive. Then I've got another power tube here, just so we get a little bit of a hair light and a little bit of rim light on Olive. And then I'm using power tube 30X here as our key light on Olive. So right now, all the power tubes, they're set to daylight temperature. But now with the app, I can just easily click on effect mode, and we've got it on the hue loop setting. So now you see the color just changing on Olive's face. I'm gonna go on the 15X here and then do the same setting, click on the effect mode, And then I'm gonna click on, instead of one way, I'm gonna have it reversed, because then we'll have two different colors kind of intersecting with each other. This is what I love with the hue loops, is I can just hold in the button now, and basically I can just shoot all these different color options. If I want to change the color of the back, I can also click on these ones. I can also put these. I'm just gonna click on HSI mode. And then here on the HSI mode, I can choose a very specific color. And you see now I'm filling the whole room. This is why I like shooting with a studio with a white cove, because the white cove will basically just absorb whatever color I apply to it. So it's kind of like, instead of shooting with different color backdrops, you're just turning a white backdrop into your color backdrop. And the cool thing with having two lights on the different sides is I can then go on the other light, and then I can have two different colors. So if I have one side that's blue, like that, and then that one I can make pink. So now, if I adjust my camera, put it here in the middle, you can get quite a nice little gradient between. And then as well, the closer you move the lights to the background, the kind of more extreme the gradient becomes. So if you kind of want to have like a really like abrupt gradient, you can just move the lights a bit closer. And then if I put that on the hue mode like the other one, so now we have all these different color options. There, perfect. Lovely. Turn your head that way and then look up at the light. There, nice, that looks really good. Amazing. Let's have a look here. Oh yeah, that looks really good. Nice. Look over at the camera. Perfect. There, nice. Turn your head that way. There, but then eyes at the camera. There, and then move forward just a little bit that way. Yeah, perfect. A little bit back. There, great. Hold that. Lovely. So now I'm going to play a little bit with something called a split diopter. And with the split diopter, basically you end up having two different focal lengths on the image. So I can kind of play a little bit with making some of the shots a little bit out of focus, just to add a little bit of nice texture to the shots. And then with this, I can just play a little bit. There, nice. Gorgeous. That looks really nice. Oh yeah, that looks really cool. Nice. Chin up. There. Look over at me. There, great. Come back just a little bit. There, yep, good. Nice, perfect. That looks really good. And then we got our little split diopter. There. Great. So this is why I prefer shooting with the hue loop, because you see now we have all these different color options. So rather than like, if you're shooting with gels and stuff, which is really time consuming and having to change, with the hue loop, we are able to just put on a really wide range of colors that we can play and combine with each other. Subconsciously, I always work like with complementary colors. For like, if you use like a color wheel, for example, and you look at some of my images, you always see like you're able to either kind of look at complementary colors or tertiary colors. You could even like draw like a little triangle. I actually talk about this in my Domestica course. Also, yeah, like I mentioned earlier, one of my biggest inspirations is horror movies, and I always look at like the color palettes that are used in horror movies. So that's why it's like, this is why I think it's really important that when I'm using when I'm using these lights, that I try to control it as much as possible, because I want really dark shadows, like the blacks. I want the blacks to be blacks. I don't want it to bleed too much out. So this is also like when I'm looking at like horror movies and stuff like that, it's always got like that really dark atmosphere about them. So whenever I work with my lights, I always try to control it as much as possible, which is why I'm using like the egg crates and the barn doors. When we're looking now at Olive, we can see like we've got a really controlled light here on her face. Because of the barn door and the egg crate, it's not bleeding way too much on the background. So if I want to change this, I can also kind of make it more like that and then move it. So it's more like head on at Olive, like that. That way it's not bleeding way too much on the background. And now we can see we've got a really, really strong contrast here. We've got the hair light and then we've got the main light here. But then this part of Olive's face now is in the shadows. Nice. Turn your head a little bit towards the camera. Perfect. And then eyes at the camera. Perfect. Look here at my hand. There. Just look at that point. Perfect. And then if I want to play a bit more now with this filter, I can add that. Just going to add a bit more of an atmosphere. So now I go on the app, I go on the HSI mode, and then I just bring the red all the way down. And the same on the other tube. HSI, red. So these are one of my favorite colors that I like using. So if I now go on the 30X, and then I'm gonna make that a blue. I love that contrast between the blue and the red. And then now if I go on the hair light, a nice complementary color to the red is green. I go in the HSI mode, and then I make that a green. There. So now we've got three colors. We've got the blue as our main light, the green as our key light, and then in the background, we've got the red. So now that I'm going to introduce the projectors, I want the projector to have a bit of a punch. So I'm turning off the 30X and the 15. So if we're looking at Olive now, she is just a black silhouette. And now if I turn on the projector, we've got a nice, like film noir-esque lighting on her face. So this is from the Forza 500. And then now I also have another one. So I adjusted the blades on the Forza 60 to make just one stripe go that way. And then on the Forza 500, I made one go that way. So now we've got this really cool cross across Olive's face. And then now if I want to move Olive just like a little bit this way, there, perfect. There. A little bit up with your chin, perfect. There, and just look right into the light. So you see how big of an impact you kind of get. With the projector, I can also adjust the width. So if you're looking at Olive's face now, with the stripe that's going here, I can pull these leaves. So if I want to have like a wider shot, I can do that. But I kind of, for dramatic effect, I just want it to be quite thin. You can even play with like the positioning of it. So there. And then I can also play with the focus to move it like that. So if I want it really thin, just like that. If you stand a bit more like this, there, and then just look over that way. There, it's cool. How does that look? Yes, a little bit up with the chin. And then move forward just a little bit. There, up with the chin. Down with the chin. There, a bit more. There, nice. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, perfect, just like that. Nice. Let's have a look at that. That's really cool. I can also, and then I'm gonna adjust the focus just a little bit. There. There we go. That looks really cool. Yeah, just look up at the light. Perfect. Just like that. That's really good. So the reason why I moved the projector from that side to this side is because I want to shoot Olive in profile. So if I have the light here, you see how kind of the light wraps around Olive's nose and mouth. So you kind of get that really cool outline of her face. So now I've shown how we can use the projector attachments to create shaped lights on the face, but we can also add texture to the background as well using the projectors. So I've got another projector set up here on the Forza 500. And if I crank up the light now, and we're looking at the background, we can add like little nice details. The cool thing with the projector attachments is we can put different filters on it as well. One thing to keep in mind when you're working with these guys is you should probably have gloves because the metal can get quite hot. The filter that I got on right now is just like a little twinkly star thing. I'm not a massive fan of it, so I want to try a different filter. So if I slide that out, it's already getting quite hot, the metal. So take that off. Let's try like the sunset kind of looking thing. Also, one thing to remember, if you're putting it down like this way, it's going to be projected upside down. So if I wanted to kind of look like a sunrise, I just have to turn this upside down like that, and then pop it back in here, and then pull out the levers. And we see now it's quite bright, so it's overpowering the red. So if I turn down the brightness, just so it's on like 1, and then if we look now on the camera, we can kind of get a nice texture in the back. So if I shoot that now, that looks great. So now that we finished the first and the second setup, we are going to introduce an element of smoke. With the smoke machine, what happens is that we get like a bit more texture with the light, and we're able to create really like specific beams and stuff. So I think that's going to be a really cool thing to play with. So the reason I love working with smoke machines is, again, all of my inspirations comes from sci-fi and horror movies. I'm always really inspired by movies like Alien, and if you watch like the first Alien movie by Ridley Scott, you see like when the laser is coming through and is scanning all the eggs and stuff. I think that's really cool. If you don't have a laser, I think what is really cool with using the projector attachments is that you can still create these really refined lines with the light. So that is what we're going to experiment with today. So for this first setup, I've got the Forza 500 with a projector attachment that has a Bowens mount. And the reason why I'm using this one is because the Forza 500 has the most output out of the Forza series. So what I want to do now, I'm going to create a very sharp beam of light, and I basically want Olive to hold the light like it's almost like a little rainfall coming into her hands. And then what is going to happen is that the light is going to reflect off her hands and it's going to light up her face. The only other light I'm going to have on is just the Pavo tube here with the deck crate on the floor, just so we had another color as well. And then I got blue gel here on the Forza. So now that I turned on the light, you can't really see the beam of light yet. You can see my hand here, like that. So Olive, if you come here, and I just want you to kind of hold your hand here, and then I want you to grab the light where it is the sharpest, like that, perfect. And then just look down, cool. So now if I do a test shot, I like what's happening. If I grab my smoke machine, I just bring it up here. And you see, when the smoke hits the light, it basically just helps illuminate Olive's face as well. So if I do another shot now, if we're looking now, you see how the pathway of the light becomes more prominent. And if I fill the room with a bit more smoke, go. And then quickly step out. There, perfect. That's great. Nice. Look over at me, Olive. Great. Actually, look down that way. Perfect. There. Ah, that looks so cool. Bit more smoke, yeah. Perfect. And then step out. Great. Cool. So now for this setup, I've set up the Forza in that corner. I've changed the gel into a green gel, and instead of a beam of light, we're gonna make a wall of light. So it's still a thin line, and the line is gonna hit Olive's face here. And then what's gonna happen is we're gonna end up having a really cool path of light shining through the smoke. And that's great, hold that, nice. That looks really cool. And then should we add maybe an element of red, I think. So if we're looking at Olive now, we can kind of see if Olive's face comes through here, we see here now, we get this really like cool path happening. There, gorgeous, yeah. And I think I really quite like how Olive's face is almost overexposed. And then we're looking at like the pathway here. If you're looking at her face and how we kind of get that really nice contrast. Just a little bit of smoke, Luke. Great. Come forward just a little bit. That's great. Up with the chin just a little bit, and then move your head towards me. Hold that. Great. Ah, that looks so cool. A little bit of smoke, Luke. Yeah. Perfect. So for the next setup, I'm going to show what it looks like with the smoke, with the projector completely behind the model instead. So for that, I've got this projector here, and it is a Forza 60. The reason why we don't need a really strong light when the projector is facing the camera itself is because the beams are so concentrated because of the angle. It can be a Forza 60, which has a bit lower voltage. If you're looking here now, it's just a big, wide projection. But if I put the Starry Sky gobo on it, what happens is a bit of magic. We suddenly get these beams of light coming through. And what's cool with the projector attachment as well is that we can adjust the focal plane of these. So if you want the beams of light to be more diffused or a bit more specific, you can kind of adjust that accordingly. So now I'm just making it there. Perfect. And then as well, I've got I've got the Pavo tube set underneath and it's facing up against Olive here. And the reason why I've done that is like in a lot of horror movies, you see like the villain is lit from underneath to make them kind of look scary and ominous. So I kind of wanted to pay a little homage to that. Take one step forward, Olive. Yeah, a bit more. There, perfect. There. And now I am also gonna play a little bit with, I think it might look cool if I bring in my split diopter. That looks really cool. And then I'm gonna adjust this just a little bit. There. Perfect. And Luke, if you give us a little bit of smoke now. There, yeah, that's great. Perfect, that looks so good. And then with a split diopter, I can play around a bit. Get a little bit of smoke here on this side. Yeah, that's great. Perfect. Nice. I'm gonna bring up that green a little bit. There, great. Nice. So we can see now how we got these really nice beams of light, and it's really sharp here, and then it kind of slowly dissipates and goes out of focus. And as well, because I'm shooting on a 50mm with a really wide aperture, you kind of get a really nice play with the light and the beams. There. Let's see. And then hit us with some smoke. Great, nice. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, these look great. There, yeah, just look over at me. Nice. So now that we're done with the projector attachments, I want to show you how I use lasers in my photography. The main difference using a laser and a projector attachment is the focal point. Remember I told you can adjust the focal length on the projector attachment to kind of like adjust where the beam is kind of in focus, but with the laser it's basically the same consistent beam throughout the entire projection. So what I've done now, I've replaced the projection attachment that was behind Olive with my laser cube. Look at the camera, great. Move forward just a little bit. There, yeah, perfect. There, great. Hold that, perfect, nice. That looks really good. There, great. Look up at the light, great. See how these look. Fantastic. At the wall, with this Lumia filter, if I pop it here on the cube, you see we get this fun texture. I always just end up going back to red, but well, let's make the cube red. There, stay there. And then now on the non-link app, we go blue. There we go. Perfect. So the light is a bit more up. And yeah, if you look up at the light, perfect. Yeah, that looks really good. So now I brought down the brightness of the blue because I want the red to stand out. And yeah, just look up at the light, perfect. I think we got what we need. So that's a wrap. I hope you learned something today. We've gone through 4 different types of lighting setups. Thank you so much to the amazing Olive from Cram Agency to helping us out today. And yeah, thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you so much, B&H, for having me back. I believe it's been 4 or 5 years in a row. A shame it's not in person, perhaps in 2023. Today we're talking all about dramatic lighting. How do we add depth, mood, drama and dimension to our photographs? Now, before we get into the topic, I actually want to answer a question with a video. I was asked recently, what would I not do for a great photograph? Well, let me show you. This is really pretty, but concrete, flat would be awesome. And there's nothing we really can't do in Photoshop. This takes our friendship to a different level. Next time they get married, not doing it. I'm going to do it over Skype or Zoom. Yeah. Yeah. I'm probably going to stand where Darren is right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just be very, very careful. I know
Yeah, no, this is good. This feels good.
Do you want me to just... Oh my gosh, look at you.
Get some photos.
Oh, this is amazing. This is awesome. Holy shit.
What are you thinking? Does that work?
It's beautiful. Yeah. 1 second. So, Chrissy, switch your hips. That's it. And then bring that leg down and the other one over. And then Darren, you need to come around this way. No, other way. So your face will be on this side. Roll your hips more this way, Chrissy.
Which way?
More that way. There you go. That's perfect. Stay there. All right. Now your right knee's up, your left knee down. Face that way. Good. Close the gap. Again, guys, if I'm swaying, let me know. Okay, that makes me a bit woozy. Okay. All right. Let me just find my feet. Hold on. What's the worst that can happen? We fall. We ruin the wedding day. Giggling into each other. You just got married. We're on a rock. Beautiful, loving, squeezing, temple kissing. Oh, that's beautiful. 1 second, I'm just going to enjoy that view for a second. Hold on.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
So you're not afraid of heights?
No, not really. I mean,
not really, but this gives me a little
well, look, I'm not, but it's a healthy fear. I look down and I'm like, yeah, I could die, but yeah, it's all cool. So that was Christy Odom's wedding, a fellow Nikon ambassador, an incredible experience. I was complaining, I was joking, but walking up there for 2 hours, but seeing the view and experiencing that, I didn't realize how scary it was until I saw the drone footage. But that's what it's all about, guys. And I'm not encouraging you to do that at home or anything like that. But for me, I mean, if you had to go, it would probably be the way to go. But anyway, we're talking about dramatic lighting. And certainly being able to look at these photographs and understanding where the light's coming from. We've got that beautiful sunrise light coming on the side. And if you've heard me teach before, you may have heard and seen me say, turn the body away from the light and the face back in, especially with the female form. If you turn the body away from the light and you get a shadow on the bust in the middle of a dress and turn the face back in until the light is in the eye that's close to the camera, now we've got shadows on the cheekbone and the jawline, and everything is looking amazing. But let's get into the depth of what we're talking about, and that, of course, like I said, is dramatic lighting. And does it have to be a particular light source? I don't really care what you use. If it illuminates, use it. If it's a window light, if it's a strobe, if it's a speed light, if it's a reflector, if it's a combination of things, if it's existing ambient light, you need to use what's in front of you. I believe if you continuously use just one light source all the time, your work may look good, but it needs to be a symphony. Everything is always looking the same. I feel like when you're photographing in terms of a symphony, there should be some highs and lows. And when we're talking about drama, you can get dramatic photographs and dramatic lighting that give you those peaks and then, of course, those valleys, and it just takes you on a bit of a journey. So I feel like there should be a variety of different lighting sources that we use. We're not only there to flatter people and make them look pretty and beautiful and handsome, but there to be purposeful to describe what we want to describe. So it depends on what you're photographing and who you're photographing it for and so on. Now, let's look at this particular photograph in this example. So here we have Lawrence and Lauren, and we're photographing them at their beautiful home. We've got the sunlight peeking behind them, so we've got beautiful backlight. The light is bouncing between them, looking really nice. we've got a dramatic shadow, and we're feeling good. Now, my suggestion is whenever you get a great shot, before you move the couple or your subject matter, is walk all around them. Do a 360 and you will find that you will start to see so many opportunities that you've missed before. Now, apart from you walking all around the subject, I want you to picture your couple or your subject on a turntable. So if you have them in good light, for example, if you're looking at me right now, if I turn my face this way, I've got that little bit of an edge light. I'm broad lighting myself here, and I turn my face back in, and you'll notice the quality of light change as my face and body moves. We need to actually understand that that's exactly how lighting works. Lighting can be in a situation in one particular direction. You can turn an angle, and everything will look a little bit different. So when it comes to dramatic lighting, I feel that even more important than lighting, because we say technically lighting is the most important thing in a photograph, it's almost the opposite. It's almost that the shadow is the most important thing. It's that negative fill or taking away light that adds that depth and mood and drama and dimension. So think of it like we're illuminating something, we're taking light away, and then all of a sudden we've got exactly what we want. But let's describe it a little bit further. In this particular situation, I've taken the shot, then I went right around the other side of them. And then now, as you can see, you've got a bit of a glimpse of my EVF there on the bottom right and what I was basically seeing in my camera. Now, this is using full sun, and I find that many of us are afraid of full sun. Now, you might say, I'm not really afraid of it, but do you often find yourself photographing in open shade or backlighting almost everything or using strobe on everything? And my advice to you is, look at what's around you. You can't really beat the sun. Now, yes, you can overpower it with flash, you can do all these different things, but I feel like we're so obsessed with gear that sometimes we forget to connect with our clients. So let's keep on talking about our photographs here. So I've got the shadow of Lawrence there holding his hat in the foreground, leading our eye into Lauren, and as we discussed, we're turning her body away from the light and the face back in. Now, let's stay in that same location and move around a little bit, and then let's just see what we see. In this particular spot and location now, you can see that the sun is hitting that particular pillar, backlighting her, bouncing off the pillar and going back on her face. So if I simply change my angle, you'll start to see where this is going. So one light source, as in the sunlight, we've got backlight, hair light, edge light, hitting that pillar, and now we have our main light source, and now of course we have our finished photograph. I love the fact that we've got that beautiful warm light because you've got the warm tones being reflected from the sun on that rock and coming back. And again, even though that she's facing us, her body is actually turning away from the light source and then turning her face back in. Now we might want to add Lawrence in there, and now we've got a little bit of a suggestion of him, and then we're mainly focusing on her. And then while we're there, why would we stop? Let's go a little bit closer. And again, that light is nothing else but the sun reflecting off that pillar. So you see those building blocks that I think most of us, and certainly myself at the start of my career, I would have gone for the obvious shot and I would have stopped there. I'm encouraging you to slow down, look around you, do a 360 around your subject matter, get your subject matter to actually turn left and right. They could keep the pose. It might feel funny, but you get them to keep the pose, and the lighting is going to look a little bit different depending on where you stand and where they stand in relationship to the light. What I'm always looking for is I'm looking for depth and dimension. I want to shoot on the shadow side of the face. Not always, but mainly. Now, this particular engagement session, I went into their house and there was a pocket of light falling in the hallway. Let's have a look. So if you can see very clearly that evidence of that beautiful direction of light, those strong shadows. I love the fact that we've got the door open a little bit there and it's looking really good. I wanted some depth and drama, so I put that shadow on the middle of his, on his face with the hat, and then I love the shadow of her eyelash, just making her eyes and eyelashes more pronounced, and it looks incredible. But again, maybe before this seminar, you may have just avoided these little pockets of light and always brought out a strobe or always brought out a reflector or a diffuser. I'm saying do it all when it counts, but don't use the same lighting all the time because that would be boring. Again, think of your shoots as a symphony. As in, I want my highs and lows and peaks and valleys. I want clashing cymbals. I want the low tones, the baritones, and all those different things. We need to understand that lighting is not just meant to be flattering, it's meant to be purposeful. Okay, is if you photograph weddings, or whether you're photographing portraits or domestic portraiture, so weddings and portraits, you may have seen this kind of style popularized. Everything's backlit, and we often refer this to, I think it's been what's been popularized in our industry is light and airy. Even the blogs, even the brides are saying, I like light and airy. It's a trend. Now I'm telling you that's okay. If you specialize in light and airy and you make a great living, fantastic. But my suggestion is that there'll be times where light and airy works well for your subject matter, and there'll be times where you want to add depth and mood and drama and dimension. Now, if you look closely, that flower is actually giving us a beautiful reflection, and that's what's helping us out here. So if you look really closely, right there, boom, there it is. Beautiful reflection of light. And now, I'm not saying B&H now has flowers to sell as a reflector, but just know that if, let's say, a bride was about to actually smell a flower and the sun's coming behind her, you'll know there'll be a beautiful reflection of light on her face, so get ready to photograph it. And if we go a little bit wider again, we've got that beautiful backlight, and it's been very popularized. Now, a lot of people who are photographing this light and airy style of photography will often expose for shadows, as in increase the highlights, and then the shadow gets brightened up dramatically, and hence, ironically, no drama. There's no drama in it at all. I'm saying I will do these kinds of photographs. In this case, being a ceremony, well, you know, it is what it is. I've got to photograph it, and this is probably a good position to play. Now, when I have a chance to actually direct my couples or my subject matters in different ways, again, you can see that little tickle of light on her face right now, kissing the hand. But watch what happens when all I do is simply change the angle in which he's standing, and now she turns her face to the light. We have a beautiful direction of light. Now, I want you to remember, if there's two people interacting and one direction of light, one person will suffer. Now, I'm not saying the groom is suffering or he looks terrible, but let's just face it, that direction of light is hitting the bride beautifully and not so much on the groom. It's just more of an edge light. But I'm just saying I want a heartbeat when you photograph, and I believe your clients do too, because a recognizable style is what a lot of people will recommend to you, that you need a recognizable style, that all your lighting be the same on your Instagram, or that it needs to be a little bit different. Otherwise, there's just not much flavor. Your work might be really good, but it needs a little bit more depth. Now, again, I'm not afraid to actually photograph with backlight or even having the sun in the shot for a little bit of flare. When suitable, it can look absolutely amazing. That's totally fine, but with a simple change of angle and a simple direction, and you can sort of see how her nose is also contained within the line of her cheek. It's often a rule that we've often referred to, and you might say, well, why would you contain the nose in the line of the cheek? Because the nose, if it surpassed it, it would look more pronounced. The other eye would look a little bit beady, and if you've surpassed the nose and the line of the cheek, you might as well go full profile. But I like these because it adds depth and drama and beauty and feeling. Now, if I was photographing for an engagement album, if I was photographing for a wedding album, well, I'm taking this one shot. I'll take my time rather than photograph 100 shots in this scene, knowing that only 2 or 3 will sell in a spread of an album. You simply just go to the next photograph, and we've got split lighting for the groom, very dramatic lighting, very what we call masculine lighting. It's very dramatic, and then she's turning her face to the light, but you can see where we stop, and she has those beautiful cheekbone and jawline that is pronounced, and we have that breathing room between her chin and her shoulder. And you can also see that his face fits into her face like an absolute puzzle. This is a really important one too. So for me, posing works well when two faces or bodies fit together like a puzzle and it becomes aesthetically pleasing. So if you don't know the nuances of posing, picture your faces and bodies like pieces of a puzzle, and it'll often work. This particular shot here, we've got ice lights on this shot. We've got an ice light from behind, ice light from the front. If you don't know what the ice light is, or ice light, if I say it in a more American accent, that was my invention about 10, 11 years ago, and we're very, very excited about the quality of light that it produces. And as you can see, there is a direction of light. There's barn doors that you can focus in the light, and we've got a direction. And again, if you've never really approached subject matter, or if you're new to photography, what I want you to do is hold a light, whatever it is, a continuous light, whatever it may be, and hold it to a person's face, and then watch what happens when you move left and right and forward and back. what will happen is you'll get details are more pronounced, you'll get texture in the skin more pronounced, and then you will find a face being slimmer or fuller in the face depending on the person. So if you don't understand anything, simply hold a light to someone's face and stop when it looks good. So let's keep on going. So you get the idea, this pattern that I'm talking about. I do like to shoot on the shadow side of the face. I do like depth and drama and dimension. And often I feel like we overcomplicate our gear. And don't get me wrong, B&H, I love you, you're fantastic, we've got great gear, it's awesome. But you've got to learn when to use the gear, when you just want to geek out for the having fun, and when it's going to be purposeful for who you're photographing. Let's keep on going. So here is a behind the scenes shot of this beautiful couple that we basically photographed. And as you can see, there's an open garage door and the light's flooding through. Life is good. Now, what do? Well, I feel like there's just too much light on the bottom. I need to cut away light. Now, you might say, Jerry, I can do that in Photoshop. I'm like, well, you do that and I'll have more time with my family. So there's ways of doing it. Nothing beats a great exposure right there, right then, that you can actually manipulate as much as you want after the fact. So good exposure is important, and I believe in in-camera artistry as much as anyone. So if you can do it in camera, why wouldn't you? So let's look at the after shot now. If you look on the bottom right there, I've actually basically put a board, an 4x8 sort of piece of board. You can go to Home Depot and get one of these. You can even paint it black or anything like that. It costs like 10, 20 bucks. But I'm cutting away light on the ground, and it's keeping my attention towards the couple. But if you look at this a lot closely, you get an idea of that beautiful quality of light. And I'm turning the body away, as you can see, of the groom here, turning his body, light filtering through, and then you've got her turning her body there as well. That little knee up on the chair just adds a bit of mood and feeling and drama and everything like that. Later on this evening, what we did is actually, we've got these beautiful old Hollywood lights, and we used some Westcott flex lights to create this portrait. Good. Okay, ready? Go for it. Good, just waiting for the right. There we go. Eyes at me. Tilt. Confident there. Awesome, man. So you've got that film noir look that you've often seen in old movies and certainly represented everywhere. Like if you watch a movie poster, you will always have a little bit of edge light, usually on both sides, even on me right now, as you can see. Now, that beautiful light that's filtering through on the side, they're old Hollywood lights. We sprayed, I think, some atmosphere aerosol, and we added some mood there as well. That hand positioned on him, very, very strong, feeling really good. That works really well. It's a very masculine pose. I'm not saying women can't do it. I'm just saying that as if you want to represent strength, fantastic. Now, if you all of a sudden change your angle, that hand might look a little bit different. So for example, this angle, the hand can look soft and delicate, but then this can look quite strong, or you can do it the other way. Does that make sense? So everything needs to be purposeful. Okay, so I was photographing this couple. Really, really strong guy, big muscles, all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I'd love a shot with just his face and his tattoos and his arm and all that kind of stuff, and I need to block out some light. So this was just a candid shot as I was photographing him, as I was getting to know him a little bit better, all that kind of stuff. Then I positioned him on a table, and now as you can see, the light is just flooding him. We're not really adding any kind of depth and drama and feeling to this particular shot. But then if we cut away light, we take it away, we get something like this. So now this one, certainly if you were him, you would think this is a lot more flattering, looks amazing. The tattoo's featured, it's framing his face, and it's chiseling his face with cheekbone and jawline and all that kind of stuff. Now look at behind the scenes photograph here. You'll see that I'm actually using a reflector to cut away lights. Doesn't matter what you use. It could be a piece of paper, it could be the jacket, it could be anything. Doesn't really matter what you use, just know that you can go from that left shot to the right shot very, very easily by cutting away light. So remember that. Okay, so this particular photograph, you might think this is a very complex setup and lighting. It actually is not. This is just an open garage door. I've got a black background right behind him, and then I've got an ice light, a continuous LED light that's just tickling the side of his body. Now what I did is, if you actually want to make biceps look fuller and bigger, get the fist, bring them underneath the biceps, and then bring the hands down. Now, he's a cute kid, but he sort of had the sensibility of an adult, and I think he wanted to look all macho and a little bit older. So I deliberately got him to basically broaden up his shoulders and get the biceps all strong and everything like that. Now, if you look at this closely, you've got the light on his chest. I wanted to take away light like this, and you can see that in camera, I get a lot better shot. So let's go back again, and let's go back again. And this is in fact how we did it. I just simply had a white piece of card and we took away the light and it looked a lot better. Now let me go a little bit further. I'm going to show you some different styles of portraits. I'm going to show you some wedding photographs now. I'm going to show you some more portraits as well. But remember, today's topic is all about increasing drama and depth and mood and feeling. Many of us are very afraid of the sun. So when you look at a shot like this, you're thinking, okay, look, that looks pretty cool. I think that many of us arguably will run away from these pockets of light that fall through a bedroom window or something like that. But what I'm doing here with him is split lighting him, light from one side and not the other, and then the shadow cuts nice and wide and all that kind of thing, beautiful negative space, and it works really, really well. Now let's look at this next photograph. This is simply him now turning his body towards the light source. So you remember that I told you that with a female form, you might want to turn the body away from the light and the face back in until the shadow's on the cleavage, middle of the dress. And we turn the face back in until we get nice light in this particular eye, okay? Or the other way, depending on the angle that you're at. With guys, I tend to turn the body towards the main light source and then turn the face back in. So think of it like the face is exactly where it should be, but then the body moves left and right depending on what you're trying to do, whether it's masculine, feminine, strength, vulnerability, whatever you're trying to say. Now, with this shot, obviously he's turning his face towards a light source and I've got beautiful shadow on the side of his face. If I simply take a few steps to the right, I get this photograph. And I allow for a bit of negative space. It works really, really well. And I'm often not afraid also to crop in camera rather than go too wide and too safe. Otherwise, I've got more work to do after the fact. Now, let me show you now the next thing I did, and that is I looked around, I saw a mirror. I thought, wouldn't it be cool to put the mirror in a certain place and get another cool shot of our groom? All right, man. Okay, so I'll get you to stand right in front of it. Actually, you know what, Johnny? I might get you to hold the mirror for me, mate. And go flatter to me, mate. Okay, hang your body forward again. Good, and one step a little bit this way. Good, there, that's perfect. Okay, man, hold it there. Hint of a squint again. Eyes back at me. Good. So you can see how we quickly just added a bit more drama, not only with the lighting, but we added the mirror and the reflection. We got his actually face to frame himself, and that little bit of a gap between his arms and his body actually forms his silhouette, and it works really well. Now the next shot, I'm thinking, all right, I need something or some photograph to go with this one. So I saw a coffee table in another room, and I'm like, well, let me grab a piece of glass and let me do a really cool reflection. Again, therefore adding a little bit more drama and something a little bit different. Hey, John and Jim, can you grab that piece of glass for me? So just gently bring it out, and then hands in the pockets again, and a lot closer towards me. That's it. Good. Turn your face towards me. Good. Chin up a little bit. Turn your face more this way. Good. Okay. So you hold there, and Jimmy, you hold there, and then hold up to about this height. Okay. Tilt it this way. Okay. Now, Matthew, just come a bit more that way, mate. Good. Turn your face this way. Good, and then a little bit lower. And then tilt this way. Oh, no. Good, hold it there. And then come a little bit closer to the mirror. Awesome, dude, that's awesome, hold it there. Oh, it's good, dude, hold it there, don't move. Awesome, hold it. Perfect, relax, thank you.
Forget the picture. Look at this badass setup.
That's funny. That's so good. So you may be wondering how I recorded the EVF in my camera. So we've got two Holy Lands. So we've got a Holy Land transmitter and a receiver. We're plugging in through HDMI. And then, as you can see there, we've got an Atomos, which is basically recording the footage as well. It ends up being just wireless. I can move around without a cord, and I'm recording whatever my camera sees, and that's the way I like to teach, because I want you guys to see what I see in my camera, therefore a better learning experience. Okay, so let's move on. Now, this was across the road from the church. It was open shade. It's nothing fancy. There's nice beautiful landscape there, or streetscape, and a nice little pose, fantastic, it works well. It's easy. But like I said to you earlier today, I want a bit of a heartbeat. I want a bit of depth and mood and drama and feeling with what I'm doing. Now, I go with this kind of a shot, which is more, you would say, environmental. So now I've gone a little bit closer and I'm photographing a traditional full-length portrait of this couple. Nothing fancy again. I often say eat your vegetables first and then have your candy. So I'll take this portrait and then now I can do something a little bit different. Let me do a different full length of them. So if I go closer to the wall and turn their bodies towards the wall, that wall cuts away some light, therefore adding some more shadow. So if you look at them side by side now, you'll clearly see that shot on the right-hand side, although very subtly, is actually got more depth and drama because we're seeing a shadow on the side of the face. Now yes, if perhaps you have subject matter, maybe you have parents or grandparents, maybe you have mature age skin, you have acne or anything like that, facing the subject matter towards the light and having that light flooding through, you may want less descriptive lighting, and that's okay. You might actually have dramatic lighting and then maybe take away those blemishes in Photoshop, because if you add shadow and depth and mood and drama, then you're going to see more texture. So you've got to be careful of that as well. Let's keep on going with this couple. If you look closely at the bride, there's a soft shadow on her face. It's because that light is cutting across and then that wall is cutting away the light. Now, if we focus now on the groom, he's got a little bit more depth and a bit more mood on his face because his face is closer to the wall, therefore cutting away light. Now, let's show you some more examples from this wedding. This is a traditional full length. Just remember, the more people that you have, the less lighting options you have also. In other words, if we've got one direction of light and we've got someone facing the light, facing away, whatever, not everyone will have the good light. So in this case, if I'm photographing a family portrait, if I'm photographing a big group or bridesmaids, whatever, I'm going to use flatter lighting and give myself permission to do that and not so much go for the drama. Although, I'm going to show you very, very soon how we can actually increase that. So let's go a little bit closer. Okay, so maybe lean forward, chins up, a little bit more intimate, maybe some interaction. But now let's look at the difference between that flat lighting that we're using and then using the New York skyline with a full sun, and now it looks a lot more dramatic. Now you might say, well, how did you get them to look at the camera when the sun was blaring down? Well, often I will say, hey, look at this tree, or look at the top of that building, whatever. And they might be doing this, and I'm like, okay, this is where I want you to look, so they know where to look. Okay, close your eyes, relax your forehead. Don't anticipate the sun because you'll already be squinting. Okay, on the count of 3, look at that particular point that I asked you to. 1, 2, 3, click. And then they can squint all they want. Now, just while we're here, obviously we can create drama with lighting, but we can also create drama by simply just moving the bridesmaids around, turn and face that way, only have the bride look at me, for example. Let's go back to the bridal party shot that we did earlier, traditional full-length portrait, but then shooting in full sun, chins up, nice and strong, really beautiful, and we get so much more drama. Don't be afraid of the sun. Quite simply, if you don't make a weakness a strength, it'll continue to be a weakness, and there'll be a time in your career where you'll just have to shoot in a particular lighting situation that you haven't practiced yet. So make sure you practice what you do for a living, or whether it's a hobby or anything like that. Make sure you practice also when you're not getting paid. Like, have some fun, so that all of a sudden, that if you are getting paid for it, or you're photographing a particular subject matter you haven't done before, if you've lit it before, at least you've got one less problem to worry about. Check this photograph out. We're running out of time, so I split the bridal party up. We had the bride and groom in the foreground, and then all of a sudden we got a beautiful shot. Do you notice how she's turning her body away from the light source? Her chin is up towards the light, and he's turning his face in, and then all of a sudden we get a beautiful shot and very different. And again, we're in the exact same location, full sun. How many ways can you photograph a bridal party? Again, we've got the girls in the foreground, now the guys in the background. We're adding drama, not only with using that dramatic, beautiful, contrasty light that the sun gives us, but also adding that little depth and adding that streetscape or the city skyline to frame the guys from behind. But look at the difference between that bridal party photograph that we did to that very contemporary one in the foreground. Now let's keep on going. So while we're there, we kept on playing and photographing. So she turns her body away from the light, turns her face back in, they turn it into each other. We've got that beautiful skyline looking great. Then I go a little bit closer, deliberately causing a deep shadow of his face onto hers, and it works really well. For me, when I'm cropping a face, whether it's actually cropping in camera, whether it's cropping with a piece of like a hat or a dress or something, or a hoodie, I usually have the feature either in or out, in or out. In this case, the eye is in or out, not cropping halfway into the eye. Now this next photograph, I thought, wouldn't it be cool to get like a shot where we've got the bride in the car and then we've got the groom in a reflection on the outside. Now remember, if we've got a reflection of the groom with full sun, then I need to add contrast to the bride to get that exposure to match. Let's have a look. Now, many of us may have done this with a speed light or a strobe, which of course you can, but don't forget, that reflector that you've bought, that you've kept in your trunk, your whole career and you haven't used, can give you an incredible quality of light. If you're using the silver side, most people say, well, if it's cloudy, use the silver side, there's more contrast, and if it's sunny, use the white side. Well, there's no hard facts. Quite simply, if you want more contrast and it's full sun, and you've got a fashionable couple like this one, then why not go even further? Let's now see the next photograph that I did to complement that previous one. So there you see a very, very beautiful, fashionable photograph that you would swear that was probably done with a speed light or a strobe. Like I said, I have no problem with what you use. Make your life easier, get more shots, make them count, make it more fruitful, and give me, like I said, a heartbeat. Give me some feeling here. Now, let's go to another wedding. This is one of my muses, Lisa. She's an incredible person, and we photographed her wedding recently in Cabo. Now, here, I've got to admit, I went for the location. The location is pretty, there's a nice archway, I got her to dance a little bit, have some fun, but the lighting is not perfect. Certainly we have the colours bouncing all around, so we don't have the skin tones perfect, but then if we simply change our angle and get the lighting cutting across, we get more depth and mood and drama and feeling by this. Certainly the expression and them having fun looks fantastic, but look at them side by side. One you would say is quite typical, it's that light and airy look and feel, but then the other one gives you a little bit more depth. Quite simply, the more shadows that you have, and the more highlight shadow you have, the deeper the shot will look, the more three-dimensional it'll look, hence the drama. Okay, let's go to this next particular shot. This was at the beach, and we first had some fun photographing the couple with no flash, and then we'll add some flash and I'll show you the difference.
Now, do me a favor. You picked her up in a, you know when you did the reveal? I want you to pick her up again. So you basically hugged her underneath her butt cheeks and then you stood up. Go for it. That's it. Throw your head back, darling. Throw your hair away. There you go. That's it. Motorboating now. Oh my God. That's awesome.
So there we were with Lisa and Dylan having some fun, and as you can see, we're just using the ambient light around us. Now, if you look at the actual water behind them, it's all sort of blown out. You see a little bit of color, that's fine. And excuse my laugh as well, because I believe it's annoyingly contagious, but I'll take that as a win. Now, let's add a bit of drama. Now, of course, we all would love the Simpsons clouds above the horizon, but sometimes you just don't get that. So what I want to do is I'm going to expose for the background that I want, get my exposure right, and then I'm going to add some flash in. Here we're actually using the FJ400, the Westcott FJ400, with the Joel Grimes Beauty Dish. Let's have a look.
Point the toe, bend the knee this way. That's great. Bring your bodies closer. Golden rule. See an imaginary line. You can just see her face. Cool. Okay, guys, both of you look at the same spot. Look at the champagne glasses. And then Lisa, turn your face a bit towards me. Open up a little bit. Good, beautiful. Don't move. Hold it. Stunning. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Now, if you want some more warmth in your photographs, you may not have thought to actually, in your camera, why don't you put the white balance on shade, and then all of a sudden you've got more warmth. And then certainly you can play with your picture controls. Now, yes, I'm shooting raw. Yes, I can do this after the fact, but sometimes we just don't think about doing that. So I like to get it right as much as possible in camera. Of course, we have some negative space behind them. That represents mystery. If there's negative space in front of the couple, that represents harmony. And of course, as you can see too, the couple's head and shoulders are above the horizon, which I very much favor. But look at the difference between that light and airy look, which is fine, and then adding a bit of drama. Am I saying favor one or the other? No, I'm saying do it all. Have some fun. Give your work a heartbeat, as we've been discussing. Now, I love photographing military weddings. I haven't photographed many in my career. This particular one, we've got just some window light cutting across, and I felt like I needed a bit of separation between his face and the background. So let's have a look at the video and you'll see what happens. Okay, good. What I want you to do, lean forward, that's it, and then front onto me, that's it, just perfectly straight towards me. Good. Johnny, can I have a bit of light on this side? Sure. Put your hands behind your back there, mate, again. Let's have a look. Turn the light off for a second, John, and then turn it on. Awesome, hold it. There's your new Facebook profile. So if you look at the difference, so now we have that beautiful depth and dimension. In fact, this very light that's falling on me right now, that little bit of an edge light works really well. And that's exactly what we're seeing in the difference between these two photographs. You can see also the shot on the right-hand side, I've warmed it up a little bit, so that works out well. But life is good. Remember, just adding that little bit of an accent light can make all the difference. Now, what happens if you're photographing in full sun? You're photographing a groom or a guy, doesn't matter in what context, but don't be afraid of the sun, like I mentioned. Get in there, have some fun, use the shade, use the depth, and go for it. There you go, perfect. And then your face a little bit this way, to left, or to right, right. More. Stop, chin up. It's good, man. And eyes sort of above my head, this way. That's awesome. Hold it. Good, don't move. Good, man. Eyes at me. So you can sort of see there that I actually photographed in black and white in my camera, but then of course I can do whatever I want afterwards for the album, whatever I'm producing it for. So literally across from where I photographed this portrait was this particular context. Now, it's very Phoenix. It was in Phoenix, Arizona, and it was amazing. Now, one thing that I've always been afraid of is actually to fall in cactus or cacti. Not too sure in what context that would be appropriate, but here we are. It finally happened. That hurts. Don't do that.
Don't pull out with your hand. Jimmy, don't pull out with your hands.
So you could hear me giggling nervously because I was in a lot of pain. I didn't want to show it too much in front of the guys, but you could see their collective sigh for knowing my pain there. And then Melissa, my wife, had to come to the rescue to take it out.
No, don't go easy, go easy. Go easy, pull it out. Double up on the towel.
No, don't push it towards me. What are you going to do for a great photograph these days? It is what it is, guys, but it's a great story to tell after the fact. But these are the shots that we got out of it. Beautiful sort of landscape. We had all the guys sort of floating across, almost like a movie poster or a band poster or a group poster. And this is the other shot that we took with it as well. But remember, don't be afraid of the sun. The golden rule is turn the face up towards the light and then stop when you see a shadow on the side of the face and you get beautiful cheekbones and jaw lines. And remember, always look for shafts of light. The difference is that many of us are always photographing backlight, but it's amazing what you can do in the sun. Now, if you are photographing in the sun, why don't you think of poses, in this case a heterosexual couple, to be able to look down into each other, maybe kissing or temples touching. Remember to use your eyes down poses in the sun so that you're not duplicating your poses afterwards when you've got more freedom, perhaps like an open shade, for example. Now look what happens if I simply just take a few steps to the left and I get something like this. Or if I change my angle and perspective, I get something like this. Remember, your photograph should have a heartbeat. And this one, of course, I would love the Simpsons clouds, but I didn't get them. I had off-camera flash, and this is where I took it. Now this was all taken in a series of maybe 10 minutes, but we've got a different look for every single one of them. Either it's by angle or perspective or just changing my direction. Now, Josetti here, we're actually having fun photographing in my backyard. We've got the light filtering through and basically in this particular mesh. Now, if you look on the side of it, now I'm noticing this beautiful texture and this pattern on her face. So you can sort of see the light coming through there, and now you'll see exactly what I did in my camera. Have a look. Just there. Okay, don't move. So if you look at these photographs, this was all done with the sun through mesh. Now, if you didn't have the sun, but you've done this before, straight away that creative trigger in your brain will be, wait a second, if I get a strong light source, a la a speed light or a strobe, and bring it way, way, way back, then boom, it's actually going to cause that shadow. The minute I bring that strobe close to those holes that mesh, it's going to filter out and you would not see this kind of texture that you're basically seeing now. Remember, pockets of light is what it's all about. Can you come down one butt shuffle, one step, and come more this way so the sun hits you? Okay, and do that for me. And then right over there. Good. And now lean forward with your shoulders. Good. And then turn your face this way. Stunning. Hold it. 1, 2, 3. Open. So we've got a strong pocket of sunlight coming through, and we've got the shadow of the shadows right on that little on that wall as well, which looks amazing. We expose for her, as in we expose for the quality of light that we want on her, and then everything else goes dark and dramatic. Then I simply change my angle, and we get something like this. Tilt this way. More. Turn. Stop. So I love just changing my perspective there and seeing that little hint of light, but that shadow is way, way, way on her face, and now we get that beautiful depth and drama simply by turning her face in relationship to the light. Now, if we go a little bit closer and allow for some negative space, even more dramatic still. And remember, press the pause button, change your angle, and then you've got something a little bit of a different still. Had the pleasure and privilege of actually photographing Ashley Amber, an incredible artist. And here we've got actually 3 ice lights. We've got 2 ice lights, one on either side, adding a little bit of edge, and then one with barn doors right in the middle of her body. And we've got some beautiful depth and drama. Now, certainly the fact that she's gorgeous and we've got an incredible look, and a faux hawk is amazing. Now you add Sean to the mix, and then we've got that split lighting on him, beautiful quality of light on her, bit of negative space, and life is good. Now, recently for the Z9, the Nikon Z9 campaign, had the privilege of being one of the first in the world to photograph with the Z9. And here, as you can see, I'm photographing and turning her body away from the light source and the face back in. We get a shadow on the cleavage, life is good. And if I simply change my angle and we get that little tickle of light on the bust, that tickle of light on the face, the eye focus grabs that contrast beautifully and evenly. And then we change our exposure a little bit, bring her closer to the camera, and then as you can see, it gives us a completely different look. Now, recently at a workshop, I had a member of the audience say, Jerry, I'd like you to demonstrate doing a different kind of detail shot. And now I was actually photographing with my EVF plugged into the projector so everyone could see what I was doing in my camera. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, how different can you make a detail shot in front of an audience with nowhere to move but within a 10-foot radius? Well, I played with my multiple exposure, and here's what I got. I'm going to do 3 shots here now. I'm going to do a 3-shot multiple exposure. Okay, multiple exposure. I want it on. I want 3 shots. Overlay mode. I want it darkened. Chin up for me. A bit more. Too much? Come back. Good. Don't move. Turn that way, face the wall. Good. This is profile. Good, hold it. Now, come this way. Okay, face that way, good. Chin down. There you go. Isn't that fun? So you can see how cool it is to photograph a multiple exposure, and in this case with the Nikon camera system, that when you take that first photograph, that base photograph, it gives you a ghosting effect, so it tells you where you are. All right, let's go back outside now and let's take a really cool portrait of a groom using full sun. Right about here, hands in the pockets, up like that. So cross over like that, little shuffle this way. Good. So look where your face is pointing you. The count of 3, really cool. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. So love Derek here, looks amazing with that shadow cutting across, leading your eye right in, and we've got that depth and drama like we said with those shadows and highlights. Remember, the more highlight and shadow that you see in a single photograph, the deeper and more three-dimensional it'll look, hence more drama. So if you isolate the beauty in any location, then it's amazing. I think many of us tend to look at a location and get intimidated by light, intimidated by the things that we see, but I tend to always look at the positive in life, let alone as a photographer, and it translates. So recently at WPPI, I was doing a photo walk, and I had Sean, great friend of mine, a great performer. We're walking all around, and I was showing my students how to recognize creative triggers in the environment. Where most of us would walk past a location, I'm diagnosing and assessing every single thing that I see. My creative trigger was the shadows on a particular blind. Have a look. Okay, so the creative trigger here was those beautiful little shadows. So I sort of want to emulate that in a different way. Just sort of sink into that. There you go. Yep. So that everything about in that shot is mysterious. Therefore it becomes powerful. Now you might be looking at my crop ratio as well. I'm actually shooting a 16:9 vertical, and I'm cropping in camera. Now certainly I can shoot 2:3 and crop afterwards, that's totally fine, but I like to see what I believe my final result will be in my camera, so I prefer that. Going back to the Nikon Z9 campaign that I told you that I contributed to recently, this was actually photographed with the sepia picture control. And although I believe the sepia style picture control in the Nikon camera system is a glorified mistake, it is amazing. Sepia implies monotone. It's just the tones of, say, brown to white. But the tone that the sepia picture control gives you is a blend of a desaturation with a bit of sepia thrown in. Now, as you can see with this particular light, the light's going right through. This is a garage door being open, falling right through, and you can see that shadow leading your eye into him. That was simply an 8x8 foot scrim jim from Westcott, bringing right up to cut away some light, so get that background a little bit darker and to lead your eye in. Now, this photograph, it was a bird's eye view, and we're photographing Dashenka here, and if we look at the next photograph, you'll see where the light's coming from. Again, an open garage door. But I needed to cut away some light, so I added an 8x4 foot board, put it horizontal to the ground, and I cut away light, as you can see. So remember, it's not about just what you illuminate, it's actually what you take away. This is one of my favorite shots from the Z9 campaign. And this was using a 50mm f1.2, and love that the eye focus grabbed the eye even though that she was looking down, and it just made that background milky smooth and beautiful. It looked absolutely incredible. I also had the privilege recently of photographing a Native American wedding, and I'd never photographed one. And actually, she was a friend of mine, Devon, and she's part Native American, and same with her husband. And I loved it because we had full-on regalia, and I learned more about the culture. It was absolutely amazing and breathtaking to do. So this was just using window light coming from the side. It's broad lighting him, it's split lighting. It's not a great photograph, but I want something a little bit more dramatic, something a little bit more moody. So I basically put together this. I want you to kneel down because the light's better there, so just sort of kneel on the ground. Can you grab the ice light for me? Can you move your body out of the way? And then do that for me. Can I have one of you guys? Can I just have one of you here? So I need you to block some light on him. No, so I need you to sort of sit down and just do that. I want you to block out the light on his body. Yeah, it's better. Awesome. So as you can see, I used a human gobo, as they call it, a human negative fill to take away the light. I didn't really tell him what I was doing, but I'm like, he doesn't have to know. Just sit down, lean forward, cut away light. Then we added an ice light behind, and then we get this look in camera, which looks great. Now let's compare the difference between that first photograph that we took and then that second one. Then I thought, wouldn't it be cool to put a fashionable spin on a Native American wedding photographs? Now, I actually did a lot of stoic poses to almost make you feel like those photographs were done like decades ago or long time ago. And then I wanted to add a bit of a fashion flair. So he actually had some war paint on him during the ceremony. Then after it, I got her to smudge it and do a bit of a voyeuristic sort of look and feel with our bride afterwards, which I really, really enjoyed. Then as we were driving along and we're looking for different locations, I saw this incredible tree, but the lighting was very flat. So I added a strobe right behind the tree and then just popped it, boom, so I can get a bit of contrast.
Okay, can you guys just go, see that the light just past that shadow? Just go there for me. Oh, now it goes, look at it.
Don't be bad.
For me, please. I'll get this, but
sure.
I'll get the 85 as well. All right, guys, hold each other's hands, and then foreheads touching. Gorgeous, guys, hold it there. Stunning. Beautiful, guys. Relax. So I determine my exposure for what I want in my camera. So I don't overthink my exposure. Quite simply now with mirrorless cameras and being able to see live exposure, live white balance, simply just move your dials until it looks good. Now that I've got my exposure right, the flash, there's no flash in the shot yet, so that gives me the contrast, that gives me the punch, and that's what I get. So I want to finish up with a couple of really cool shots here. This was the final shot of the day. And this sort of tells you and reminds you from the beginning of our presentation today when I told you I would pretty much do anything for a great photograph, within reason. This one, I was on my way home. I had a long day, I was home free. I was actually ready to go to Buffalo Wild Wings and have a nice meal after the wedding. And as we're driving off, I see this rolling fog, and I call it my creative conscience. I said to myself, wouldn't it be great to go back, get the couple, take them back here, go over the fence, and take a really cool shot. The minute I say that and I teach my students, that's your creative conscience telling you that you must do something about it. Don't be lazy, have some fun. That's exactly what we did. We did a U-turn, grabbed the couple, we jumped the fence, and the rolling fog was still there, and we took this shot. Have a look. Okay, stop there. Michael, what I want you to do is I want to feel like you're walking this way. So you're going to be holding her like it like this.
Okay.
Can you put the flash behind him? Okay. Okay, look back at your missus, mate. That's it. Look at each other. Guys, we got it. Yeah. It was worth it. So I turned my white balance to shade, which gives me more warmth. I had the ice light as a continuous light, basically backlighting the couple, and then we added strobe, and then we filled up the environment with what you can see. I like the fact that the light is filtering through the couple, and then you see the fog beyond him, but both light sources are behind her. So she's more visible, her silhouette is more crisp, and his is sort of almost more ghostly, which I feel like the spirituality went with the Native American feel, and it was a great way to finish off that wedding. I'm going to show you one more thing, and I really hope you enjoy this, and I'm very, very proud to share it. My team and I recently, we photographed and filmed performers, and what we wanted to do is film performers in a way that gave us almost like a music video of them performing to show off the capabilities of the Z9. Now, guys, I don't really care what camera system you use as long as you're getting the results you are looking for. I want to share my joy with you and my passion for what I do. The last couple of years have all certainly been very hard for us, but I wanted to share with you a creation that my team and I produced of performers, and we'll go to it right now. And before we go to it, just to remind you, if you want to learn more from me, go to jerryghionis.com, and certainly if you want to follow me and my work, follow me on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at Jerry Ghionis. Enjoy the video and hope to see you next year.
Thank you, B&H, for the opportunity. Thank you, Nikon, for the opportunity as well. Hope you enjoyed that. And remember, repetition, experience, and practice will be your best teacher. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Stephen Gomez and I'm the product trainer here at Luxli. Today we're going to be talking with Michael Winfrey, who's the product manager for Luxli, and we're going to be discussing how you can incorporate the Luxli lights into your workflow and how to unlock your creativity. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
Being the latest addition to the Luxli team, what has impressed you the most when working with Luxli?
I did a lot of testing. I've done testing on a lot of different lights, hundreds of lights. And when you take Luxli lights out and you look at the consistency, the accuracy, it's something that you immediately you notice. We all want everything to be perfect, and this is when you actually start playing around with Luxli, you start to see where it really counts. I mean, the accuracy of the color rendering, the expectation that a customer has is always that what they buy. If you say, oh, it's 5600 Kelvin, well, that's what you're actually going to get in Luxli. It's not going to be a deviation. You're not really going to go back and you have to pull filters and most people don't usually have a meter. Now, obviously, industry professionals are going to be scoffing, but a lot of people don't. So when you buy something, you want to know that you're actually getting what you pay for. And so you get that with Luxli. And you see that in our products. I think you see that in the build quality. To me, that was the thing that made them so unique.
Excellent. There tends to be attention to detail with Luxli that customers tend to resonate with, and there are some unique features with Luxli. You mentioned color accuracy. Mm-hmm. Does that have anything to do with the new 5-dye LED technology?
Well, so the 5-dye technology is definitely an improvement. You're going to see more and more from us, obviously, but you're seeing that when you're seeing color accuracy. And color accuracy, there's a lot of things. I say color accuracy, and I think we should also talk about general accuracy. So when you're adjusting a light, the thing you don't want to have to do is constantly be making adjustments to your camera side. We want the light to be giving us the true color temperature. So if it's 5600, or if I'm balancing against another light source that maybe, let's say, a room light that's 2800 Kelvin, I want to know that when I set my camera for that I can actually use either different brands of lights and I can match them, or that I'm actually getting consistency so when I record it doesn't change. So I don't have to make all these, I'm not constantly going back to the camera and go, oh, I got to tweak my adjustment. Oh, I'm at the right aperture. Do I need all these things? And with Luxli, it's very consistent. It's a much easier system to work with. And also, something that is really important with Luxli is the user interface. You see that on the back of the light, but you also, to an even greater degree, you see what we've done with the app. So there's so much information, and you have such easy access to it, and you can work with 5 lights, 10 lights, whatever it is you want to work with, and you can easily work faster, quicker, and share the load, too, if you have multiple people working on a project.
Excellent. The first time I opened the Luxli light, I noticed it came with a calibration sheet. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Not a lot of lights come with that kind of information. It does seem like the Luxli lights come calibrated out of the box from the factory for accurate color.
Right. In product development and product management, you're very familiar with all these measurements. But I also kind of thought, oh my gosh, is this saying, how accurate is this sheet? How consistent is it? Is it really this individual light? That was the first thing for me, was to actually get familiar with the lights, play around with them, test them. And so I ran a ton of tests. I've run tests through pretty much every light we have in our lineup. And I can tell you that it is actually consistent. You do actually have to have a very accurate color meter, because the level of accuracy that you're getting on that page is extremely high. You're going to generally see on that page, you're going to see a CRI value, a TLCI value. You're going to see a lux deviation at color temperatures. So a lot of that stuff it's not something that's necessarily going to affect every individual, but what it is showing you is a consistency across the full range of the light. And that's what I'm talking about. In terms of accuracy, if we were setting the light at 2800 and we put it at 10,000 Kelvin, we don't want to see a deviation in the output. We want to see that the lux output stays the same. So if it's, let's say it's 4,000 lux coming out of your light and you change that color temperature, it stays the same. If you see, if I dial in 7,000 Kelvin, do I get 7,000 Kelvin? Or is it one of the lights where you see a lot of lights that they're dialed in great at 56 and everybody buys it and they go, oh, that's amazing. But when you start to try to color match with other light sources, whether it's like a daylight that's kind of a blue daylight coming through like maybe a green piece of glass or something like that, or let's say you have tungsten lights and you've got a pair of I don't know, let's say you got a couple 1K tungsten lights and you need to match the 3200 of those lights. Is the 3200 accurate? And not every light is. And with Luxli, you see that level of accuracy, and that's what the sheet's telling you, is it's actually tested. They actually individually test them. There's always a little bit of deviation. You get 100 lights, you're gonna see a little bit of deviation. You might see 20, 30, maybe up to 50 lux, subtle differences, which is less light than probably what your iPhone puts out in terms of like variation. So that's how consistent they are. It's not gonna be where you see a light where basically wherever you can maximize the brightness you do so we get a high number and everybody's happy and they go, look, my light gets this much. No, it's very conservative. Luxli really wants to be accurate. They're not trying to maximize everything. They're not trying to pull out all the stops and blow all the electricity out of your house. They want you to get a consistent quality of light. So it's a professional product.
Excellent. Looking at the Luxli line of lights, one of the things that is particularly interesting is the fact that it's made in Norway.
Right.
What can you tell us about the company that we work with and what makes them different from other manufacturers?
It's hard to make comparisons when you talk about other lights. Whether you're talking about a light that's made in China or maybe something made in Germany or any number of places. Those are the typical places we think of, I think, with lighting, or maybe the traditional places. It's hard to say how different it is for other companies because I don't have some experience with that. But the relationship we have with Norway is one where I can send an email middle of the day and I'm going to get a response immediately. So I'll give you an example from a customer side. I had a customer that had a question about an app, of course our app, the Composer app, and they said, I'm having a problem with this or I'm having a problem with that. And we just got a new Android update. That Android update actually caused a little minor glitch. And we fixed that within 24 hours. And the reason we can do that is because as soon as I know about the problem or if I discover a problem, I just send an email and I've got my engineer right there and he will drop everything and it's fixed. So, does every company do that? I don't know. I mean, you have to ask people who customer service experiences. There's a lot of bad experiences, but not necessarily everybody in lighting is bad. But do we fix things? We're fixing things. We're fine-tuning things every day. We've also partnered with large companies, and sometimes we have large companies that say, hey, we need to make the light work this way, or we want to do this, and you guys don't do that right now. Can you do that? And we say, sure, we'll make that happen. So sometimes on the customer side, and recently you'll see that there have been some updates. Some of these updates don't necessarily go out there and reach everybody. Like somebody says, oh, that's an update. What is it? Well, it may not be that it necessarily affects your specific use case. But those updates are quite often driven by customers. So a customer says, hey, I need to fix something or I need to get something to work a certain way. We try to unlock all those advantages. And generally we do. It's very seldom that we can't do something.
It sounds like Luxli and your manufacturer in Norway have a tight working relationship because you get together quickly and solve issues and help improve customer experience with the products.
Absolutely. I mean, it can be a daily thing. We're constantly in communications. We do share quite a bit of time. Whereas some factories, if you're dealing with China, it's a totally different world. You're 13 hours apart. They're in the future. We're in the past. But with Norway, we're a very similar time, and it's a huge point for us. We're able to leverage a lot of things very quickly. We're able to fix things almost in real time. So a customer who calls me in the morning may actually have the solution by the afternoon. So yeah, I think it's an advantage. Quality control. That's a whole thing. I mean, they don't miss anything.
I'd say that's pretty big, especially when you have products coming in from different sources. You want to make sure the quality is on par and that everything is up to spec with the design.
Yep. Absolutely.
One thing that strikes me about Luxli, and I've used a lot of Luxli lights myself, is that they all tend to feel the same. They all tend to work the same when you have a Cello Mark II or a Viola Mark II. They all have the same interface, so it's very easy to transition from one light to the next. But one thing that I think is overlooked, and we may have spoken about this before, is the app, the Composer app. The Composer app unlocks the full potential for these lights, and it's a big part of what Luxli is and what makes it so user-friendly and accessible to most people, especially when you're working in a variety of different sets. What can you tell us about the Composer app and what might be your favorite feature? Just tell us a little more about it and why you think the app is so essential for the customer to have and use.
Well, to your point, something I try to explain to people, and also I think customers need to know this, and you see it here. We have a fiddle, we have a viola, and a cello. For customers who are buying these lights, something that they're getting, and something that's really unique, is if you buy the smallest one that we sell here, the fiddle, you're getting a small taiko, is basically what you're getting here. The level of accuracy in this product, and this product, and this product are all the same. We're not trying to fit into a market. We're not trying to make a lower end version. That's not what we're doing. The app is sort of the intermediary. It works with all the lights the same, and it sort of brings everything together. So if I needed a small light source, I go to the fiddle. It's very easy. I could stick it to a wall if I wanted to. I could put it right here. If I needed a big light source, I have the taiko. If I'm using all these together, I get the same thing. Everything's consistent. So you have effectively the same quality of light in a smaller package. Then when you go to the app is the thing that you see completely, all the consistency. The app, the biggest thing here, and my predecessor, I give him credit, the user interface is been tweaked and worked and done everything that we could possibly do. It's made to work with multiple lights. Your expectation is pretty high nowadays with an app, and I think we meet that. I know there's a lot of apps that are really basic. Ours is nothing like that, so it takes a few minutes, but it's also something that, you know, if you like to work with a mobile device or an iPad, like I'm an iPad guy, if you want to work with a tablet, you can, and the user interface is just enormous. It gives you so much functionality, and there's a lot of little features that are locked into it. I won't go into crazy detail, but you know, you can do white points, and you can adjust the color temperature even if you're in a gel mode. In other words, you can actually make some very specific tweaks and modifications. But my favorite feature of it is right now, I think, is the CIE 1931, I believe it is. 38, 31 and 39 always get me, and I don't know why those numbers stick in my head, but that feature lets you dial in an XY coordinate. So if I have, and there are not too many lights that can do this, but if you do have a higher end light that can actually dial in its XY coordinates, you can do that as well on ours and on the app. Now, it's something we don't do on the back of the user interface because there's a lot of information that gets kind of clogged in there. In the app, you can do this. And it's a cool feature because if you're dealing with another light that's using a color engine or mixing colors, I can go exactly to the color I want, to a level of accuracy that's not something you just imagine. It's really unusual. And so it's kind of cool. I mean, now we can all of a sudden you can work with a really high-end light, and you can bring in some inexpensive lights. You can do a lot of different things, and we are able to allow you to tie all that together and mix it. And it's I don't know, it's kind of, you know, corny, but I love those kind of things.
Those are the features that I think professionals are looking for, especially when you're working on a mixed set or mixed environment where you have lights from multiple different brands.
Right.
That's just a testament to Luxli being able to work in that level of environment. I think it's fantastic. You had mentioned earlier about the color gamut on this light fixture, and that you can adjust the color gamut or see what the available color is. Is that correct?
Yeah, you do. What you're basically doing is you have the device gamut. That's the primary one. So what you're going to see if you go on to the interface in the app, you'll see you'll see the graphic that shows you what a full color gamut is. Full color gamut's way beyond most people's, even like lighting doesn't go there. So, but what we show you is the specific gamut of the device. So we have a device gamut that allows you to pick any color within that gamut, and it's going to display that color value. And then if you are working within a specific color gamut, you can pick that gamut, and then you can adjust within it, and it'll allow you to see where the device gamut is and where the other gamuts deviate. And so it allows you to sort of get a quick perspective, sort of how far you can take this. But everybody's working with so many different types of things now, so it's just adding another feature to sort of help you tune your light in.
Gotcha. That's great. That's very, very informative. So let's take a look at some of the lights in the lineup.
Okay.
So we have the Viola Mark II, we have the Cello Mark II, the Fiddle, we have the Timpani, and we have the Taiko.
Right.
Can you give us a brief run through of where you see these lights fitting into the overall market and what kind of user would be looking for these lights? What do you think is the ideal situation for each of these lights?
Ideal situation. Well, we'll start with the Fiddle. It's a small guy. I know that there have been some television shows and some other things that have been using this light. We get a lot of feedback on it. The things to know about the Fiddle, and it's got it's a very rugged build quality. It's something that we've kind of started out with the Fiddle. It's a little bit different development. But the biggest thing about the Fiddle is it's got an internal battery. Some people love it. Some people hate that, but the internal battery has like I've actually gotten 3.5 hours out of this one that I've got a sample at my desk, which is good and bad. If you need to burn the battery out to do some testing, it takes a long time. But it has an internal battery. It's very small, very lightweight. It's actually about the size of my phone, so a little bit thicker. But this light, we get a lot of people who are using it as sort of it's not really a practical, but let's say you're shooting inside of a car and you need a small light. It's a very, very easy light to hide into a corner, to put it into a closet. It does give you a quick splash of color. It has a very good output. I think we measured it 0.5 meter on our specs, but it's about, I think roughly off the top of my head, it's something like 400 lux at 1 meter. So it's got a lot of punch. It's a really nice little light. And again, it has all the features that you have in all the other lights. So if you do have a couple of Luxli lights or you're comparing it with other stuff, it actually fits in really well. You can actually balance it out really well with other lights. But yeah, the battery, things to know about this light, it is a Type-C connection, and check the specs because it does take a certain amount of power. A lot of people forget that phones don't always take that much power to charge. This is it's a much more, takes a little bit more punch. So what you get in the box is actually specifically for the light itself. And you will get the same photometric printout and all that with it.
And that's with every Luxli light?
That's with everyone, yeah. So the Viola, basically the same thing. I mean, it's the same kind of light. You're getting the same qualities, same functionality. The difference here is you're getting the first light in our series that actually has a MPF, a Sony MPF style battery. So now, if you don't love the internal battery, which some people don't, then now you have it. Now you have a battery that you can replace. So you can pick whatever size battery. If you want a larger battery or smaller battery. And so that gives you a little bit of functionality in that if you have a long shoot and maybe you're using it as a on-camera light, which is small enough you can get away with that, and you get double the punch. So with Luxli lights, you start out with a Fiddle, you get this is you get a certain amount of lux here, then you double that, and you double it, and then you go to the Timpani and Taiko. So that's something also that there's a very sort of symmetrical way that all these lights function. But so that you get the battery, and then of course the cello, you're getting more power, and you're also keeping the battery as you move up to the Timpani. I like the Timpani because I think it's a good one for everybody. If you want to get into LED lights, a 1x1 size is a great size panel. You can do an interview. You can do a lot of small productions. You could even do, I think a lot of indie photographers probably find that the 1x1's a manageable size, both physical size, output, and budget. It does have the option of giving you V-mount batteries, so you can obviously, if you want to go work outside, and it's a fairly lightweight light, has a nice diffuser on it. So, and then you get the big Taiko. The Taiko is a much larger fixture. It's a 1x2. It is built primarily thinking about somebody who's doing a little bit larger production or needs a big fill light. When you get into that size of light, it's amazing because you can do so much. You get a lot of output, the quality of the light, you have different diffusers, you have all kinds of stuff, barn doors. Another thing you should look at on the consumer side is output. So as a Timpani, as an example, you have a 120 watt light. But if you compare other 120 watt lights to the Timpani, you're getting a lot of bang for your buck because that light actually puts out a tremendous amount of light. And that's due completely to the engineering. The engineers worked really hard. These are extremely efficient lights. And so that's something else that you get.
Something else that I realized about Luxli, and I think a lot of people don't touch on, and I almost skipped over it myself, is that they are all passively cooled. Whereas a lot of LED lights, you'll find that they have spinning fans to keep them cool, and they can introduce some level of noise pollution. But the Luxli series of lights are completely silent. The Tycho and the Timpani have an all pretty much heatsink back to keep them cool.
So yeah, the issue with lights and fans, it's a tricky one. There's a ton of lights out there. There's a lot of very, very high-end lights that do have extremely quiet fans. But generally speaking, almost all the high-end lights have the function that you can turn the fan down, you can lower the fan noise. And that's because, yeah, if you have a fan, or if you're recording something where sound, obviously if it's a musician, it's critical. And sound engineers don't like to have to hassle with the sound of your lights. So yeah, if you're gonna work with something where sound's critical, or more importantly, we're in a room right now where the acoustics are a bit of a challenge. And a lot of people, myself included, when I've had to shoot stuff, if I'm in a small room, the sound, everything is just intensified. So we do measure stuff sometimes where you actually will want to, we'll make a comparison to a competitor, and we'll check to see the sound noise coming from their products. And yeah, it's amazing how much of a difference that makes. It's just again, it's like color accuracy. It's like all these values that we talk about. It's just one more thing that you can check off the box and say, you know what, I don't have to worry about it.
Excellent. That's a big deal. I know from my time working on set or dealing with potential customers, one of the questions I get all the time is, how loud are they? Because a lot of people, especially on the smaller scale production, maybe not as big a production like a TV show or a Hollywood production, but a more indie set or perhaps just a content creator, they are not the most well-versed with audio. They don't have a dedicated engineer, so they have to figure out how to work around noise. They may not want a light that's super loud, and Luxli fits that need.
Yeah. I mean, 30 or 40 decibels, which is usually like somewhere around a whisper, or I would say is like if somebody's in another room in your apartment, your house, and the door's closed. That's the kind of sound you're talking about. And at that point, a lot of audio devices will pick that up, and it's hard to get rid of later.
Yeah, absolutely. So talking more about things that make Luxli unique, we've talked about the 5-dye LED technology. We've talked about the totally silent operation, the fantastic Composer app, which we've compared it to other apps. It's leagues beyond them. I mean, you've got something like the sequencing mode in the composing app. It's phenomenal. It's really only something you find in the highest end proprietary apps. And to have that kind of control, power over a light like Luxli, it's game changing. But going back and just taking one quick step back, when we spoke about the calibration sheet,
right,
I noticed that each light is individually serialized, which is pretty good and important, for keeping track of gear and repairs, and these can be repaired locally. Is that correct?
We do some repairs locally.
Yeah, they're on the East Coast.
Yep.
Yeah, so that would probably be New York, New Jersey repairs.
Yeah, generally speaking, and it depends if you're buying from B&H, you have that 30-day return, which is really cool. So that's a feature. But yes, if you have an issue, customer service, call us. We get right on it. To tell you how customer service works, I'll tell you, if it's a simple, like how do I do this? Our customer service agents, they're trained. They're going to go through it with you. They'll take their time. They're not in a hurry. We don't get paid to rush. If it becomes something that's more complex, it usually comes straight to me. So if you're wondering who's actually going to be reading this email, at some point, if it's a complex thing, it's going to be me. And if it's a suggestion, it's going to be me, because I'm going to get the email and I'm going to read it and I'm going to take it from there. The response usually comes from customer service. Sometimes they will, I will make a direct comment back to a customer. Yeah, I've had very recently. I've had the a customer who just really had some silly questions that we needed to answer, and we were like, oh, hey, nothing, we're on board. Anytime you need to ask questions, ask. And then at the same time, I had somebody who was doing a set in a theater, and they had some very specific questions, very tech questions, and I ended up answering all of them. So I mean, it's always, we take all the time we can, and so yeah, the customer is really, you're kind of a small operation, you know. It's, you're just reach out if you have questions, if you have problems. We're not trying to hide anything. We send out. We do have a special repair team. They're trained specifically to do that. So when it gets to that level, if it's something that's actually has to be actually functionally repaired, I don't break it apart in the office, unfortunately. So we send it out, and yeah, those guys take care of it from there. So, but yeah, it's a pretty short process.
Well, it's great to know that the customer is really only separated from the PD, the product developer, by a few steps.
Yeah.
So their concerns are going to get addressed very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's half the time is stuff I'll answer. If it's, I don't like to be wrong, and I don't like I had a question, somebody asked me about something one time, was a fuse. And I said, well, you know what? I don't remember the number on the fuse. So give me a day, because I've got to go back and I've got to track down all the exact specs. I've got to go to the engineer, and we've got to nail it down exactly. Because if I tell you the wrong thing, you're going to follow me, and then you're going to mess something up, and then I'm going to be responsible for it. So yeah, sometimes you will see that I'll have to go to the engineer. When it's when we have firmware updates or we have an issue like that, we go straight to the engineer on that. So he's going to be actually doing all that, and then it's just back and forth between me and him. And as soon as I have an answer, you get it.
Gotcha.
So,
well, that's super solid lineup. And I know you can't tell us everything, but I always like to put the product developer on the spot a little bit. Is there anything you can tell us of what's to come from Luxli? Any new products that you can think of? Anything that you can share with us, with the viewers?
We have a new light coming, of course.
How excited are you about it?
We're always excited about new lights, but there's always, you know, and everybody knows this, that we didn't just hatch it out of an egg yesterday. So we've been working on it. My predecessor worked on it a lot, and we're at the very end stages now. We're doing all that testing that we talk about. We're verifying everything. We're making sure that everything that we say is going to be backed up in the light, and that it's going to be consistent. We don't want to see lights come back. We don't want to see customers have issues. We want a lot of happy customers, and we want to keep our reputation. So a lot of work's being done on the end, but yeah, we've been doing it for a little while, so I'm very excited about it. I'm more excited about being able to share a new product, because we have a lot of loyal customers. So giving them a new product is really, that's the ultimate for us. So yeah, we do have a new light. You'll see that soon. In terms of what's coming up in the future, again, I would say we look at it, I personally look at it a little differently than maybe some other companies. We're not chasing the most powerful light. We're not chasing necessarily our competition. We're not just going into the market to make a buck. So right now, I am actually looking at a lot of options. And we're trying to find what we think we can do really, really well in the market, and where we can bring value. We already know that we have highly accurate lights. I don't think that anybody would dispute that. So when you have something that's already good, how can we take that good and spread it around? What other product, would it be a point source light or another panel, or is there a customer that needs smaller lights? So that's where we're at now. We've got some things in the works, you know, so hopefully I'd say could be anything, almost.
Excellent. So Michael, I'm looking at the lineup we have here, and the smallest light, the fiddle, it seems like it has a plethora of applications. One of them being work from home.
Sure.
What kind of other situations do you think the fiddle would be ideal for because of its compact nature?
So it depends on your budget, somewhat. I mean, we do have a lot of people who are, I guess, with COVID, we've had a lot of people who've suddenly realized that work from home also means doing Zoom or doing Teams meetings. And, you know, we're all probably wearing shorts, but we have a button-down shirt, and we want to look nice. So a small light like this is a really huge asset. It's beautiful, it's color corrected. And something that's funny about that color correction is, and I have a cheap webcam on my computer. Cheap webcams aren't normally the source of issues. A lot of times it's the quality of the light that we're actually using. So some people think, oh, it'd be a better camera. Actually, sometimes the better light is really the solution. And so having a nice light like the Fiddle, you can put it up on I have a tabletop light stand that I use. I can set it right here by my face. Obviously, we talked about that it's got passive cooling, so you're not going to hear any sound. You can kind of play around with lighting, which is always a good thing. But the other thing that, when I say about budget, there were some guys that we were dealing with that were some, I think they were Canadians. They were movie makers, and they had a dozen of these things. They were lighting everything. So, you know, they were playing with light, and this is something that a lot of people do. I like to think of light, especially when you're dealing with colors, is kind of a palette. And so, you know, even if it's just sticking a little bit of a blue light under a car, or if it's when you open a car, you want to create a little different atmosphere. So, you know, if you're in a parking garage, it's illuminated by, let's say, like a fluorescent or an HMI that's got this horrible green hue, or some sort of black emitting light that doesn't have a full spectrum, okay, those talk in a certain way. Now, let's say I open the car door and I want to have a different feel. I want to introduce a character, or I want to do something. A small light like this easily can be put into a scene, and now I can establish a different sort of atmosphere with that person. A way of thinking with light. This is one of my, used to be, probably still is a favorite movie of mine, is if you've ever seen the movie Amelie. Everything is red and green. And there's an atmosphere created with that. And playing with color you can even create a character that is established by a color entering a room. So a small panel like this, if you start getting creative, you start thinking about these things, it's unbelievable what you can do. I mean, you literally, you know, you just have to just sort of, you know, think outside the box a little bit. But that's what makes it great. And 3 hours?
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, that sounds like it would be great also for content creators and new generation of YouTubers, Instagram content creators. It's such a small light, so versatile, RGBAW, really bright, built-in battery, it fits right in your pocket. It feels like that light is ideal for somebody on the go who needs good quality of light for a variety of situations, not just for, you know, someone working with a proper camera, but with smartphones or other new smart technology.
Absolutely. I mean, we talk about lights in a different way. So when I think about lights, we think about, there's different things that are going on in a set. You have a camera, you have different people working, you have a lot of different things called, you know, we call it grip, but it's just basically light stands and ways of sort of building a set, I guess, if you will. Lights are probably one of the most important parts. Outside of the people that you're working with, the light is really critical. And whether you're using a mobile device, whether you're using some other means of recording, the Fiddle is the smallest of the lights, so it's the most flexible because it can sneak into a spot where another light won't fit. When you get a big light, we're obviously going for big power. We're trying to paint a bigger canvas. So the Fiddle's cool in that way. I know a lot of people, you'll find the light falls into an on-camera category. And recently I had a back and forth a little bit with a customer who, it took me a little while to process where he was coming from because we don't always get all the information. And he turned out he was a NFL photographer. And he did interviews with players. And he wanted an on-camera light. And there's a lot of other on-camera lights out there, but there's not very many on-camera lights that are that color accurate. And he really wanted something that had the color accuracy. And so he had some questions about the light and how charging and how long the battery time was and some of the features. And but that was the light he was using for his, you know, on-camera stuff.
Very cool. So it seems like it does indeed reach a wide variety of customers and fills a wide spectrum of needs.
It's a good place to start. If somebody wants to play with lights, get a small light. A Fiddle, if you want to see what a big professional light can do, buy a Fiddle. It's a big professional light, it's just small.
This is a story about a magical place where everything's amazing, especially the people. We can tell you everything there is to know about over 400,000 different pieces of gear. Tell them, Lenny.
And we have a 17 millimeter, 24 millimeter, 45 millimeter.
He does this all day. We'll help you find the right thing, which is often not the most expensive.
The A9 is great, but I think the 6500 is better for what you need.
That's pretty rare. And just like you, we love to explore and share our passion, because we're creators as well. Israel and Jake like to make videos for the web. Oh, I love it when he does this. Oh, by the way, if you can't meet us in person, you can always chat with us online. Think of us as collaborators, production partners, problem solvers. This is Greg. He's made 5 gold records.
You can play your voice high.
And here's Jay, the king of the candids. Wait, I'm not ready, Jay. Sometimes we geek out and help each other, but mostly we're here to help you. Like Lenny, who's still going, because there's a lot to say when you're making some pretty important decisions. So now you've met 16 of over 1,000 employees. 16 reasons our customers like to do business with people, not algorithms. We are B&H.
Introducing the new Paybu credit card. You can save the tax, or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. So you want to save the tax on a camera, laptop, and drone? No problem. No need to wait for credits or cash back like other credit cards. The B&H Paybu card pays you back instantly. Or save over time and choose special financing and pay it off over 6 or 12 months. It's easy. Use your new Paybu card as payment at checkout. Then choose your available options, either Paybu Savings or Special Financing. See your savings or promotional plan right on your receipt, in-store or online. Applying is easy. Your approved Paybu card will be instantly available for a first purchase at checkout. The new Paybu card, same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Keydrin Franklin with 924 Photography, and welcome to the 2022 Depth of Field Conference by B&H. I want to say thank you to B&H for allowing me to come onto their platform and share my knowledge with you all. For those of you who know who I am, welcome. And for those who don't, I am a portrait-based photographer out of Fort Worth, Texas. Been doing it for about 13 years. And I think that I know I've mastered the art of color correction and color grading. So that's what we're going to learn today, is color correction in Lightroom. Now, if you are using Capture One or Camera Raw, if you follow this workflow, you will be able to follow along as well. I hope you enjoy the content, and let's get into that video right now. Right before we jump into Lightroom Classic, I want to tell you a few things that I highly recommend. Is getting you some type of color calibrating tool. This right here is a Spider 5 that I use. I use it, and basically what you want to do is you want to make sure your screen has been on for about 30 minutes before you use such a tool, and it helps to calibrate your screen. Now, when you're using video, you can really use a lot. They have more scopes in video, so you're able to color correct your images without having a color calibrated monitor per se. But with photos, you have to eyeball it. So I recommend you getting one of these and calibrate your monitor. All right, so now we're about to get ready to jump into Lightroom Classic, and I have Gia here. But before I get started, I wanted to tell you how I shot this image. So I shot this image with a Godox 8600 Pro and a cheetah stand for a QPB 48. It was camera left, and it was single diffused, and it was feathered off just a little bit towards the camera. It was super close. It was just right outside frame. I used the A7 Mark IV with the Sony, 85, the Sigma 85 1.4 DGDN. And my settings was 1/2000 of a second, f3.2, ISO 50. All right, so now let's jump into here. You have a few panels over here to your to your right. Once you're going into these panels, you have your basic panel, you have your tone curve, you have an HSL, you have your color grading, you have your detail, lens correction, transform, effects, and calibration. Now, one thing I want to note is I like to start with lens correction. So when I get into lens correction, I like to check both of these. And as you can see, if I enable the profile corrections, watch what it does. It pops it out just a little bit. So you want to make sure you do that. Now, if I had a bright enough image, I may bring down the vignette a little more to kind of hone in on the subject, but for this image, we don't really need to. Now, the next thing I like to do is I like to go to the basic panel. If you see me looking up, I'm using my top monitor right here instead of my bottom monitor. So the very first thing I like to do is I like to open up the shadows. Since I shoot underexposed, this is very important for me to open up the shadows so I can get some more of the detail back from the hair. So I'm gonna open up the shadows, not all the way, maybe like to 85. And then the highlights, most times I like to bring down the highlights, but now I need to bring up the highlights. I don't wanna go too far because I don't want to blow out her skin. Now, if you look up here at the top right, you have these triangles to your left and to the right, as you can see my mouse hovering over them. If you turn these off or turn them on, they show you what is clipping. So on camera left, you have shadow clipping, and on the right, you have highlight clipping. So as of right now in the hair, I still have, I am crushing some of the blacks in her hair. So I want to come down to my blacks and I want to bring them up until I don't see that blue line anymore. Now, this helps with print too. I have nothing crushing in this image. Now, everything, if you're looking at the highlights clipping side, it's nothing clipping in this image. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna raise my exposure up until it starts to clip. And see right there, that's 2 stops and that starts to clip on her hands. So we're gonna bring that back down because we only need like a half a stop. Boom. So we're bringing this back up a half a stop. And you may say, Keydrin, why do you just didn't do that in camera? Because I know my camera. Once you know your camera and the limitations, you're able to do more with your images. I know I can bring stuff out of the shadows if it's a half a stop or a stop under, and I don't get no grain or anything at all. I don't damage the image. It's harder to bring back highlights and easier to bring back the shadows. So my contrast, if I'm going to go into Photoshop, I like to bring down my contrast and make my image a little flatter. So I'm going to bring down my contrast just a little bit more, and I'm going to flatten it out just a little bit to maybe about -18. Now what I want to do is my whites are going to pop out her skin just a little bit, but I just want that very, very, very lightly. So like a +4. Now you have your presence down here. You have your texture, your clarity, your dehaze. I never go past +5 on these sliders. So I'm going to bring this up to 4, and dehaze 5. So that just adds a little more detail into my image. Now, if we're looking at the vibrance and saturation, I see tons and tons of people say, Keydrin, your images are so vibrant. How did you get them this way? Well, for one, I like to work on the raw file. Whatever you're going to do in your photo editing, you want to work on the raw file before you bring it to Photoshop. Photoshop creates a TIFF file and you're not working on the raw anymore. So you want to make sure you do everything you possibly can before you take it over to Photoshop. Vibrance. You can bring vibrance up without really damaging the image. Like, so you can bring it up to about 30 and it'll still be intact. But if you bring saturation up to 30, you're going to damage those colors and you don't want to do that. So I'll add more vibrance into this image. So I'll go up to about 30. And then the saturation, I'll only boost it up to about 5. Perfect. Now, what we have here now, I'm gonna hit Y on my keyboard to show you the before and after. Look at that. That's what we've done so far with just the basic panel and lens correction. So we're gonna hit Y on our keyboard to turn off the before and after. And then we're gonna go down to camera calibration. When you own scene, you can use a color checker passport, which you can get at B&H as well. And you can put it up next to your subject and take a picture of it. And you can import that profile into this calibration tab right here. Me, I like to do it manually, and that's what I'm gonna show you today. So first, what you wanna do is you got your red primary, your green primary, and your blue primary. What I like to do is work with my hues first. So I'm gonna bring my hue all the way down to see what it's touching. It's touching her face and pretty much the whole image. So I like to slide by slider back and forth until I get her skin tones about right. So that means this particular image, which each image is different, it's a -19. Now we're gonna go to our hue for our green primary, and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go back and forth until I find a color I like. So we're just gonna do a +11 right there. And this is all by eyeball, so this is all by taste, but you need to be very generous or easy with these sliders. All right, our blue. Now on my blue, I'm not so much looking at her skin because I can bring back her skin later, and we're gonna see that in a second, but I'm looking at the background. I want to add that teal and orange kind of look, so I'm going to bring that back to about a -18 right there. So that's how I like to start my images off on raw. Now, if we go back up to the red primer, we're gonna start messing with the saturation. Now we're gonna mess with the saturation to see how much saturation we need in the image. So I wanna take some of that out, so a -14 there. And about right there. And about right there. So +5. And I really don't look at the slider numbers too much. I kind of look on screen because it's going to give me my best look. Now, if we hit Y on our keyboard, that's what we've done so far with lens correction, the basic panel, and calibration tab. Hit Y on our keyboard again. Now we're going to go to the HSL tab. This is the most powerful tab in Lightroom that you can use. You have hue, saturation, and luminance. I like to start with luminance first, and the reason why is because I want to see what I'm touching in that particular image first, and then that'll give me a guide of what I should do in my saturation and hue tab. So oranges, yellows, and reds are going to be mostly the skin tones and some of the background. So if we mess with the oranges and bring it all the way to our left, we see that it's touching the skin and it's touching some of the background. So I want to brighten up her skin just a little bit to about +3. And then the yellows, let's see what that's touching. Okay, that's touching the actual grass, so I'm gonna bring that up. I want to brighten the grass up a little bit. And then the reds are touching some of her skin and her lips. So I'm going to brighten that up just a bit. Now we have our green, aquas, and blues. The greens, we don't really have anything in the image that's really green. If you want to reset this, just double tap this little icon here. Our aquas. Okay, so that's touching the sky. I want to bring my sky up just a little bit more, and my blue should be touching my sky as well. So I'm gonna brighten that up some there. Do we have any purples in the image? Nope, no purples. So we just double tap that, reset it. Magentas, no magentas in the image as well. So we're gonna reset that. So now we have reds, orange, yellows, greens, aquas, and blues that we can touch in this image. So now we're gonna go to our saturation. Remember, oranges are touching the skin tones, and this is how you can get your skin tones, no matter if it's black skin, white skin, or any other nationality skin. This is where you're gonna get this at. So we're gonna mess with our oranges right here, and either we can add saturation to it or we can take it out. So we're gonna take it out just a tad. Actually, we're gonna add just a little bit in, just a tad. And then the reds are messing with her lips and her face. So we want to add just a little bit of that. And the yellows were the background, like the grass. So we're gonna add that, and we're gonna add just a little bit of greens in there. Now aquas, I'm gonna bring my aqua down just a tad, and then I'm gonna bring my blues up. And then purples and magenta we didn't touch at all. Now we wanna go to our hue tab. Remember, on the hue tab, you wanna be very light with these sliders because this can damage your image. So watch what I do. So on our oranges, she got a little red in her skin. We want to bring out some of that and bring more of like a yellowish kind of tone to it. All right, so it'll be +8. Then the yellows, we are going to brighten those up just a bit to bring some greens out. And then the reds, mess with her lips and some of her face. So we want to take some of them red tones out. So about +8. And then our blues, I'm gonna bring those down because I like the aqua look in the sky just a little bit. This is personal preference at this point. And then that is it for that tab. So if we hit Y on our keyboard, we can see a before and after. Look what we've done so far. Let y'all meditate on that just a little bit. All right, so now you remember when we took out our contrast at the beginning of this tutorial. This is where our tone curve comes in, where we add more contrast back into our image. So with you want to make sure you're on the curves, parametric curve, and then you can change like all of these too if you need to, but we're going to do the parametric curve. Now on my darks and shadows, I never go past a -5, and on my highlights, I never go past a +5. So let's do that. And this is going to add contrast into your image. The curves, parametric curve, and then you can change like all of these too if you need to, but we're going to do the parametric curve. Now on my darks and shadows, I never go past a -5, and on my highlights, I never go past a +5. So let's do that. And this is going to add contrast into your image. There we go. So now if I hit Y on my keyboard, you can see what I've done. I'm turning on and off. See how I added just a little bit of contrast? Yes. So that's what we want. Hit Y on our keyboard again. The next tab that we want to touch is the detail tab. Now for the detail tab, you can either add sharpening here, you can take it out, you can mask. If you hit Alt Option on your keyboard, you can see what it's actually touching, and then you can mask it out to where it only touches like certain things of the image. So we're gonna do this instead of being the whole image, we're going to go about right there. And for the luminance, which is gonna be noise reduction, we can just add just a little bit if you want to. Now, so right here, and the next thing we want to do is you can come into the color grading tab if you want to kind of fine tune your work here. What I like to do is you have these sliders here at the bottom. This is going to be your highlights, this is going to be your shadows, and this is going to be your midtones. Your midtones are going to be pretty much her skin. So if I brighten this up, it can brighten up her skin tones just a little bit. And then you got the shadows, which you can kind of open up the shadows just a little bit. So I'm going to open up the shadows just a tad. And then the highlights, I'm gonna bring down, I'm just gonna reset those. I'm not gonna touch the highlights at all. Now, if we wanted to do the skin tones, as you can see, you can move all this around and you can like kind of fine tune a lot of different things here. And you can get your image to where it's color graded if you need to. So if you hit a point here and then you just roll this to the side, you can kind of get like different looks in your image. So if I hit Y on my keyboard again, look where we're taking that to. So this all I want to do is right here, we've brought them greens out in her outfit just a little bit. Now if we hit Y on our keyboard again, we come back. Now, Lightroom has brought out a new feature that is masking. So how we normally mask in the Photoshop, you can mask here, but it's very limited, but it's very powerful. So if we go to our masking tool, which is going to be in our top right, it says a masking, or you can hit Shift W. We're going to click our masking tool, and the mask has been activated. Under this, you have add new mask, you got select subject, and then you have select sky. You have your brush, your linear, your radial, color range, luminance range. We're going to use select subject, and this tool is very, very powerful and very, very accurate. So we're going to let it detect itself, and it's going to make a complete and perfect mask on our subject. Voila. That was easy. So now what we want to do is we're going to mess with our background first. So we're going to hit invert. Once we invert this mask, now we can bring down our exposure if we want the exposure to be darker or if we want the exposure to be brighter. This is where you can really fine tune your image and make your subject pop out. So right here, I'm just going to darken it down by a -17 or 23. That's how I like my images. I like my background to be a little bit darker than my subject. So even if you shot your image brighter, this is a tool where you can bring back and edit how you wanted it to look. So now you can either add contrast in the background just a little bit. You can change the temperature of the background if you needed to. You can warm it all the way up. It's all up to you. The possibilities are endless here. So we're just gonna do an 8, and then we're going to just add a -4 there for the background. The whites, we don't really need that. Shadows, I'll bring that up just a bit. All right, so now we have that. We can create a new mask by hitting the plus icon up here at our top right. We're gonna hit select subject again. Now this time when we hit select subject, we're gonna actually work on the subject. So pretty much we've done a lot of stuff already through the original panels of Lightroom Classic. But if you wanted to go just a bit further, this is where you would do it at. All right, so now if we wanted to add more contrast into our subject, and if we wanted to brighten her up just a bit to like +10, and then we could open up the shadows just a bit to pop out our hair just a little bit more. And then we can go to 0.05. Right there. So if we hit Y on our keyboard, look what we've done. This is how powerful Lightroom is. A lot of people don't understand how powerful Lightroom is. It is a powerful editing tool that you want to work on everything that you're going to do in your Lightroom, you want to work on it on the raw file. So we're gonna hit Y on our keyboard. And then now what I want to do is over here to my camera, to her right, our right, her left, this is a little dark. So I'm gonna hit the plus icon over here on my masking, and I'm gonna grab me a linear gradient, and I'm gonna brighten this side up just a little bit because the sun was coming from this side. So grab your little marquee tool, and you just want to go gradually here. As you see, the red is showing you what everything is going to affect. Now, if I brighten this up some to about 91, and then I can warm it up over here if I needed to. Right about there. And that's good for me. You can hit done down here. And then if we hit Y on our keyboard, that's our before and after on our image. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take this over to Photoshop. So when able to get it into Photoshop, we're going to hit Y on our keyboard here. We want to hit Control E or Command E on a Mac, and we're going to let Photoshop open up. All right, so we're in the Photoshop right now, and the very first thing we want to do is we want to make a new layer. In order to make a new layer, you can hit Control J or Command J on a Mac. You can make a new layer. And with this layer, we're going to grab the patch tool. If you look over here into our left-hand corner, you can hold down this icon where you see the Band-Aid, and you can come down to patch tool, or you can hit J on your keyboard. Once you hit J on your keyboard, you want to hit Z on your keyboard to zoom in on your image. And as you can see, it's like super sharp. So here we go. Right here. And then we want to hit J on our keyboard to bring up our patch tool. When we got our patch tool, I like using the patch tool because I can make small little circles to clone out any imperfections that I need. As you can see now, I'm just cloning them out here gradually. And you want to take your time and just do small areas when you're doing your patch tool. It's so many ways to do certain things into Photoshop that you can get the same results. So this is just one way. Don't take it with a grain of salt. Everything can be done a totally different way and an easier way if you know the ins and out of Photoshop. But I want to keep it basic for you so you will be able to do it instead of all that advanced stuff that you can do. So once we're there, when you grab the patch tool, it's going to take a little bit of time. I am using a Wacom tablet. I highly recommend if you're going to do any type of retouching to get a Wacom tablet. You can get those at B&H also. I like using Wacom, the PTH 460s, I believe. I like using those. And then we want to get this hair right here. So we want to kind of just make little small things around our teeth. And to make sure we get all of that. And then we got a hair here. Okay, so that's pretty much all the imperfections that I will do for this image here. You can hold space bar and then you can just move your mouse or move your Wacom pen around. The next thing I want to show you is we're going to zoom out just a tad. And you see these hair highlights here? What we want to do is we want to go back to the healing brush tool and do spot healing brush. Once we're on the spot healing brush, you have darken on your modes here. You have darken and you have lighten right here. I like to do darken, so it's just the opposite. So if you want to make this darker, you want to hit darken on here and they'll go away. If it's light, so if it's light here and you want it darker, you make sure that your blending mode is darker. And this is how you can remove different things along the hair and just be, I would go in like small little areas to do this. And let's see here. Things that are very noticeable. Now, if we're outside on the outside edge here, if it's dark, you're correct. You want to change your blending mode to lighten. Once you hit lighten, you just go here at small little areas and boom, there you go. This is how I like to fine tune my hair. I'm not going to go through all of this here, but you get the gist of the way you should do it. This little light part right here, you have to change this to darken, just this little part here. And then you can go back to lighten. And then you can darken them down, just like so. Merge these two layers down. What you can do is highlight them both by holding shift and highlighting them both, and then right clicking and then hitting flatten image. Once your image is flattened, to save it back to Lightroom, what you want to do is hit Control or Command S on a Mac, and then it'll save back to Lightroom. So now, since we're back in Lightroom, all our edits that we've done in Photoshop is back in Lightroom, and we have done pretty much everything that I want to do to this image right now, besides going in skin retouching and things like that. The only thing that I would change before I went over to Photoshop was to darken her hand down, because it does not match her face. So in order to do that, we would have done this first. You would have just created a mask, and then you could have brushed it in, which that's what I highly recommend, is to hit the brush function. And then I would just paint in right here on our hair. And then you can be more precise if you want to by bringing down your brush size. Now, so say for instance, we wanted to match this up with the hand. We can still kind of do it. We're going to darken it down just a little bit. And like I said, you want to work on the raw file when you're doing something like this, but we're doing it out of the raw file, so this is going to be the TIFF. So then we can warm the hand up just a little bit to kind of try to match it, and we can play with our settings to try to get it to match as much as possible. Shadows right there, just like that. If you liked it and if it was helpful, you can find me on all platforms at 924 Photography on Instagram and YouTube. So thank you again for tuning in to the Depth of Field 2022 conference. And I'm gonna see y'all in my next video. Peace.
Hey everyone.
And thus concludes day one of Depth of Field 2022. We truly hope that you were amazed, you were inspired, you learned some techniques, you got some motivation going on. You know, this was an interesting program because what we do is we sort of design it so that it's got all the elements that will help you become a better photographer. And it's carefully constructed as such. So today was an amazing day. I would just ask for you guys over in the YouTube chat, why don't you drop down who your favorite presentation was? Let's hear who your favorite presentation was. While we're waiting for you guys to drop that into the YouTube, I'm just going to kind of think about that. I asked myself before, who was my favorite presentation of the day? And I have to say, in terms of actually making it, I'm going to go with Peter Hurley's presentation. That was really a blast to make. There was a storyline that went through it. There was dialogue. We sort of did an unscripted plot, kind of like a Larry David Curb Your Enthusiasm episode. That was really fun to make. The game changer for me, though, was Duane Michals. And you know, sometimes what we're here to do for you and platform these speakers and these programs, and when you start speaking to your mentors, they can say one thing, and that one thing can completely change your direction of your professional photography life. For instance, in 2003 for B&H Photo, I was working marketing for B&H Photo at the Eddie Adams Workshop. The Eddie Adams Workshop is this cool workshop that's on a barn and a farm up in upstate New York. My job, as per B&H, was to drive to the airports and get the heavy-duty photographers from the airport up to the farm and then shuttle the heavy-duty ones when they were done back to the airport. So I got to give some rides to such notable photographers as Joe Rosenthal. Gotta look that one up. Joe Rosenthal made one of the most important photographs of the 20th century. Also Nick Oot and Jock Sturgis. Now, I was a big fan of Jock Sturgis, and I had a portfolio ready to go as I drove him up to the farm. And Jock opens up the portfolio, and he's thumbing through it. He's looking at it, and he's like, oh, this is nice, this is nice. And while I'm driving, I'm just narrating him. I said, yeah, well, that was shot with a Hasselblad 6x6 centimeter camera, and we made an 8x10 inner negative and printed it up to platinum palladium. And he stops, and he looks at me, and he closes the book, and he says, you made internegatives from 35 millimeter and medium format negatives to go 8x10 to make platinum prints? And I said, yes, Mr. Sturgis. And he said, very matter of fact and plainly, well, why didn't you just shoot 8x10? Let that sink in for a second. So what did I do? Like any red-blooded, good American photographer, I jumped on eBay and I sourced an 8x10 Deerdorf camera. Now, I've been working with Contax. I've been working with early digital cameras. But man, everything changed when I started working with that 8x10 full large format camera. So it just goes to show, I hope that today that someone said something, maybe Duane Michals, maybe Peter Hurley, who knows, maybe Jerry Ghionis, maybe it was Jessica Hines, maybe it was Keydrin Franklin, maybe it was those guys from Luxli, or perhaps it was Eivind. There was a lot of opportunities for input to happen to you guys, and I hope that you did have one of those moments. But if you didn't have one of those moments today, or you did have one of those moments and you were looking for more of those moments, tomorrow is going to be a big day. Tomorrow starts off at 10 a.m. Now, I know we had some YouTube issues this morning, but we're going to have those solved for you guys to be able to watch that presentation on exploring portraiture. That's my own presentation. And then we're going to have Luke Edmondson, right from Texas, show you some amazing lighting situations, lighting setups. And he's going to be using those really cool lights from Godox. Then we have something super special we produced. It's going to be Michelle Celentano on behalf of Westcott, and she's going to show you guys some amazing techniques and also business of how to shoot family portraits. It's a really good presentation, and yes, it does come with pizza pie. Okay, then we're going to move into something very specialized, but something that's really critical to a professional photographer studio that really wants to rack in the money and work within the community. And that's shooting bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs with Jeff Cable. Jeff Cable is a total professional photographer who's at home shooting at the Olympics, weddings, or bar mitzvahs. I asked him specifically, please come in and let's talk about bar mitzvah photography. We've never had that type of content here at B&H Photo. I don't even know how we could not have bar mitzvah photography at B&H Photo. That was an inside joke. I hope you all got it. Okay, then we're going to have a woman I've been watching very closely for years, Susan Susan Magnano. Now, Susan had won some contests for our optic, like the challenge, but for optic outdoor photography. She has pioneered techniques with light painting that is going to blow your mind. If you're looking at adding extra something special, super stylized into your repertoire that you can sell to your clients, you definitely want to watch Susan Magnano. Then we're going to have the master himself returns again, Scott Kelby, delivering a keynote on a piece of technological advancement that is in Adobe Photoshop. And he's going to show everybody how to correct boring and lame skies. Let's face it, who here has ever had boring and lame skies? Let me turn this phone down. This is our monitor. That's Matt making sure everything is good. Okay, so after Scott Kelby, we're going to have a super special photographer. I teased you guys with a picture of his this morning. Incredible Mark Mann, sponsored by Dell Computer. Mark Mann is a celebrity portrait photographer. I actually had the honor and privilege of bringing in one of my old friends to sit for Mark. He's an iconic rock star of a friend, Sparks. Mark photographed him. He talks about his process. He has shot so many amazing people, and you don't want to miss that one from Mark Mann. And then we're going to change gears, and we're going to get into professional sports photography. Terrell Lloyd, who is the head photographer for the San Francisco 49ers, is going to share tips from Little League all the way up to the big sports. He's going to be your coach tomorrow. So you definitely want to check that out. And then for those of you that want to delve into video, James Schmelzer from Panasonic is going to elaborate on video technique, and he's going to show you how he shot these amazing videos of the three tenors. James is going to really drop some wisdom in terms of video if you want to learn how to shoot video. Then, last but not least, we have the women's panel. It is International Women's Day a couple of days ago. We're going to celebrate that tomorrow, and we're going to have some of the best female speakers from Depth of Field 2022. Jessica Hines. We're going to have Michelle Celentano. We're going to have Maria Perez, who actually, you probably know her if you follow B&H. Maria does amazing work with B&H, and she's an incredible photographer on her own. And we're also going to have Susan Magnano on that panel. So that's a professional women's photography panel. It's going to be led by B&H Marketing's own Madeline Budd. And this is going to be a fun women's panel. It's going to be informative. And I'm going to be out of the room because this is all about the ladies talking photography, not the guys. This is all about the ladies. So it's all happening tomorrow. And on top of all that, we're going to have contest announcements. We're going to have trade shows. We have really good presentations of the trade shows. So take a look at the schedule. Plan out your day tomorrow. We hope you can join us, and we're really looking forward to it. Thank you so much, everybody. And you know what? Hold on one second. I'm going to go off camera for a moment. I want to look and see what they say about their favorite presentations. All right, so we got Mike Colon, Duane Michals, Jerry Howe. It's a hodgepodge of all the speakers from today are the favorites. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping that info into the YouTube. It's been fun chatting with you all. I'm going to go have dinner, get to sleep early, and I'll see everyone tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. Have fun. Oh, the winner, right? We have a